The final moments of the strongest villain felt like the fading of a beautiful dream. The villain's final, chilling command echoed as he bathed in a dying, fiery light. Even impaled by those obsidian spikes, the villain met his end with a final, defiant cry to raise everything. His dying words trailed off, a silent question hanging in the fading light. The dying villain extended a hand, reaching out in his final moments toward the one responsible. The vengeful villain finally meets his end, celebrated by his silent observers. The final, blinding attack consumed the villain, a dramatic, fiery end. The world dissolved around the dying villain, and the creator, Nam Woo-yoon, awoke to a grim realization. The glowing transfer of knowledge flooded my senses, confirming the impossible acquisition. The unexpected interruption shattered his relief as he tried to process the late-night knock. A sudden, jarring noise echoed in the silence of the night, immediately preceding the dark descent. Snapping back to reality, I felt the cold, unfamiliar texture of the modern chair beneath me. The unsettling realization hits me. I have possessed Arson Adele, the story's most powerful villain. The knocking sound stopped as abruptly as it began, leaving the author alone in the sudden silence. The sudden, intense surge of power sent a shockwave through the air, forcing a startled reaction. A startling sound echoed as a luminous, leaf-like object materialized above him. The mysterious, glowing paper floats down, a faint sound accompanying its arrival. The mysterious paper glowed faintly as the author examined the strange gift, a glimmer of hope amidst his despair. The lingering darkness coalesced as the villain accepted the final, mysterious parchment. The creator watched as the villain's life drained away, a tragic, destined end. Just as I accepted my end, an ominous presence grabbed me. Even in death, the strongest villain offered a final, bloody smirk. A crimson surge overwhelmed the creator as the villain completed his revenge. His decade of sharpening revenge, fueled by loss, reaches its tragic zenith. The dying man, recognizing the familiar visage, stutters out a panicked question. The villain's raw, desperate power lashed out one final time as the creator was pulled into the void. The despair of the dying villain gave way to a chilling surge of raw power. The dying villain's final, chilling words echoed just before the screen fractured into red. The creator's desperate final thought echoed as reality violently fractured around the dying villain. The brilliant, final light faded as I lay still, accepting the end of Arson Adele's brief, failed life. The sound of his last breath faded as the crimson eyes snapped open, an unnatural glow replacing the finality of death. Waking with a jolt, the writer blinked, suddenly finding himself in unfamiliar surroundings. The world righted itself, leaving him gasping for air on the floor. A sudden, overwhelming shock froze the dying man, leaving a gaping void of realization. The sudden silence broke the tension as he turned toward the glowing mirror, startled. The crimson-haired man stared, finally seeing the face of the villain he had crafted. The creator, now inhabiting Arson Adele, examines the mark symbolizing the villain's identity. A self-satisfied smile graced Arson Adele's face, juxtaposed with the chaotic scene unfolding below. Moreover, the assassination looms just days away. The narration shifts to Arson Adele's own memories, detailing his lineage. The vanquished villain's dying breath reveals the bitter truth of the Arson bloodline. The desperate villain, having failed his revenge, surrendered his fate to his creator. I have the power to check my status, a faint echo of the system that once governed the narrative. The mysterious system window materialized, displaying Arson Adele's true, frightening status. The dying villain's hand rested atop my head, a final, painful sigh escaping him. Arson Adele, filled with grim resolve, seemed to accept his imminent demise. The fading light accompanied the finality of the villain's wish, as the creator found himself suddenly waking up in a strange place. The final confrontation was over, but the original villain, Arson, had one last, knowing realization. A sharp sound rings out as something, or someone, makes contact. This strange gift offered a final, peaceful moment before death took him. The vengeful spirit of Arson Adele clutched the mysterious paper, resigned to his fate. The strange paper offered a cryptic test, putting my fate directly into the hands of its mysterious giver. The entity demands a clear response, yes or no. The dying villain's final, venomous accusation confirms the impossible truth. The writer has become the monster, with a definitive yes. The creator agreed to engage with the mysterious system, desperate for escape. I immediately inquire about returning to the real world. The creator, now inhabiting Arsene Adel's body, stirs from unconsciousness, the harsh reality settling in. The information transfer begins, heralded by a brilliant surge of blue energy. Accepting the promised gift, the creator felt a chilling confidence bloom within the villain's body. The first trait, the power to absorb mana, was a success. The requested information about mana manipulation and Arsene Adel's traits had been successfully imprinted. The essence of Arsene's power flooded the host body, confirming the successful transfer. Then, with a smirk, Arsene Adel's demonic aura flared, his eyes closing in apparent satisfaction. Mana surged through him as he prepared his first true attempt at survival. He focused, commanding the power to use Arsene Adel's ultimate talent. The system commands an action. Move. A surge of intense blue energy envelops the newly inhabited body. With focused intent, I aim the nascent power at the nearby suit of armor. The knight's chilling command cuts through the silence, targeting the weakened villain just as he collapses. He had to repeat the process endlessly if necessary. Failure was not an option for survival. The menacing sound of hooves announced the arrival of the final act. As the knights closed in, the desperate pursuit continues under the dark, imposing shadow of the Arsene family estate. The knights closed in, their heavy footfalls announcing their decisive arrival. The imposing figure waits, the tension in the room thick with silent, impending action. The imposing Captain Phelps, his eyes glowing with cold determination, finally cornered his prey. Despite the lethal threat, a strange calm settles over him, lost in grim contemplation. Sir Phelps' men anxiously inquire about the missing patriarch's condition. The monstrous bastard, Leon, has tracked him all the way here, prepared to deliver the final blow. The pursuing knights finally close in, their heavy footsteps shaking the air. "Thank you for guiding me to the gate," he sneered, grasping the inherited blade. The captain deemed his futile resistance absurd and gave the final command: eliminate the boy. The count's granted blade glows with malevolent energy, ready to strike. With his last chance activated, he executed his final move, a blinding burst of speed against the surprised knight. With a desperate surge, he struck the nearest knight, buying himself precious moments. The pursuers, stunned by the impossible barrier, realized the true danger of their target's desperation. With the knights closing in, he makes a desperate, final lunge, the blade a streak of defiance. The knights converge, their shouts echoing as they close the distance, sealing his fate. The monstrous bastard had pursued him all the way to the edge of the demonic realm's gate. Ignoring the threat, he channeled his desperate power, shattering the structure above. As the final threat closes in, a desperate, blazing power erupts from within. With a spear thrust upon him, the desperate young man can only emit a guttural sound of pain. The young man bolts into the shadowy depths of the Arsene forest, the night erupting in fury at the sudden escape. The oppressive darkness of the Arsene forest swallows him whole as the hunters close in. Adele desperately pushed forward, the pursuers hot on his heels, hoping to outpace them. Despite the overwhelming danger, he refuses to yield. There is still one final, desperate option left. The final, desperate gamble manifests as a furious, swirling vortex of crimson and gold energy. Having weighed the risks, he considered what showcasing his true abilities might earn him. But a critical obstacle remained. Cornered and sweating, he realized the final, terrible truth of his situation. The pursuers caught up, their fierce command echoing through the dark forest night. He braces himself, blades ready, refusing to surrender to the approaching doom. The overwhelming presence of the enemy, or perhaps an ally's betrayal, registered as sheer shock. The sheer power of the activated transfer rips through the air, a blinding, cyan-tinged vortex. The world erupted in a violent, ethereal flash as the gate ripped open above the dark canopy of the arson forest. The night roars, preparing a swift, deadly strike empowered by Leon's sword. The air crackles as the final transfer completes, marking a desperate plunge toward the demonic realm. With the final option at hand, he focused his remaining energy, muttering a desperate affirmation. With his last resort activated, the boy grit his teeth against the immense strain. He desperately searched the dark forest for the precise location of the gate. Every piece of vital information, however, came with a steep cost. His desperate attempt to leverage information for his life was met with pure contempt. The Count's blade pierces, but before the fatal blow lands, a surge of power erupts, leaving only stunned silence. The final strike lands, violently throwing Arsene Adele against the unforgiving forest floor. The glowing, emerald blade descends, the final move aimed at shattering his desperate gambit. His chilling smile confirms his intent. This fight concludes here, one way or another. His words were met only with a bloody, defiant sneer. "Don't make me laugh." The final, desperate grip tightens as the pursuer refuses to let go, closing in on the fleeing boy. With death imminent, he chooses defiance. "I live, try it." The knight confirmed his loyalty to Count Leon, drawing a magically charged blade. With the Count's sword now gripped tightly, his last desperate gambit begins. The knight's face, bathed in a hellish red light, hardened with menacing intent. Enveloped in rage, the knight lunges, his granted sword humming with deadly purpose. Enraged, the knight unleashes a final, desperate strike, determined that Arsene Adele will finally die here. With the price paid, Arsene was guided directly to the rift, forcing a desperate, maniacal surge of energy. The agonizing, final shockwave of power erupted, fulfilling the contract to guide him toward the portal. A brilliant, searing light erupts as the final, desperate attempt to escape begins. The monstrous bastard had tracked him all the way here, but Arsene was ready to use his final chance. The patriarch's maniacal grin is met with sheer disbelief as the attack lands. With the gate glowing brightly, he braced himself, ready to accept the violent transfer. He braced himself, the last resort mechanism activating with a blinding surge of energy. The Count's promised delivery is now a reality, as a blinding light signals the arrival of something monstrous. His raw fury erupted as he prepared to strike down the fleeing patriarch. Despite the ambush, a manic grin spreads across his face. He will not surrender this fight yet. Desperate to survive, he channeled his remaining energy into this final, blazing attempt to reach the demon realm gate. The furious knight lunges, unwilling to let his target reach the demonic realm. The air shatters as the overwhelming force of the attack crashes down, aimed squarely at the gate opening. The Count's blade, meant to end his life, was instead used to guide him toward his desperate final option. Despite the knight's blade descending, Arsene smiles, ready to use his final option. Despite his boasts, the knight was clearly straining, his armor chipped and his resolve burning hot. The monstrous Count Leon, fueled by betrayal, unleashes his terrifying power as the gate opens. The furious knight, armed with his Count-granted sword, stood ready for the final confrontation. The air crackled with dark energy as the eclipse mirrored the final confrontation. The transfer was successful, yet the chilling atmosphere remained, punctuated by a sudden, echoing sound. The tension breaks as the patriarch slowly savors the piece of jerky, seemingly unconcerned by the chaos. The patriarch paused, clearly disturbed by the unauthorized entry into his domain. The powerful demon patriarch savored his snack, oblivious to the intrusion below. The chilling manifestation of the ice wolf erupts, dwarfing the protagonist. The blue energy swirls, suggesting the mechanism is about to activate. He sits there, contemplating his next move. The stone, seemingly a key component, materializes, accompanied by a startling energy surge. The demon realm patriarch reviews the information, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The patriarch's subordinate concludes that the intruder's actions are completely unhinged. The deactivated barrier left the glowing portal exposed, but the strange stone pattern on the wall remained the key. The stone wall felt strangely different under his touch, a potential exit. The cold, unseen force flatly denied his approach. The patriarch allowed himself a moment of grim satisfaction, anticipating a new pawn. I think it's a function that deactivates the barrier. I need to find another method to get out of here. I think it's a function that deactivates the barrier. Position transfer initiated. A dazzling surge of energy envelops him as he attempts to escape. With the barrier gone, the system allowed the next step. Position transfer 1. The stone guardian shattered, and a triumphant smirk spread across his face as the summoning was complete. The stone guardian's terrifying roar echoed as it lunged, bringing a shocking end to the temporary relief. The terrifying spectacle of a castle rises beneath a dark, blood-red sky, signaling a fearsome destination. The stone guardian's attack, aimed at the intruder, splashes uselessly as the protagonist instantly teleports away. The patriarch's subordinates were stunned by the sudden appearance above them. Crete, the imposing patriarch of the Beres family, stands bathed in an ominous, fiery light. The powerful demon realm patriarch steps forward, his gaze fixed on the distant chaos unfolding. The demon realm patriarch contemplated the unexpected intruder in his hidden domain. The conversation among the demon realm bear's family members is interrupted by this imposing figure, sitting alone in his grand study. The realization hits. The black dragon ornament connects this peril to the highest demon families. The unseen patriarch exhaled slowly, a slight noise escaping his lips as he processed the disruption. Interrupting the patriarch's thoughts, a frantic servant bursts in with alarming news. The demon realm patriarch looked on, his glowing eyes betraying a sinister curiosity about this intruder. The patriarch of the bear's family sits upon his ornate throne, a grim authority radiating across the darkly lit room. The demon realm patriarch's attention is fixed on the unfolding events within his hidden domain. The stunned maid, caught in the sudden surge of power, registered the intruder's presence. The demon realm patriarch tapped the desk impatiently, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. The patriarch's order is acknowledged by the bowing servant. The demon realm bear's family patriarch observes the commotion with cold calculation. The blinding light of the position transfer engulfed him, a final desperate action. The demonic patriarch's frantic assessment confirms the intruder's presence, even as he dismisses the threat. The shocking appearance of the spectral beast shook the very air, scattering debris around the paralyzed adventurer. The sudden magical force overwhelmed him, confirming his worst fears. With renewed resolve, he decided to test the limits of his newfound ability. Activating the designated position transfer ability, I prepare for immediate relocation. The successful transfer resulted in a triumphant, knowing smile across his face. What the? A wolf? The summoned wolf-like creature slams into the barrier, erupting in a blinding flash of light as the protagonist reacts. With the stone wolf momentarily neutralized, the protagonist planted their foot, ready for the next move. The monstrous entity materialized, its menacing red eyes fixing upon the intruder. The unseen patriarch gulped, his knowing smile masking deep, calculating intent regarding this sudden intruder. The stone constructs shatter under the force of the transfer, confirming his suspicions about their nature. With his transfer skill activated, he surged forward, enveloped in an intense blue aura. The transfer was successful. He reappeared, enveloped in crackling blue energy. The final barrier dissolves, revealing a colossal, glowing expanse, as if a welcome to the dungeon's true core. The patriarch's face twists with paternal doubt as he contemplates his daughter's dangerous endeavor. He focused his resolve, ready to risk the final gambit after disabling the stone guardian. The summoned entity materialized with terrifying speed, radiating oppressive, dark energy. A demonic aura erupts as the ghostly warrior materializes, demanding I express my next move. Position transfer. The summoned entity materialized, declaring its menacing arrival. The newly materialized treasure chest gleams, bearing the sinister crest of a black dragon. Ooh, that's the treasure box. Much bigger than I thought. Ooh, that's the treasure box. Much bigger than I thought. The identity of this fearsome figure, connected to the black dragon ornament, is revealed. Bears, the embodiment of pride. The patriarch's concern solidifies as he considers the threat to his future plans. With sheer desperation, I wrenched open the heavy chest, hoping for an escape. A violent burst of purple energy engulfs the figure, the jarring impact momentarily overwhelming. The dark residue enveloped him, silencing the demon family patriarch with a choked gasp. The phantom attack landed, a brutal strike forcing the intruder to gasp in agony. The powerful force of the transfer slammed him, leaving him retching and breathless in the new, swirling space. The demonic family's patriarch unleashed a terrifying, blood-red shockwave of pure dominance. The brutal impact echoes as a desperate hand reaches out, only to be splattered with crimson. He struggled for breath, clinging to the stolen blade as the adrenaline wore off. The sudden activation of the Eye of Superbia flooded his vision, a blinding, raw power surging through him. The system interface illuminates, displaying his newly acquired and startling abilities. The system flashed data behind the ornate frame, confirming the powerful ability I had just acquired. The anticipation hung heavy, matched by this chilling, triumphant grin. With the ominous door before him, he stood firm, preparing to face whatever guarded the exit. The mysterious figure smiles, seemingly satisfied with the transaction and the revelation of Renee's identity. The glowing insignia needed to vanish before anyone noticed the evidence of his transgression. The monstrous entity declared its emergence with a furious, echoing roar. Despite the bizarre turn of events, the young man managed to catch his breath, a slight, unsettling smirk playing on his lips. The final boss erupts in energy as the gate opens, yet the protagonist only registers the title being shouted. His face contorted, realizing the dire situation he was now in. The mysterious entity swiftly documented the transaction, absorbing 100 points of mana as the price for its crucial information. The sudden realization hits him like a physical blow. I'll use this chance now, focusing all my intent on the sealed reward. With the path seemingly clear, Renee's final, decisive steps signaled the domain's completion. The intense surge of power erupts, causing debris to fly as Renee stares with glowing, resolute eyes. The lingering shock of the eye's activation gave way to the immediate danger he now faced. The deadly strike landed, heralded by explosive impact sounds, confirming the elimination of another challenger. Renee's terrifying demonic summon roared, its massive form overwhelming the battlefield. The heavy impacts resonate through the air as the protagonist slams down. The Shadow Warrior surged forward, delivering a devastating blow as the protagonist braced for impact. The newly arrived guard, Renee, seemed impressed, seeing the protagonist as a potentially useful asset. The chilling glow of the Eye of Superbia reflects the raw, terrifying power now within her. The immediate, frantic search for an exit was briefly interrupted by a sudden, almost hysterical relief. The patriarch's silent demand hung in the air, radiating immense, unsettling power. The unexpected favor from Renee left him momentarily stunned, breath catching in his throat. The true owner of the domain, Renee, suddenly confronts him with intense, glowing eyes. His satisfied, knowing smile confirmed his victory, leaving the protagonist reeling from the sudden exchange. The imposing figure stood over me, her gaze sharp, prompting my internal struggle. The system confirmed the payment, draining a significant portion of his mana. Renee's eyes went wide, processing the sudden appearance of the mysterious figure before her. Despite his attempts to appear capable, Renee's grip remained firm, challenging his forced confidence. Renee's stern, shadowed gaze met his as she gripped his arm with an unnerving intensity. Renee stood there, radiating silent judgment, while the protagonist could only sweat under her scrutiny. The colossal, imposing doors bearing the dragon insignia stood before him, a final barrier. He pressed his hand against the cold, dark wall, a small, calculating smile gracing his lips. A fleeting moment of consciousness, perhaps a final plea before the darkness consumes him. Renee, surprisingly composed despite the horns and armor, fixes the protagonist with an unnervingly intense gaze. My breath catches as a towering figure, clearly the patriarch, stands before me, flanked by imposing guards. The patriarch's sinister gaze, magnified by his imposing presence, suggests a long wait is almost over. The sudden revelation of the domain owner shook him to his core, sparking a disbelieving question. Crete, the patriarch, stands before him, his sudden presence shocking the protagonist. The terrifying energy of the Eye of Superbia still radiates from him, but the expected fury from the guards never comes. Why isn't he reacting? Renee, armed and accompanied, approaches, her intentions still unclear to the protagonist. The patriarch's question hangs in the air, forcing a reluctant confirmation from Renee. The horned figure stood rigidly, hands clasped as the dominant presence commanded. Follow me. The patriarch, seemingly unconcerned, allows the protagonist a moment of strained relief. The sound of feet firmly planted on the damp earth echoed the tension of the moment. The confident, grinning leader approaches, his entourage grimly flanking him. My hazy realization solidifies. This entire opulent, unsettling structure is a mansion. The imposing patriarch stood before me, an aura of silent power filling the grand hall. The confrontation in this hostile, red-hued space seemed to pause as the patriarch's powerful presence manifested before me. The imposing figure spoke, confirming the identity of the domain's creator. He's leaving me alone? Is this my chance? His satisfied expression belied the chaos brewing around him as the system announced its verdict. The overwhelming, ominous sunset bathed the library's high shelves, highlighting the dust of this mysterious, grand estate. Now standing before the powerful patriarch, the air in the grand chamber crackled with silent tension. The patriarch of the bear's family now reveals his imposing, horned presence. The patriarch's words affirmed her worthiness, sending a clear message about my potential utility. The patriarch, with his imposing presence, sits across the table, time slipping away in the hourglass before him. The stern patriarch of the bear's family sits upon his ornate throne, awaiting news. Renee, the guardian, remains silent, reacting only with a subtle, unreadable expression. Renee, now standing before him, remains silent, her expression unreadable as the system's confirmation lingers. The moment of truth arrives as the powerful gaze of the bear's patriarch meets my own. The patriarch's expression shifted, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he absorbed the latest report. Finally face to face with the patriarch, a tense silence hangs in the opulent chamber. Renee's excitement was palpable. She seemed genuinely thrilled by this unexpected declaration. The patriarch's surprise was evident. This intruder had exceeded all expectations. Realizing the danger of being discovered, the protagonist questions his next desperate move. The opulent hall, bathed in the eerie glow of candlelight, set the stage for the unfolding drama. The patriarch's imposing presence filled the cavernous room, signaling the end of their tense exchange. The patriarch observed the supplicant, his glowing eyes conveying a chilling composure. Despite receiving this massive concession, Adele remained deeply suspicious of the patriarch's motives. The patriarch stands, awaiting a response to his unexpected offer. As the protagonist mentally reels from the situation, the patriarch's sinister smile confirmed his unsettling amusement at the request. The patriarch's terrifying aura bursts forth, silencing everything. The transfer of the cultivation technique was confirmed, shocking the protagonist. The patriarch had offered a transaction, bestowing a powerful cultivation technique in exchange for a guard. The patriarch's sudden declaration hangs in the air, offering an unbelievable path forward. The patriarch observed the request, a faint, knowing sound escaping his lips. The patriarch's immense power flooded my senses, confirming the reality of this desperate bargain. The patriarch leaned back, a smug expression settling upon his demonic features. The patriarch's imposing presence radiated dark energy as he made his offer. The patriarch's shocking offer, a cultivation technique, left the protagonist stunned by its unexpected value. The patriarch asserts his authority, invoking the name of Adele, as purple demonic energy engulfs the terrified youth. The internal struggle against the parasite momentarily ceased, leaving him gasping for relief. The patriarch presents the ultimate boon, a cultivation technique, as a counteroffer. The terrifying aura of the patriarch consumed the air as he delivered the shocking promise. The patriarch's menacing grin and overwhelming power choked the air, forcing a muffled cry from the defeated man beneath him. The patriarch dismissively ushered Renee away, leaving him to consider his reward. He granted my request, not for removing the poison, but something else entirely. The terrifying tension finally broke, leaving him breathless and utterly spent. The patriarch, now in his room, waited to hear what request the newcomer had. The patriarch now stood before him in the dimly lit room, waiting for an answer. The patriarch offered a cryptic acceptance of the situation. Finally able to breathe, he checked his status, the trapped poison concern still looming. The patriarch transfers the family treasure, a potent mana cultivation technique, to him. The patriarch presented a small, glowing, serpentine item, radiating immense power. He presented a strange, dark substance, perhaps the key to the mana acquisition he desperately needed. Finally secure, the relief washes over him as he drifts off to sleep. The immediate danger had passed, allowing him a brief, exhausted rest after the ordeal. The immediate threat quelled, he finally summons his status window, the essence of his existence laid bare. The creature finally settled, allowing the body a moment of much-needed reprieve. The patriarch's unexpected boon faded, leaving him to wonder what action he must take next. Renee's hardened expression betrayed her true feelings about being forced into this situation. The patriarch offered a disturbingly complacent smile, revealing his calculated intent. The brief reprieve was over. The tension between Adele and Renee hung heavy in the cool, green air. Renee turns away, walking toward the gates with a heavy air, leaving him behind. The patriarch's unnerving calm belied his power, leaving Renee stunned by his acknowledgement. The patriarch commanded the young woman and the guard to wait before dismissing them. The patriarch listened impassively, waiting for the cunning man to state his true demand. The patriarch's gaze was cold, offering a deal in exchange for his daughter's safety. Renee could only stare, momentarily speechless at the patriarch's sudden, sharp words. The patriarch's imposing presence filled the room, punctuated by the tension of the unseen exchange. The narrative shifts to the notorious conflicts between the imperial school and Satan. The cold-eyed Renee looked back, her disdain for Adele still palpable. He offered a seemingly sincere, satisfied smile after his proposal was accepted. Driven by his need for mana, he boldly agrees to the patriarch's proposal. The patriarch surveyed him with cold, piercing eyes, considering the request. If I am forced into that hellish school, I must demand a worthy exchange. The patriarch's calculating grin confirmed he anticipated my request all along. The patriarch's request hangs heavy in the tense silence between them. The patriarch grants a moment of reprieve, considering the protagonist's unexpected demand. Obediently, she confirmed her acceptance of his decree, bowing under the weight of his towering presence. The patriarch dismissed Renee, leaving Adele to ponder her intense aversion to his presence. The patriarch leaned back, his gaze lingering, as the protagonist formulated his next calculated move. The patriarch, having sent his daughter away, now turns his attention fully to the new dependent. He prepares to transfer a powerful family treasure, the cultivation technique, as his requested compensation. The patriarch offers a shocking exchange, demanding he step closer to receive a massive power boost. The patriarch's shocking offer of a mana cultivation technique silences my desperate thoughts. The supplicant chants into the chaos, begging the demon god for guidance and sustenance. Confrontation escalates as the demonic energy fully manifests around him. This imposing figure, the demon god, reveals his acceptance with a self-satisfied, knowing smirk. The shock of the revelation regarding the demon god left him momentarily stunned. The demon god's unsettling smile met the protagonist's confusion. Sorry? The demon god's ominous grin confirmed his chilling interest in the protagonist. The realization of his family's connection to the 7 deadly sins sent a jolt of confusion through him. The heavy, ancient gates of the domain of the lost soul loomed before them, confirming the destination. They set off towards the ominous location, the bright forest canopy quickly giving way to the unknown. Now, a month later, he begins his cultivation in the quiet solace of the forest. He finally reveals the location of the domain he was so desperate to conquer. The demon god lets out a low, guttural sound, its power washing over him. The demonic energy surged, the strange kinship deepening as the mark appeared. The demon god's presence seemed to fill the space as the protagonist prepared to absorb its power. Confronted by the terrifying visage of the entity, he could only register utter shock. The chilling realization hits. The demon god is speaking directly to him, confirming his deepest fears. The demon god's oppressive aura pressed down, recognizing the lineage the protagonist carried. The demon god's borrowed power settled, manifesting a strange, dark mark. The shadowy entity confirmed the association. It was apparently the demon god of pride. The demon god's power lashed out, pulling him deeper into the dark ritual's throes. The demon god's chilling aura enveloped him, revealing a shared, burning purpose. The demon god echoes its intention, promising a permanent mark upon the one who shares its path. The demon god's mark sears into him, a binding contract granting access to forbidden power. The demon god's dark energy surged, confirming the profound exchange that had just taken place. He smiled, finally catching sight of Renee, whose silhouette lurked cautiously behind a nearby tree. The sudden realization of the domain's name sent a visible shock through him. Just as he considered his secret mission, a startled gasp revealed Renee nearby. His initial relief at Renee's cooperation vanished, replaced by surprise at her sudden presence. Renee's wide, startled eyes reflected the sudden, impossible truth of his destination. Renee's insistence on accompanying him left him utterly dumbfounded. My initial state confirms the demonic transformation. The power infusion has begun. He gazed at the mysterious, glowing blue screen that had manifested before him. He lets out a breath, a quiet acknowledgement of his successful departure from the demon god's presence. Renee sparred fiercely in the woods, her movements precise, while I watched with a strangely satisfied, knowing smile. Renee, startled by the sudden mention of the domain, halts her weapon practice. Renee confirmed her readiness, but the protagonist could only groan, feeling the strain of their recent agreement. His unsettling pleasantry suggested he was hiding a deeper, self-serving motive for his sudden concern. Renee, now looking far less guarded, meets his gaze with an uncertain, gentle smile. Her shocked expression betrayed a sudden realization upon hearing the location's name. The entity, cloaked in a deceptive kindness, expressed his strange sense of kinship. Renee stopped, perhaps reconsidering her insistence on accompanying him to the domain. Renee stood speechless, her slight discomfort at his sudden proximity palpable. My words about protecting her are sincere, but she misinterprets my intent. Renee, now appearing fully transformed, inquires where he intends to go behind her back. Renee's sudden, overly cheerful agreement only confirmed his suspicions about her manipulation. Renee immediately began demonstrating her flexibility, completely unfazed by the sudden topic shift. Despite the urgency, Renee swiftly concedes, ready to follow him into the unknown domain. The supposed domain of the undead king was revealed. Now the real test begins. Renee paused her simple act of drinking, sensing the sudden shift in his demeanor, as he stood ready with his blade. The air shimmered as the mysterious treasure chest materialized before them. She watched him intently, her own thoughts hidden behind a veil of suspicion and caution. The earnest request for companionship was met with an unexpectedly cheerful acceptance from the smiling escort. She confirms her preparations, gripping the shining sword, seemingly ready for the impending journey to Satan. Renee's sudden insistence on accompanying him immediately shifted the focus from the needed domain conquest. Renee remained stoic, silently processing his sudden proposal to conquer a nearby domain. Renee, now armed and imposing, stands ready as he finally addresses her newfound formality. Renee looked startled, finally seeing the protagonist's true demonic nature emerge. Renee remains unswayed, refusing to fall for his manufactured concern. The overwhelming demonic pressure forces Renee to momentarily lose her composure. Renee, still glowing with her unique aura, faces her escort as he approaches with an inviting gesture. Renee pauses, visibly taken aback by his unexpected request amidst their tense conversation. Renee's shock was palpable as he cheerfully announced their destination. Renee's thinly veiled condescension was met with a disarming, almost unsettlingly cheerful response. My plan to conquer the domain is ready, but Renee interrupts my sudden departure. Renee approaches, her horns a distinct marker, ready to engage after the revelation of the domain's name. Renee's sudden, overly polite compliance made him internally recoil, forcing him to play along for now. The confrontation ends as I face the dreadful domain of the undead. Renee faltered, confirming her deep, unsettling knowledge of the dangerous place they were approaching. Renee stood still, a slight hesitation clouding her features as they approached the known entry point. The dense, luminous woods parted, revealing Renee's striking silhouette as they neared their goal. He seems surprisingly pleased now that they have reached the objective. The man carried his picnic basket, seeming oblivious to the intense, suspicious gaze fixed upon him. She confirmed their arrival, the oppressive atmosphere of the domain settling over them instantly. Following her lead, he recognized the grim landmarks she indicated. His confident grin suggested he knew exactly where they were going. Renee's confident stance confirmed her intimate knowledge of these forbidden pathways. With a simple acknowledgement, they prepared to leave the overgrown area. Past the precarious cliff edges, they pressed onward toward the distant, imposing mountains. The relief on his face suggested they had finally reached the correct location, just as he promised. Renee remained stoic as her companion lets out an unexpectedly casual exclamation. A firm footstep lands, scattering loose debris as they near the objective. The crimson-haired man wiped his brow, clearly relieved but still unnerved by the path ahead. They surveyed the desolate, crumbling entrance to the forbidden domain. The strange compliment seems to land with a dark punchline, confirming the harsh reality of the place they are entering. The successful use of his ability brought a slight, satisfied smirk to his face. The ragged ground seems to confirm his words as they approached the boundary. They had reached the designated spot, the entrance to the domain concealed beneath the ancient stone. Despite his earlier bravado, the unexpected light inside startles him slightly. The path ahead, lit by ominous flames, seemed to confirm they were nearing their grim destination. The oppressive atmosphere of the domain washes over them as they gaze upon the looming, spectral mansion. He seems nervous, but confidently assures them they have reached the right location. With the entrance secured, the confident swordsman cheers them onward into the dark domain. The ground shook violently as something skeletal clawed its way upward from the murky depths. The wraithified soldiers burst forth, their chilling roars echoing through the domain as they closed in for the attack. The initial shock of combat dissolved as they plunged deeper, surrounded by the undead legion. The chilling confirmation of their arrival was met with the immediate, relentless assault of the wraithified soldiers. The necromancer's chilling aura surged as they focused their power, their resolve hardening. With glowing eyes, she unleashes a devastating burst of power, obliterating the surrounding wraiths. The wraithified soldiers closed in, their terrifying presence eliciting a strange shout. The relentless undead surge pressed in, forcing a desperate, high-stakes clash. The chilling sound of reanimated bone echoed as the wraith soldiers returned to life. The necromantic energy surged as the wraithified soldiers surrounded the intruder. The constant resurrection of the wraithified soldiers shocked her. They were reviving again. The spectral guardian challenges them, its voice echoing with cold, necromantic authority. The immediate threat manifests as a towering skeletal figure, channeling dark energy and commanding the wraithified soldiers. The dark anticipation shatters as wraithified soldiers materialize, shocking the surprised pair. The relentless wraith soldiers closed in, their chilling assault demanding immediate focus. The relentless wraithified soldiers needed constant suppression to reach the caster. With the reanimated skeletons exploding, Renee unleashes her own spectral energy. With the necromancer's appearance confirmed, Renee unleashes a powerful, glowing strike. The terrifying caster, channeling dark energy into the orb, commands the endless tide of undead to halt their advance. The relentless enemy kept reviving, pressing them toward the caster. The skeletal hand firmly grips the pulsating orb, the key to victory within reach. The overwhelming monstrous presence lunges forward, its skeletal grin filled with menace as Renee braces for impact. Despite the frantic efforts to break the caster's orb, the attack narrowly misses its mark. As the final orb shattered, a surge of furious energy erupted from Renee. With a deafening impact, the relentless undead army was shredded by her surging power. The crumbling earth revealed the entrance, but Renee took the immediate lead into the dark, surprising space. The sheer force of the caster's orb shattering erupted outwards, a blinding spectacle of destruction. The necromancer holds the glowing orb, the source of their power, as an empowered attacker descends. The protagonist's ability, Position Transfer 2, is about to unleash its true power. The activation of Position Transfer 2 begins, its arcane glow illuminating the high-stakes rush. The necromancer channeled raw, arcane power, causing the air to crackle with digital blue light. Position Transfer 2's new ability activates, swapping objects with each other. The caster's desperate outcry signals the imminent collapse of their dark magic. The caster's power unleashed a shattering blow, sending dark energy and debris flying. The sudden, explosive defeat of the wraiths stunned him. How could the barrier break so easily? Their shared determination cemented. They confirmed their successful arrival. The defeat of the caster brought a moment of solemn closure. Accepting the reward, the path was found, and with a satisfied sigh, he prepares to claim his reward. Having faced the endless, reviving dead, he closes his eyes for a moment of grim resolve. Arriving at the destination, the cavern's entrance revealed a dramatically different atmosphere. The defeated caster leaves behind this reward, a glowing chest radiating potent energy. The demon realm dagger lay ready, radiating power amongst the looted treasure. The demon realm dagger hummed, its dark essence resonating with his touch. A sincere smile spreads across his face, perhaps satisfied with the outcome of the ring exchange. He smiled faintly while presenting the glowing artifact ring, wondering about its significance. The unexpected gift of the artifact ring leaves Renee visibly stunned, a flicker of concern crossing her face. He presented the artifact ring, a gesture Renee seemed to understand deeply, though she remained silent. He did it without saying much. What kind of vow did he make? He did it without saying much. What kind of vow did he make? Renee's expression shifted, stunned by the gravity of his unspoken gesture. Did I misinterpret this gesture? Her reaction confirms the solemnity of the ring exchange. He asked about the ring, but Renee blushed, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Renee, now holding the dark steel dagger, felt a strange reaction to the ring she had just received. Her sudden surge of power, enveloped in ethereal blue, confirmed the intensity of her resolve. With the boss defeated, I happily claimed the spoils of war, promising fair distribution. The sound of acquisition echoed as he closed his hand around the spoils. Her sudden silence, juxtaposed with his nervous laughter near the glowing dagger, left him utterly unsettled. She confirmed Crete's words, her face unreadable beneath the ominous, fiery glow. My mana reached nearly 1,300, showing satisfactory progress, placing me in the middle ranks of the demon realm. Crete, the patriarch, surveyed us with an unnervingly serious gaze. Renee remained silent, her contemplative gaze fixed on me as we approached the capital. The moment of departure finally arrived, as Crete announced their journey to Satan. Crete confirmed that our preparations for departure were complete. Renee stood silently, her thoughts obscured by the distance between us. Renee remained quiet, her thoughts clearly distant as we left Crete's mansion. He did it without saying much. Crete concluded the matter, sending us toward the capital immediately for our academic journey. Crete, ever the stern patriarch, offered no touching farewell, simply urging them toward their new path. Crete, his demonic features stark against the bright background, gave his final instructions for Satan. He smiled, content after giving Renee the artifact ring he didn't need. The elaborate carriage awaited downstairs, bathed in sunlight, signaling the start of our journey to Satan. As we departed the mansion, I braced for her reaction to the unexpected journey. Crete, bathed in stark light, dismisses them with an almost casual finality, expecting no grand farewell. Emerging from the carriage, I felt the weight of our journey toward the capital academy. Crete dismissed us, but I sensed a genuine, if begrudging, paternal concern. The powerful conveyance thundered onward, carrying them towards the capital and their uncertain future. The carriage thundered over the rough terrain, its wheels churning the ground beneath them with alarming force. Renee's silence made me question my actions, even as I felt a strange, profound commitment. He seemed pleased with his small offering, but Renee remained quiet and distant. Did I do something wrong? The sudden shift in atmosphere caused Renee's gaze to snap towards something unseen. His pleased expression was quickly interrupted by a single, silent question mark floating nearby. He expressed his delight over her acceptance, seeming genuinely happy with the exchange. He noticed her unusual reaction to the ring, making him question its deeper meaning in the demon realm. He did it without saying much. What kind of vow had he truly made? Her silent stare lingered, prompting my sudden self-doubt about the value of that ring. The unexpected ring exchange left Renee flustered, her true feelings now exposed. This artifact ring, accepted without a word, symbolized something profound in the demon realm. Renee sat silently, lost in thought about the unexpected ring exchange. Renee's silence left him unsettled, but a sharp realization pierced through his confusion. As the conversation concluded, he offered a seemingly casual gesture, extending his hand toward the ornate sofa. The dagger was his choice. She accepted the ring, unaware of the eternal vow it represented. He accepted her unexpected reaction, leaving him utterly confused by her sudden silence. Renee cut short his anxious questioning, retreating into silence for a nap on the ride ahead. So this is the capital of the demon realm. Though it doesn't look very different from the human realm. Carrying our baggage, we finally stepped out, leaving the mansion behind. I was glad to have secured the dagger, yet Renee's reaction to the ring felt profoundly meaningful. The official stopped us, clearly assessing the group before speaking. "All right, miss," I acknowledged, watching Crete walk ahead of us. Crete hustled us out, eager for our departure to the demon realm's capital. Her cheerful demeanor contrasted sharply with Renee's palpable sense of unease. The servant, clearly uncomfortable, hastened forward, still questioning Renee's presence. The sheer scale of this demon realm capital was breathtaking. The official impatiently ushered them forward, eager to process the next applicant. The official seemed confused by our sudden appearance and lack of typical demon features. His abruptness left me momentarily confused amidst the bustling registration office. The clerk's shock was palpable. A half-demon applying to Satan was simply unheard of, but his insistence on registering immediately spoke volumes against his earlier apathy. Renee, with her striking horns, stood firm as the initial registration concluded. The examiner, already prejudiced against the bodyguard, looked on in surprise. Renee, having completed registration, shows a mix of caution and surprise at the scrutiny she receives. The clerk, masked and impersonal, awaits the next applicant's details. The clerk, unimpressed by the bodyguard's status, demanded the necessary identification details. Furious, Renee snapped, refusing to tolerate any further insult to house bearers. The clerk sharply demanded the next applicant state their house and identity. The guard remained composed, preparing to follow his lady upstairs to their modest rooms. Renee walks away, her bodyguard towering protectively behind her as hostile stares follow. "Right, Lady Renee, we need to find accommodations now. This looks sturdy enough." The guard remains tense, observing the strange, happy expression of his companion. The oppressive psychic pressure finally causes the next examinee to collapse into unconsciousness. The examiner, clearly amused by the situation, confirms their request for separate accommodations. Despite the intense pressure, Renee somehow remains conscious, her breathing labored. With her identity revealed, Renee seemed somewhat flustered by the clerk's reaction. Renee ascended the stairs, leaving her guard to handle the necessary arrangements downstairs. The examiner smiled, clearly enjoying this peculiar intake of applicants. The crushing mental pressure intensified, forcing the applicants to endure the headmaster's severe test. Renee finally found a place to rest, though her guard remained wary, standing ready with her luggage. The grand exterior hinted at the immense, oppressive scale of the fortress ahead. The guard, imposing in his armor, commanded them forward with a stern tone. The hostility from the registration official clearly left Renee unsettled, but they continued forward. The terrifying pressure of the headmaster's voice echoed, pushing everyone to their limits. The massive crowd began to stir as they were directed to present their credentials in order. The massive, clanking mechanism roared as the applicants boarded the otherworldly transport. The sheer pressure emanating from the speaker's voice left the gathered applicants stunned. The magical transport churned forward, hurtling them through the void toward the demonic capital. The guard, settling into his role, privately observed the noble girl's discomfort with their temporary lodgings. The sudden halt throws them forward, the impact echoing sharply in the quiet room. The intense pressure of the headmaster's voice instantly broke through the remaining applicants. We've finally arrived. Applicants, please head inside and follow TG Guide A&D board. Suddenly, the pressure intensified, accompanied by strange, aggressive sounds erupting from the crowd. The sheer number of applicants streaming in confirms the grand scale of this academy. The sheer scale of the arrival hall was breathtaking, dwarfing the newly arrived applicants. Looking around the massive hall, Renee noted the sheer dominance of young demons among the applicants. She held onto a distinct hope. The terrifying presence of the instructors silences the nervous applicants. The atmosphere in the massive auditorium was immediately oppressive, a palpable wave of pressure washing over the crowd. The oppressive mental test concludes as the assessor declares, "Time's up." The unbearable mental pressure climaxed, shattering the illusion and blasting the main doors open. The sudden, immense pressure of the headmaster's voice hit them like a physical blow. The palpable pressure intensifies as the applicants stare into the overwhelming hall, wondering what trial awaits them. A sudden, absolute command cuts through the murmurs of the assembled applicants. The overwhelming grandeur of the examination hall silenced the anxious crowd. Even in the face of immediate danger, she maintained a fierce focus, determined to weather the headmaster's mental assault. The journey ends, but the true trial begins now as a terrifying figure greets them at the gates of Satan. The headmaster's terrifying mental pressure slams down, instantly overwhelming most applicants. Suddenly, a terrifying, glowing presence erupts, shattering the calm of the mental test. The headmaster's test began abruptly, unleashing a shattering wave of pressure. Screams erupted as the applicants were instantly overwhelmed. The oppressive mental pressure intensifies, forcing even strong applicants like Renee and her guard to their limits. The oppressive mental force intensified, causing the blue-haired applicant to collapse in sheer agony. The oppressive mental pressure intensifies, proving the headmaster's cruel selection process correct. The arrival at Satan leaves Renee feeling overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the place. The pressure intensified, forcing Lady Renee to fight to keep her focus. The overwhelming pressure intensified, causing visible distress even to Lady Renee beside him. The crushing pressure intensifies, yet Renee, the heir of House Bears, remains standing firm against the mental assault. The crushing mental pressure continued, but the young applicant pushed through, focused on the immediate ordeal. The proctor finally finishes his assessment, noting the surprisingly high retention rate this intake. The pressure intensified, threatening to shatter the minds of the remaining applicants. The immense pressure continued to crush down, leaving one applicant struggling to remain upright. The imposing guard finally speaks, drawing attention to the persistent individual. The psychic pressure intensifies, forcing this applicant to his breaking point. The pressure intensified, but his grip on sanity was tenuous. He felt the breaking point near. The agonizing pressure intensified, finally snapping one applicant's endurance completely. Just as the mental pressure peaked, Renee's guard reacted, snapping her out of the overwhelming sensory assault. The psychic pressure of the mental endurance test intensified, causing Renee to struggle to maintain her composure. The oppressive mental pressure escalates, and an unseen entity screams a warning of immense danger. A sudden, visceral command cuts through the silence. They must eliminate this defiant applicant immediately. The oppressive aura finally begins to recede as my counter-intent takes hold. The instructor, Aries, reveals the shocking assignment with a stern expression. The applicant was instantly overwhelmed, flung back by the sheer force of the headmaster's concentrated aura. The headmaster's brutal declaration silences all dissent as the remaining applicants face the stark reality of Satan's merciless standards. The headmaster's intense aura faded as the first exam concluded. The headmaster's oppressive aura radiated outward, an undeniable display of overwhelming power. Despite his own formidable presence, he felt an unexpected nervousness facing a mere newcomer. The ruthless headmaster of Satan then began addressing the newly qualified applicants. The overwhelming aura finally subsided, leaving him exhausted but intact. The overwhelming pressure forced the remaining applicants to the floor, gasping for air. He desperately hoped his own killing intent could match the terrifying aura radiating from the mysterious applicant. The overwhelming aura peaked as he mentally declared, "I have." The pressure intensified, erupting into a violent scream as the forbidden aura threatened to consume him whole. The headmaster tested him further, wondering if she needed to press harder against his resistance. The headmaster's sheer dominance demanded an even greater output of power. The clash of auras was violent, a deafening collision of dark resolve against cold, searing pressure. The headmaster's imposing presence confirms the danger of this next stage. The initial surge of pressure faded, replaced by the sharp exertion of holding his ground. His overwhelming aura crushed the weaklings beneath him, confirming his terrifying strength. The tension finally released. His own killing intent successfully countered the overwhelming aura. The aura clash intensified, showing the sheer pressure the headmaster exerted on the remaining applicants. The headmaster of Satan, revealed as the last formidable opponent in this preliminary test, finishes declaring the chilling assignment for the second exam. The headmaster, glowing with cold power, reveals the opponent for the next test. The unsettling pressure from the candidate subsided, leaving a lingering, intense gaze. The camera pans over the remaining survivors, identifying the heir of sloth, Aaron, and the heir of greed, Guar. The headmaster's identity was finally revealed, confirming her powerful status. The crushing pressure subsided. My focused intent had successfully countered her aura. The overwhelming pressure finally broke the last of his composure, hitting him with sheer shock. The headmaster revealed the truly shocking opponent for the second exam. The instructor finalized the details of the terrifying second trial. Facing the strongest hero, the pressure lifted, and the relief was immediate, a stark contrast to the oppressive aura he'd endured. The heir of wrath, Diana, radiates an intimidating aura, confirmed as a candidate for the Demon Lord's succession. The chilling intensity of the headmaster's aura finally subsided with the announcement. A surge of oppressive aura washed over him, leaving him breathless and wide-eyed. The headmaster's cold assessment hangs heavy in the air as the first trial concludes. The shock of the final reveal clearly rattles the surviving applicants. The failed applicants erupted in protest against the ruthless decree. The headmaster's casual dismissal turned into brutal force, silencing the arrogant applicant instantly. The headmaster's merciless dismissal unleashes a surge of brutal force upon the failed applicant. The headmaster's decree resonated. Those who failed the first trial are immediately dismissed. This aggressive instructor, Aries, declares the purge of those who failed the initial test. The headmaster's declaration was met with immediate, frantic action as the large gates were slammed shut. The instructor, Aries, stepped forward with a self-satisfied, unsettling grin. The powerful headmaster looms over the remnants of the rejected applicants. The headmaster's imposing gaze settles, waiting for the chosen opponent to be revealed. A tense grip on the hilt, drawing the weapon for the real challenge ahead. The onlookers noticed the powerful presence of the 7 deadly Sinzares. The surrounding applicants whispered in awe as the imposing figures stood their ground. The instructor Aries introduced himself, his confidence clearly unsettling the nearby examiners. The others, noticing the lingering pressure, realized they too had endured the headmaster's test. After passing the initial test of mental fortitude, the remaining applicants faced the next challenge. The instructor, Aries, smiles, seemingly satisfied with the applicant's persistence. Attention. The instructor breaks the tension, calling the survivors forward. The instructor, Aries, introduces himself as the man in charge of their training. The implication of facing one of the 6 great families' strongest heroes left everyone stunned. The crowd watched, perhaps stunned by the headmaster's ruthless display of power. Renee is holding up, as expected, of an heir of the 7 deadly sins. The headmaster observed the aftermath, her calm demeanor contrasting with the recent chaos. The instructor, Aries, beamed, radiating an aura of competence as he congratulated the successful examines. This sinister applicant, perhaps the Demon Lord's successor, reveals his triumphant, terrifying smile. The instructor, Aries, gravely revealed the terrifying opponent for the second trial. The headmaster of Satan, with piercing blue eyes and horns, reveals the horrifying second exam opponent. The identity of the target for the second exam hung heavy in the silence. My own careful efforts had secured my passage through the first trial. The failed applicants were summarily dismissed, revealing Satan's true, merciless nature. The immense pressure vanished, replaced by a focused, potent energy signature. The headmaster unleashed her overwhelming aura, testing the resolve of every remaining applicant. The aura surrounding the strongest hero erupted, manifesting a ferocious, glowing tiger spirit. The instructor, Aries, draws a glowing blade, announcing the shift to the second phase. The pressure intensifies, causing the surrounding applicants to reel back in shock. The intimidating presence of the Sword Saint radiates, his eyes glowing white with power. The sheer power of the Sword Saint, even at a fraction of his strength, proved overwhelming for this opponent. The imposing Sword Saint's presence made the red-haired man visibly uneasy, while his horned teammate maintained a stern composure. The terrifying aura of the Sword Saint intensifies, radiating raw power around him. The Sword Saint readies his weapon, a faint blue aura beginning to manifest around him. The Sword Saint, radiating immense power, assumes a ready stance, drawing his blade. The reality of facing the Sword Saint dawns on them, sparking immediate, worried reactions. While the Sword Saint showed no true effort, the previous group was instantly defeated. This stern-looking man, perhaps an overseer, makes a sharp declaration amidst the tension. Adele's team was called forward, though the others still looked on with skepticism. Chris, seemingly comfortable, introduces himself warmly as Adele listens intently. The Sword Saint, even at a fraction of his strength, was clearly intimidating the waiting candidates. The overseer paused, perhaps delivering the grim reality of facing the Sword Saint even at partial strength. The others reacted to the news of Group 4 forfeiting, but these two held firm. Adele remained stoic, while her teammates stared in awe at the concept of facing the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's smug confidence contrasted sharply with the apprehension of the other onlookers. A light touch breaks the tension as the announcer prepares to call the first team forward. The others who faced the Sword Saint's mere fraction of power were instantly subdued. The official continued to smile, pleased with the escalating drama unfolding before him. The system calls out the first team's leader and members, drawing surprise from the observer. Group 2 is called forward, revealing their assigned members. Chris and Sanchez. The Sword Saints' relaxed, assured demeanor unnerved everyone present. The team introductions finalize as Adele faces his randomly assigned allies, ready to start. The imposing figure smiles, ready to reveal the next stage of their cruel game. Kina offers a warm, if perhaps unnerving, greeting to the group. The sudden dismissal of the first group left the onlookers bewildered by the implied requirements of the test. The assembled onlookers react to the revelation of facing the legendary Sword Saint. The sheer terror of facing the Sword Saint, even at minimal strength, was visibly overwhelming some challengers. The team leader's enthusiasm seemed infectious, even as others responded with mixed compliance. The team leader, Adele, finally greets his unfamiliar teammates with a determined smile. Chris demonstrated his mana transformation skill, forming a glowing crystal. Chris proudly displays his mana transformation ability, forming a glowing, crystalline barrier. With the initial role assignments complete, Adele smoothly moves to question the next teammate. The examiner's enthusiastic expression confirmed the seriousness of the challenge ahead, despite the odds. Kina focuses intensely, drawing upon her own hidden reserves as the trial begins. The massive power of the Sword Saint begins to manifest, engulfing the area in a fiery aura. "Feeling lighter, aren't you?" he teased, watching her react to the subtle speed enhancement. The earlier joke about feeling lighter clearly struck a nerve, drawing an immediate, offended retort. The announcement completed, the testing official gestures dramatically toward the next challengers. With the team assignment settled, the anticipation in the hall only intensified. Adele continued introducing the members of Group 1, moving on to the final teammate. The Sword Saint's mere presence, even at limited power, was overwhelming the preceding group. Group 4 instantly crumpled, unable to bear even a fraction of the pressure. The observation about the required score sparks a realization. Perhaps this is the key to passing. Having witnessed the overwhelming power displayed by Group 1, the next challenger steps forward, pointing accusingly. The sheer power radiating from the Sword Saint was immediate, overwhelming the participants even at limited strength. Despite the threat, this menacing figure smiled, his eyes glowing with unsettling power. A flash of steel and the sound of impact. Someone has drawn a weapon, shocking the observer. Others reacted with genuine awe to the revelation of that powerful teleportation ability. "I'm Adele. Nice to meet you all." With the roles tentatively set, the team agreed to Adele's tactical suggestion. The examiner smiles confidently as he announces the next stage for the remaining groups. The tense air of Group 1's confrontation was broken by the next announcement. The examiner's relaxed demeanor suggested this overwhelming challenge might be simpler than it appeared. Nine Cell, the Sword Saint, instantly manifests his power, ready to strike. Even at just 10%, the Sword Saint's attack manifests as an overwhelming wave of icy power. The initial shock of witnessing the Sword Saint's power left some speechless and others reeling from the sheer speed. Group 4 immediately falters under the oppressive aura, one member screaming in agony. The overwhelming display of power leaves the observers stunned by the Sword Saint's casual demonstration. The group members nervously observe the intimidating figure before them. The devastating pressure of the Sword Saint's minimal power instantly breaks the first group. The sheer power emanating from the Sword Saint caused immediate, visible shock among the onlookers. The intimidating Sword Saint looms over the trembling examines, his presence alone demanding respect. Group 4 declared their surrender instantly, admitting defeat before the fight even began. The imposing man from House 90 stares down the blonde trainee, his expression unreadable. The imposing Sword Saint signals the others, ready to begin the terrifying second test. Despite the overwhelming odds against the Sword Saint, some groups bravely accepted the challenge. The revelation of the required passing criteria hung in the air. Seeing their comrades falter, the next hopefuls gathered with varied expressions of anticipation. Sanchez had barely withstood the impact, but the Sword Saint stood ready for the anticipated follow-up. Adele, the strongest villain, displayed an almost serene confidence, contrasting the tension around them. Cell's terrifying sword aura clashes down, knocking Chris violently backward. The sheer, unbridled shock of the initial blow echoed among the onlookers. "Sanchez, you held the line, but the pressure is mounting on Chris." Adele's unsettling confidence only deepened the observer's apprehension. Group 5 steps into the blinding light, straight into the Sword Saint's devastating arc. The Sword Saint stands ready amidst the defeated challengers, the weight of the next attack pressing down. Despite their success blocking the second attack, the Sword Saint's composure remained unnerving. Adele, the strongest villain, held a confident gaze despite the uncertainty surrounding the Sword Saint's true nature. With their impressive defense confirmed, Adele and Sanchez brace for the next inevitable onslaught. The observation phase concludes. Now, the Sword Saint prepares for the next engagement. Even without the barrier, Sanchez braced himself, channeling everything into blocking the relentless advance. Adele, the supposed strongest villain, wore an unsettling, confident smirk, Seeing the Sword Saint stand over the fallen, Adele registers the sheer power on display. The pressure of the moment hangs heavy as Adele asserts his command over the next pairing. Sanchez, your concern about the next attack is clear, but Adele demands focus. The tense silence hung in the opulent viewing area as the instructors reacted to the failed attacks. Adele's confident suggestion cuts through the tension, proposing a different path forward. Adele smiles, the air slicing around his outstretched hand, ready to strike. As Adele declared his winning strategy, his comrades responded with eager, if slightly surprised, affirmation. His malicious grin confirmed their worst fears. This was not a simple test. Sanchez strained, throwing up a desperate, glowing barrier just as the attack struck. The Sword Saint remains impassive, waiting for Adele's next move. Adele's desperate plan required an impossible sacrifice from Sanchez. The onlookers reacted sharply to the Sword Saint's casual dismissal of the previous team's efforts. Cell's intense focus was evident as he channeled his energy, readying for the next move. Adele lets out a raw, desperate cry as the Sword Saint's next attack closes in. The Sword Saint unleashes his terrifying aura, a blinding arc of power ready to cleave through them. Chris, putting everything into this defense, finally manages to withstand the terrifying blow. The overwhelming force sends Sanchez flying back as Adele screams a desperate warning. Chris deploys her barrier just as Sanchez screams in anticipation of impact. The ice barrier groaned under the unseen pressure as Sanchez roared in agonizing effort. The Sword Saint unleashes a blinding, echoing strike of pure force. Despite Adele's sudden command, the full force of the incoming attack proves overwhelming. Against all odds, they managed to meet the overwhelming strike head-on. Sanchez had seen the opening before the next lethal slash landed, but doubt crept in. The Sword Saint prepared to unleash the next devastating wave of power. Sanchez grits his teeth, readying a desperate, close-quarters strike against the overwhelming force. Adele's decision to proceed without Chris's barrier shocked his teammates. Chris strained, his blue barrier beginning to fracture under the relentless assault. The pressure on Chris's barrier was reaching its breaking point. They couldn't hold much longer. Adele's desperate command to hold on is met with the immediate, shocking resumption of the assault. The Sword Saint unleashes another terrifying, swift strike, radiating intense blue aura. Despite blocking the second slash, the overwhelming assault begins yet again. The force of the collision erupts, a blinding flash of blue energy engulfing the area. Sanchez's icy form visibly cracks under the immense, sustained pressure. Despite landing a block, the pressure is immense, forcing a desperate plea to hold on just a moment longer. His eyes widen in sudden, desperate realization. The pressure of the imminent attack too much to bear. The Sword Saint readies his next strike, his face a mask of cold, unwavering focus. The Sword Saint's presence alone crackled with ominous, ethereal power. The barrier finally shattered. Sanchez collapsed, letting out a pained groan while Chris rushed to check on him. Sanchez strains beneath the immense pressure, while Chris watches with a strained expression. Sanchez struggled, his entire body screaming in protest as he tried to brace himself. The panic shout of his teammate cut through the rising tension as they scrambled through the opulent hall. Despite the risk, Adele confirmed his intention, drawing a sharp response. His grin twisted into a malevolent mask, promising swift and brutal retaliation. He vowed to end this fight quickly. The raw shock of the failed defense leaves them utterly exposed, trembling on the floor. Cell readied his stance, his demonic aura flaring with incandescent blue energy. Adele reacted with primal force as Sanchez's barrier began to fail. The enemy's unexpected smirk confirms their confidence, stunning Sanchez, who realizes the trap. Cell unleashes another blinding, powerful strike, pushing the limits of their defense. Adele roared, channeling everything into an impossible defense against the overwhelming force. A brilliant flash of light marks the impact, sending the attacker reeling back. The Sword Saint unleashed a powerful move, the force sending the defender reeling backward. With Sanchez holding the line, Cell prepared for the inevitable third attack. The Sword Saint channels his immense power, the air crackling as the critical moment approaches. Sanchez braced himself, narrowly enduring the impact just as Adele descended toward him. The Sword Saint unleashes his full malice, screaming a death wish as Cell counters with blazing resolve. A brutal impact echoed as the Sword Saint was caught entirely off guard. The Sword Saint's opponent, trapped in utter darkness, prepares for his final, desperate strike. The Fong of Darkness unleashed its power, a blinding red eruption consuming the trapped Sword Saint within the void. The cloaked figure is trapped, as the red-tinged blade descends for the finishing blow. The sound of dripping blood echoed in the silent aftermath, a grim testament to the preceding battle. Gasping, he grits his teeth, realizing his grim situation. His raw power erupted, the Fong of Darkness finally connecting with devastating force. The overwhelming, suffocating darkness finally erupts. The man struggled against the crushing darkness, a single point of light fracturing near his chest. The darkness envelops him completely, focusing his intent for the final, decisive blow. Within this newly forged void, the true power of his tainted weapon is unleashed. Channeling all his remaining strength, he vowed to finally defeat his foe in this crushing void. Trapped within the absolute darkness, he finally unleashed the full strength of his Fong of Darkness. The sudden, consuming darkness confirms the terrifying trap has sprung shut. The shadowed figure unleashed a furious strike, poised to finish the fight within this suffocating darkness. Even trapped in absolute darkness, the opponent's power proved terrifyingly overwhelming. The trapped Sword Saint faced the full, terrifying might of the Fong of Darkness, ready to unleash his final blow. Enveloped in oppressive darkness, his chilling smile betrayed a savage, unwavering resolve. The summoned Fong of Darkness materialized, crackling with potent, shadowy energy. The darkness crackles with raw energy as he unleashes the full power of his trapped weapon. The villain basks in the suffocating darkness, his smile a twisted promise of impending doom. The Fong of Darkness materialized, each dagger an extension of his absolute power in the suffocating void. The Fong of Darkness unleashes its power, striking through the impenetrable void. The captured enemy struggles violently against the surging, blinding power of the Fong of Darkness. The palpable darkness surged, trapping their opponent as promised. The initial shock of the fight's conclusion quickly fades as they realize the true threat is emerging. As the villain unleashes his enveloping darkness, he confirms his victory over the Sword Saint. The darkness pulses, gathering around the foot as the trap is sprung with a resounding impact. A sudden, intense surge of dark energy erupts around the captured foe. The trapped Sword Saint finally collapses, his failed gambit ending in his utter defeat. The audience collectively held its breath, utterly stunned by the bizarre turn of events unfolding before them. The dark dimension closes in, trapping the Sword Saint within the absolute blackness. The crushing silence confirming his success breaks as the man grins, exultant. The tension momentarily breaks as the survivors rush forward in shared elation. The relief of victory was immediately met with awe for the decisive execution. As the tense situation diffuses, the blonde woman offers a disarming, bright smile to the red-haired individual. The red-haired man presents a sinister, curved dagger with a mocking smile to the stunned onlookers. The mysterious man stands victorious over the defeated opponent, his chilling smile catching the eye of the blonde woman. The red-haired man, clearly pleased, starts to speak as the others look on with clear confusion. The Sword Saint's last gambit ends with a crushing blow, the sound echoing in the void. The trapped Sword Saint watched in shocked horror as his captor finally revealed a victorious, chilling smile. The enemy grins within the enveloping darkness, confident his trap is sprung. The dark void solidified, revealing a menacing figure observing the aftermath. That smirk, coupled with the sharp canine, signaled an immediate, predatory threat. The intimidating aura of Laurel Frond, the air of lust, was apparent as she presented her devoted attendants. The tension between the heirs escalates as the demonic woman issues a chilling, possessive command. The victor, looking down with cruel satisfaction, addresses the stunned newcomer below. The imposing figure, Laurel Frond, finally reveals herself, assessing the situation with an unnerving, predatory gaze. The pitch-black dimension crackled as the figure with glowing eyes finally appeared before Laurel. Even she, apparently knowledgeable, shows a flicker of surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Her piercing blue gaze, framed by menacing horns, held an almost supernatural intensity. The powerful burst of energy had stunned even the observers, their expressions betraying their shock. The onlookers are shocked by the immediate shift in tension between the two powerful heirs. The onlookers reacted with immediate, enthusiastic praise upon seeing the powerful Laurel frown. The chaotic aftermath settles as onlookers react to the swift conclusion, leaving this man perplexed by the unresolved threat. His placid expression belies the intensity brewing as the Sword Saint ponders Renee's sudden, potent aggression. The immediate danger seemed past, but the atmosphere remained heavy as the battle concluded. The victor looked down, dismissing the vanquished human with contempt. The self-proclaimed superior then condescendingly dismissed the half-blood's potential. The casual dismissal of the half-blood only fueled the tension between the heirs. Relief washes over the group, believing the threat is neutralized, but his smug affirmation suggests otherwise. The crimson-haired man made his threat known, locking eyes with the victor. The fight concluded, leaving a moment of quiet contemplation before the next confrontation. Demonic aura surrounding Laurel confronts Renee's intense blue energy head-on. The crowd reacts with awe and surprise to the decisive end of the battle. The Sword Saint's blue aura confronts Laurel Fran's menacing pink glow. The crowd watches, sensing the immediate tension radiating from the horned woman. The immediate danger passed. One observer offered a weary, subtle smile, while another looked on in shocked relief. The supposed victor, having dispatched the immediate threat, now confronts the chilling gaze of bears. The mysterious white-haired figure finally addresses the waiting group. The tension immediately shifts as a new, imposing figure enters the scene. The sudden, aggressive mental intrusion snaps him from his observations. Why is she reaching out now? The mysterious woman with horns aggressively commands, beckoning someone to become her slave. A sudden, intense burst of power erupts as someone screams Renee's name in shock. The darkness finally dissipates, revealing Renee launching herself down with burning blue eyes and a drawn weapon. The sudden shift in power ignites a visible clash of auras between the combatants. The shocking revelation of their power burst forth, accompanied by an intense, guttural sound. Just as the Sword Saint was about to speak, a furious voice cut through the proceedings. The Sword Saint's gaze remained fixed, perhaps contemplating the depth of this overwhelming power. The tension peaks as she barely manages to hold the double-bladed attack aloft. Relief washes over the bystander. Ares successfully intervened in whatever confrontation had just transpired. Her companion was clearly unnerved by the almost casual way the other contestant handled the practice sword. Bolton's bold inquiry was met with a stern response about the rules of the reward. The young woman, momentarily stunned by the sudden confrontation, listens intently as the other candidate speaks. Renee's overwhelming display leaves the red-haired youth momentarily flustered by her closeness. As the group was led toward the promised armory, one trainee finally gave voice to their immediate desire. The intense examination ended, and the young demoness gently wipes the brow of the red-haired man. The aftermath of the test saw unexpected camaraderie, much to the horror of the watching instructor. Bolton's greedy query about hoarding weapons earned a sharp rebuke from the Sword Saint. Her intense gaze, fixed on the speaker, betrayed a guarded curiosity about the unexpected halt. His jovial tone contrasted sharply with her tense, silent standoff. The others watched, bewildered, as Renee strode confidently toward the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's instruction leaves the Elite Eight waiting in tense anticipation. The announcement concluded, and the Chosen Eight remained, anticipating the promised reward. The authority figure pointed directly at the red-haired trainee, confirming her attention. The horned woman, amused, awaited his reply before the next step in their surprising exchange. The demonic aura intensifies as she claims her victory, demanding servitude from the one she insulted before. Her eyes glowed with dark energy as she made a bold, sinister declaration. The Sword Saint's calm dismissal halts her desperate plea. leaving her stunned by the abrupt end. The earlier tension immediately snapped, revealing an almost domestic, yet aggressive, dynamic between the two figures. The 8 victors who defeated the fake Sword Saint were commanded to remain behind. The air crackled with palpable energy as the saint faced the challenger, their power erupting. The master of ceremonies, finally done with the main announcements, remained silent for a moment. The Sword Saint begins to move, his authoritative presence demanding attention as he leads the victors forward. As the Sword Saint finally finished his pronouncements, the newly recognized prodigies remained rooted to the spot. The overly eager trainee, Bolton, spoke up immediately, seeking material gain from the victory. The aftermath of Renee's overwhelming victory left the onlookers stunned by her silent challenge. The confrontation intensifies as 2 formidable auras clash, the air crackling between them. The final challenge concluded. An intense standoff crackled between the instructor and the victor. The Sword Saint's intimidating aura pulsed outward as Renee stood resolute against the challenge. The intensity of the final duel flared, their glowing eyes locked in a silent, powerful exchange. The clash of power erupted in a blinding, electric blue flash, echoing the intense standoff just witnessed. The Sword Saint's promise hangs heavy, but one trainee immediately pushes the limits of their reward. The defeated opponent's sword clattered away as she calmly reclaimed her own weapon. The crowd erupted into astonished cheers as Renee stood victorious. The Sword Saint test concluded. Lycan Bolton, son of Envy, eagerly calls out to Renee, his greed for the promised weapons clear. The excited trainees speculated wildly about the promised reward. The Sword Saint's smug dismissal only fueled the competitive spirit among the remaining contenders. The Demon Son, Lycan Bolton, brazenly questions the promised reward for defeating the fake Sword Saint. Baltran, eager for power, immediately inquired about claiming the promised armory's bounty. The Sword Saint paused, his sharp focus momentarily broken by the unexpected display of power. The Sword Saint prepares to speak, emerging from the dissipating smoke, perhaps hinting at his true nature. A tear escapes as he masks his complicated feelings with a resolute smile. The grand hall, now bathed in the glow of the opulent chandelier, awaits the next phase of their induction. Group 40's turn arrives, and the victorious student proclaims their passage with easy confidence. The imposing figures who bested the Sword Saint remain, awaiting the next pronouncement. The aggressive trainee, Bolton, immediately voiced his greedy expectations for the promised armory reward. The satisfied son of Envy beams, ready to seize the promised reward. The Sword Saint's proclamation hung in the air, but Renee remained outwardly composed, absorbing the moment. The master of ceremonies now addressed the chosen few, their incredible victory hanging in the air. Lycan Bolton, the envious son, couldn't contain his immediate, greedy question about hoarding weapons. The Sword Saint directed the powerful winners to remain, while others were dismissed. After the easier passes, the focus shifted back to the top contenders. Leading the victorious few down the steps, the official guided them towards the promised reward. The announcement halts as the eager son of Envy boldly raises his hand with a question. The ecstatic trainee, Bolton, eagerly voiced his expectation for the promised reward. The Sword Saint noted Bolton's insatiable greed and curiosity immediately. Lycan Bolton, the son of Envy, immediately questions the promised reward. The speaker, perhaps a representative of Satan, silences the gathering with an authoritative gesture. The Sword Saint led the selected 8 toward the promised reward, opening a massive, imposing door. The Sword Saint's magical barrier flared violently as the chosen champion approached. The colossal, glowing portal shimmered before the 8 victors, hinting at a new trial. The Sword Saint's reward notice left the successful challengers awaiting instructions, contrasting their excitement with nervous tension. The attendant's knowing smile suggested he held the final answers. Even as Adele hesitated, the brash adventurer, having already secured his item, now makes his assessment. The previous adventurer's confidence was matched only by the somber resignation of the man beside him. The imposing gate loomed, prompting the others to follow the strange entry rules. After seeing the others emerge with artifacts, He was eager to show off his own pick. The man realizes he is the last one remaining, as Adele looks on with a silent question. The mysterious force placing the necklace felt almost affectionate, a stark contrast to the danger it might represent. The others were already exiting, proudly displaying their artifact finds. Adele emerged with a subtle, glowing bracelet, prompting the attendant to question its features. Adele revealed her choice, a glowing bracelet, as the attendant prompted her to explain its power. Adele reveals her selection, a simple bracelet, prompting curiosity about its hidden power. That imposing figure, having answered all he would, leaves the final decision and the risk to the last applicant. He questioned if the lack of detail meant the items were utterly worthless. The previous participant emerged, seemingly satisfied, leaving the final adventurer to face the mysterious chamber alone. The imposing attendant offered a chilling silence, his face clearly advising against further questions. The imposing guardian's gaze locked onto Adele, demanding her final move. The collector seemed pleased as he watched the others emerge, confirming his suspicions about artifacts. The official's cheerful dismissal forces the protagonist to move forward, despite lingering unease. The final, expensive inquiry revealed something truly astounding about the last remaining object. The intimidating, ornate doorway stood before them, looking more like a dungeon entrance than an armory. The man smiled, seeming completely satisfied with whatever transaction or discovery he had just made. Stepping into the cavernous, dimly lit hall, he hopes his caution will prevent any sudden surprises. The imposing entryway looms, swallowing the figures one by one into the mysterious hall of weaponry. After the others chose their items, this one was finally presented with a magnificent, glowing sword. This spear looks quite unique. Time to inspect its details. This uniquely crafted spear immediately catches the eye, drawing him toward its spectral glow. Chilling sensation confirms this must be Adele's heightened awareness activating again. His earlier assessment of the starlight crystal proving useless for his dark element was correct. The luminous display cases line the dark room, containing items whose secrets remain hidden. The room was bathed in a bright, ethereal light, leaving him to wonder about the choices ahead. The system finally reveals the description for the costly inquiry. The final, unknown item carries a stern, eternal binding. It belongs to the owner until death. The oppressive atmosphere of the vault seemed to echo his rising unease. The sheer realization hits him. The best items were already claimed. The man's smug expression confirmed his suspicion. This item was one of the forbidden binding types he'd written out of his novel. The imposing, glowing cases held items that demanded cautious inspection. Yet his gaze lingered on a mere empty space. The twin Fong spear looked impressive, but its description revealed only middling abilities, making the protagonist pass. The expensive cost confirms this nameless item might be a legendary relic, far exceeding the others. He prepared to inscribe his request, the empty parchment waiting for his next move. He finally reaches the last row, preparing to investigate the most expensive unknown item. The moment of truth arrives as the final inquiry is about to be recorded on this glowing paper. The narrator realizes something significant is amiss with the items displayed before him. The damaged scroll, another relic without a description, appeared, demanding a steep payment for its secrets. The realization dawned as he processed the potential curse associated with the unknown items. The glowing blue containment units loomed above, casting an ethereal light on the protagonist's contemplative face. Testing the next mysterious item, the eagle-shaped black stone, requires a steep payment. The high cost for information confirmed the extreme value of these undefined items. The system demanded a payment of at least 50 gold coins for the next query. The attendant confirms he is recording the final participant's choice now. A metallic piece of equipment suddenly drops into the glowing pedestal. He finally reached the glowing case, his anticipation mixed with apprehension. The sheer cost of revealing the unknown item's secret information caused a sudden, shocking realization. Finally, it was my turn to approach one of these mysterious, glowing containers. The cost was staggering, but the need to know outweighed any hesitation now. That necklace glows with an undeniable power, demanding attention even without a description. The final, most expensive item beckons, prompting the last desperate query about the necklace. The mysterious interface suddenly pulsed with an intense, almost overwhelming light. The item's energy flared, causing a powerful reaction as the protagonist struggled to comprehend what was happening. The system suddenly presented an undeniable offer, enveloping the hero in a blinding, teal-colored light. The system's query about an offering hangs in the air, met by a knowing, slightly sinister smile. The energy surged, responding to my touch as I desperately tried to interface with the unknown relic. The failed attempt to communicate left him utterly bewildered by the mysterious object. A single bead of sweat drops as Adele considers the instructor's ambiguous parting words. Straining with all my focus, I reached out towards the strange, shimmering artifact. What exactly is this necklace? Maybe I should try infusing a bit of mana into it. The instructor confirmed my status screen, though his expression remained unreadable. Back in the mysterious darkness, he stared once more at the single, glowing artifact suspended in its case. The persistent, cryptic demand for an offering echoed in his mind. Focusing his effort, Adele tried to coax the strange necklace into revealing its secrets. Despite the instructor's warning, Adele's curiosity about the unknown artifact remained strong. My gut feeling assures me this unidentified necklace holds immense, hidden value. Humph. Just as I thought. My status has updated, revealing my true potential. Humph. Just as I thought. My basic stats are confirmed. The intimidating Bolton confronted me, his gaze intense and questioning. Group 33 leader, Bolton announced, extending an unexpected olive branch after their previous tension. Renee, catching sight of my hesitant expression, offered a polite query about my plans. The intimidating instructor listened patiently as Adele braced himself for the encounter. Bolton, the battle-crazed lunatic, finally initiates conversation after his abrupt retreat. The instructor confirms the cadets have a task, while Adele and Renee stand ready. The instructor, having finished his talk, dismissed everyone before the entrance ceremony. Bolton offered a disarmingly warm, yet unsettling, smile, ready to introduce himself. The mystery of the necklace remains, forcing Adele to focus on the immediate future. Renee watched, startled, as the imposing figure of Bolton approached her with an overly confident smile. The instructor's words of encouragement were heartfelt, a gentle touch on the shoulder. Group 33 leader, Bolton called out, immediately changing his confrontational demeanor. The unpredictable Bolton introduces himself with startling enthusiasm, shaking off his earlier volatile demeanor. A sudden, unexpected handshake breaks the tension. Adele begins to process who this person is. He paused, still processing Renee's unsettling parting words about his hidden duty. Renee's composure shattered as she looked away, suddenly realizing Adele had a separate engagement. Adele's mind reeled from the memory of Bolton's terrifying aggression. What was that sudden change in demeanor? But those glowing eyes confirmed his sinister nature, a pure, battle-crazed lust radiating from him. He stands amidst the carnage, a portrait of absolute, terrifying madness. The confrontation ended abruptly as Bolton, dismissing his earlier threat, tersely claimed it was nothing. Mana flooded the artifact, confirming Adele's instinct that this item was far more valuable than it appeared. Just as Adele thought he was safe, a hand clamped down, stopping him dead. Adele, having checked his own status, now faces the unpredictable, battle-crazed Bolton. The erratic newcomer's maniacal laughter echoed, utterly terrifying Adele. The battle-crazed lunatic's eyes glowed with terrifying intent, demanding a fight to the death. Just as I predicted, my instincts about the necklace were right, and I managed to confirm it. The intimidating instructor finally appeared, stopping Bolton's aggressive advance. Renee's composure shatters as a fierce, glowing resolve takes over her eyes, drawing a weapon to defend her charge. Bolton moved with shocking speed, leveraging his ability to instantly neutralize his opponent. Sorry, WASITO rude when WE first MET. Bolton immediately extended a friendly, if slightly unsettling hand. That maniacal grin confirmed everything Adele feared about Bolton's true nature. Renee maintained her polite facade, hoping Adele wouldn't press her on the mysterious item. I really can't get a read on this guy, as Bolton suddenly shows up holding that enormous sword. Adele politely accepts her departure, knowing she also has her own objectives to pursue in the city. Bolton began, extending a friendly, albeit suspicious, introduction. The school had already sent their uniforms directly to their temporary residence. I really can't get a read on this guy's true intentions. Adele admiring his physique, pleased with the positive change after the previous day's ordeal. The uniform feels surprisingly comfortable, practical for the demanding years ahead. Finally donning the Satan uniform, Adele prepares to step out and face the day. Renee's kind words about the artifacts were somewhat reassuring, but I still felt the sting of being left behind. Despite his terrifying reputation, Bolton's sudden, disarming smile felt unnervingly genuine. Renee, dressed in her new uniform, appears stunning as Adele finally steps forward. His gentle agreement seemed to finally put Adele's mind at ease. Adele, realizing her good fortune in avoiding a fight with the dangerous Bolton, felt a rush of relief. Renee's surprise at Adele's attention quickly turned to flustered embarrassment under his gaze. Bolton, the battle-crazed lunatic, suddenly approached us, flashing a disarmingly wide grin. Renee's hesitation was noted. Adele politely prompted her about her plans for the day off. Adele paused, collecting his thoughts after Renee's slightly evasive reply. Even with the uniform on, Renee looked remarkably beautiful, causing Adele to blush slightly. Miss Renee confirmed my suspicion that she needed to leave. Even the stoic Miss Renee showed a blush, clearly flustered by Adele's attention. The guard stood stoically while she blushed, caught off guard by the sudden thought of being alone with him. The sudden realization that he must guard her settled in, momentarily halting his eagerness for rest. He emerged, freshly changed, his previous excitement now replaced by a renewed sense of duty. Renee, flustered by the unexpected attention, could only manage a shy expression. We emerged into the lively, well-kept city, a stark contrast to the recent war. The vendor beamed, pleased his unique skewer earned such a favorable reaction. Renee clearly enjoyed the break, a rare moment of peace, as she touched his arm lightly. Caught up in the moment, he quickly pointed out the sizzling food stall. The seasoned skewers sizzled intensely over the roaring, brilliant flames, promising a delicious meal. The vendor presented the steaming skewers, their savory scent mixing with the lively city air. The pleasant break continued as Renee smiled, clearly enjoying the rare moment of leisure. That seasoned buck and vegetable skewer was clearly a hit. It's tasty. Do you like it? It's tasty. Do you like it? While the human victory seemed solidified, this quaint city center suggested the capital remained divided after the conflict. Ignoring the lingering threat, Renee and I left the city square, ready to move on. Seeing Renee genuinely smile hinted at the true respite this break provided her. A giant statue dominated the square, prompting the question, who was this monumental figure? Renee stared at the imposing statue, wondering about the identity of this monumental figure. You seem genuinely shocked by my lack of knowledge regarding the city's landmark. The imposing stone visage of the first Demon King stared back, fueling the narrator's sudden realization. The question hung in the air, met only by this contented, genuine smile. The sinister energy bursts forth as Diana's oath echoes through the silent hall, promising retribution. The vibrant glow intensified as he looked down, utterly confused by the sudden phenomenon. The shock of discovery hit as the necklace pulsed with an unnatural, vibrant light. The powerful aura pulsed, a green spectral figure towering over the cadet who was thrown back by the force. The unexpected glowing intensified as the shock registered on his face. Someone seems to recognize the glowing pendant, questioning if it's gray. Renee's casual question about staring startled me. I clearly missed something. My initial thought was wrong. There was something more I needed to confirm about the statue. He sighed contentedly, the delicious street food finally easing the tension from his guard duty. Her innocent bewilderment suggests she missed whatever crucial detail preceded this moment. Maya solidified into intense focus as I gazed upon the imposing statue of the first Demon King. This necklace is definitely connected to the first Demon King. If I investigate everything related to it, I'll uncover something. The next morning, our temporary respite was over, and Renee and I headed towards Satan Academy. The discovery of the glowing necklace shifted the mood entirely, prompting their return. The audience, including the protagonist, observes the small figure of the headmaster addressing them. The smiling student's ominous presence returned, making me instantly recognize the persistent stalker. He grinned, contradicting the harsh assessment of the headmaster's appearance. The creepy guy resurfaces, but the protagonist forces composure, recognizing the need to ignore him for now. The confrontation with the shadowy figure was instantly cut short as a burning crimson glare erupted. The grinning Cerberus-looking guy suddenly recoiled, clearly reacting to the tension. As Diana's oath resonated, the overwhelming aura made others falter, but I merely tried to keep my composure. The imposing figure, clearly someone important, passionately makes his concluding statement. The unsettling glares from the Cerberus-looking creep vanished as the results were posted. The imposing figure steps forward, acknowledging the crowd's focus on the Demon King's daughter. The crowd stirred as the top contenders were called forward for the oath. Renee remained stoic, contrasted by the smug satisfaction of the red-haired cadet beside her. The crowd watched as the pleased student stood forward, badges prominently displayed. The confrontation was interrupted as the shadowy figure reacted with sudden, visible shock. The aggressive gesture from the Cerberus-looking man ended with a sharp, chilling finality. The sneering gaze of the Cerberus-looking bastard met my own furious stare. The tension mounted as the Demon King's daughter, Diana, finally stepped forward onto the stage. The gawking students reacted with overwhelming adoration to the Demon King's daughter stepping forward. The opulent hall provided a grand backdrop as Instructor Aries concluded his shout, signaling the start of the ceremony. The solemn oath to rebuild the demonic realm hung heavy in the air. The unsettling moment continues as the Cerberus-looking figure grabs the protagonist's neck, their intentions still unclear. The memory cuts abruptly to a scene of pure torment, the echoes of Diana's oath still ringing. The opulent auditorium, bathed in soft, luminous light, awaited the start of the grand ceremony. Instructor Aries urgently directs the new cadets where to find their assigned classes. The ominous return of the Cerberus-looking figure brings a tense halt to the proceedings. With the ceremony concluded, the students crowded the bulletin boards to find their assigned classes. The cheerful moment fades as the next announcement calls the top 2 cadets to the stage. Despite the looming threat of the stalker, a quiet moment of relaxation finally arrived. Even the typically stoic Renee betrayed a rare, unguarded reaction to the food. Renee's brief moment of relaxation was clearly over as she turned back to face me. As expected from the one blessed by the gods, the Demon King's daughter, Diana, takes the top spot. The sudden, aggressive presence of the Cerberus-looking bastard made my nerves stand instantly on edge. Renee's command instantly snapped me back to attention, despite my lingering relief. The familiar, unwelcome gaze locks onto Kavich, who immediately recognizes the sinister presence. He tries to remain composed, but the tension is palpable. The pressure of the encounter immediately settles in. Elias, recognizing the threat, Samuel, son of gluttony, approaches with an unnervingly warm smile, ready to engage. The confrontation with Samuel had passed, but the tension lingered as Samuel now turned his aggressive focus onto me. The instructor's determined stance contrasts sharply with the bright, indifferent sky above the academy. Instructor Aries forcefully asserts his position, overriding the previous plea for a switch. Aries' forceful assertion of authority was met with a cold, calculated dismissal. Instructor Aries, frustrated, protests the dismissal of his authority over the dangerous trainee. Instructor Aries' insistence on handling Adele himself finally broke through the meeting's final barrier. Despite the heavy atmosphere, Aries remained stoic, his crossed arms conveying a quiet readiness. The unnerving instructor, the Legion of Calamity, begins to outline the grim curriculum. Aries, though understanding the dismissal, still felt the sting of not being trusted with Adele. Instructor Aries held his imposing gaze, his demand hanging heavy in the air. Despite his protests, Instructor Aries pressed his case for teaching Adele, emphasizing the boy's inherent danger. The instructor, Legion of Calamity, finally introduces himself, his intimidating presence filling the space. Despite the prior dismissal, Instructor Aries presses his case, highlighting Adele's inherent danger. The instructor's boastful confidence is abruptly interrupted by an urgent demand to halt. Aries' forceful stance silences the room, making her point undeniably clear to Instructor Idea. The instructor let out a weary sigh, clearly done with the escalating tensions. The tense argument was abruptly cut short by a forceful declaration of finality. The meeting was concluded, and the instructors were dismissed to meet their new charges. The instructor, whose reputation preceded her as the Legion of Calamity, introduced herself with an unnerving charisma. Instructor Aries finally accepts the decision, though he advises caution regarding the dangerous trainee. Instructor Aries, though overruled, offered a final warning regarding Adele's danger. The instructors gathered beneath the ornate, pale ceiling. The meeting finally concluded. The instructor's dark smile confirms the true nature of this terrifying test. The terrifying Instructor Aries leans in close, her demonic smile contrasting sharply with her unsettling calm. Despite Instructor Aries' warning, the decision stands. Samuel is forced to accept the undesirable class assignment. The horned girl, smiling triumphantly, leaned over Samuel's desk, intent on claiming him. Aries, defeated by the seniority, reluctantly accepts the grim reality of her assigned class. The instructor stands over the rowdy students, her imposing presence demanding silence as the class is about to truly begin. He bristled, demanding to know why Adele should face such a potent illusion. The instructor's composed facade shatters as Adele's words draw a sharp, incredulous reaction. His smug smile belied a clear threat, readying his first challenge to Adele. The tension instantly shattered as a loud, heavy impact echoed through the hallway. As Aries reluctantly steps aside, Instructor Idea takes center stage before the seated students. Instructor Idea begins addressing the assembled students of Class A. His stern declaration regarding Adele's inherent danger hung heavy in the air. Yet the final decision was made. The confrontation escalates instantly as Instructor Aries forcefully silences Adele with a sharp, sudden clap across his face. The Legion of Calamity greets her class with an unnervingly cheerful bow. Instructor Idea, with his distinctive badge, was ready to address the students for the first time. The unsettling familiarity of the classroom was broken by a smug challenger. The Legion of Calamity settles in, her confident, almost smug smile setting the tone for her introduction. Instructor Idea commanded attention, her voice filling the space as she formally introduced herself to the assembled students. The Legion of Calamity underlines the day's terrifying focus, the hunting method. The argument with Samuel was over, but his frustration clearly lingered. A student raises his hand, perhaps eager to speak, while Instructor Idea regards him with an unreadable expression. "We'll be hunting one of the reasons you came here. Humans." His enthusiastic greeting was met with disbelief regarding his infamous title. The tension from the earlier confrontation clearly carried into the classroom as Instructor Idea settled in. Instructor Idea, known as the Legion of Calamity, began her address with a confident smile. The instructors, having concluded their tense meeting, now faced the students under the bright, imposing academy sky. The confident, red-haired student speaks, likely challenging or addressing the group after the instructor's introduction. With a sudden, forceful exhalation, Instructor Idea manifested her dark power, preparing for the test. A chilling transition sweeps over the narrative, setting the tone for the difficult training ahead. The illusion strikes, its form crackling with dark, vibrant energy as it engages. The air crackles with ominous energy as an ethereal, swirling portal opens, unleashing spectral figures. The illusory enemies materialized, prompting shocked reactions from the surrounding students. Instructor Idea revealed her illusions, conjuring knights who weren't truly human. The smug student delights in physically cornering the unnerved, glowing-eyed knight. The arrogant student Samuel speaks with smug confidence, surrounded by his cronies. The Legion of Calamity, instructor Idea, begins her address with a confident smile. Her intense focus sharpens as she prepares to address the student. The Legion of Calamity finally singles out Adele, ready to put the training to the test. The taunt lands, bringing a strained annoyance to the first student's face. The instructor stands cloaked in malevolent blue energy, eyes glowing ominously. The demon student, clearly pleased with his own performance, anticipates his next turn. Encircled by her heavily armed forces, Front remained poised, waiting for her turn to confront the instructor. With Samuel defeated, the spotlight shifts to the next challenger, one rumored to be the embodiment of lust. The instructor focuses, armed with the knowledge of Sun Tzu's strategy. The demon's face contorted into a chilling, triumphant grin, anticipating their next move. The masked figure returns the gesture, perhaps acknowledging the successful test. The demonic minions advanced, clearly energized, yet their leader remained composed amongst them. The position transfer ability, now refined, propels the cadet forward with blinding speed. The demoness's smug facade cracks, startled by the unexpected proximity of the blade. The instructor's eyes burned with terrifying, demonic intent as he closed the distance instantly. The minions advance, controlled by the lust demon, but the focus remains on confronting their apparent leader. Despite his impressive display, Samuel's overconfidence led to his failure, much to the instructor's casual observation. The arrogant cadet, Samuel, finally stepped forward, his anticipation crackling with dark energy. The confident demon smiles, easily touching the cadet, declaring his failure. The instructor, satisfied with the assessment, dismisses the cadet, sending him back to his designated spot. The instructor assessed Samuel's powerful but ultimately flawed attack, delivering his final judgment. Despite the instructor's passing mark, the realization of what truly needed to be done settled in the cadet's mind. With a burst of light, Samuel unleashes his full power against the dummy. As the demons charged, one cadet reacted instantly, engaging the attackers with ferocious determination. Front, a child of lust, doesn't fight directly. She controls her minions like a queen bee. The controlled soldiers immediately press their attack, forcing the cadet to brace for impact with desperate resolve. The shock of Samuel's overwhelming power registered, even as the instructor seemed momentarily taken aback. The attacker hurtles down with fierce intent, but the target remains unfazed beneath him. The archers respond instantly, unleashing a volley against the approaching threat. The cocky cadet, Samuel, announces his readiness, expecting his turn to shine. A single arrow finds its mark, narrowly missing the instructor, proving the near impossible feat of striking the target. With Samuel defeated, the instructor calls out for the next challenger, ready for the next test. The instructor's silent command cut through the air, a mere utterance of move. The instructor's verdict lingered. Samuel failed due to his overconfidence. Now, a new challenger stepped forward, one associated with lust. The next challenger, Samuel, steps forward, his arrogance immediately evident. Despite Samuel's impressive display, the instructor remained unfazed, maintaining his assessment. Front, the embodiment of lust, now prepares to engage, her presence radiating arrogant disdain. With the overwhelming wave of minions dispatched, the demon of lust, Fran, finally steps forward, ready to engage. The chaotic green energy swirling around the instructor peaked, revealing his imposing stance from below. Despite the crushing pressure, the arrogant cadet grimaces but remains upright, stubbornly refusing to yield to the instructor's hold. The defeated cadet watched as the imposing instructor Idea finally unleashed his formidable aura. The instructor inhaled sharply, assessing the outcome with weary resignation. The instructor observed the display, perhaps questioning the unusual caliber of this new group. Having judged the human's capabilities, Instructor Idea remains impassive against the dust and debris. Samuel accepts the instructor's assessment, his cocky demeanor slightly tempered by the failure. The dust settled, leaving the instructor looking down upon the defeated student with quiet appraisal. Fran, The child of lust reveals her true nature, an elegant controller, not a direct fighter. The instructor observed Samuel's stunning display, noting his raw power, yet pointing out the crucial strategic flaw in his attack. With a sharp snap, the instructor delivered a decisive, subtle blow, ending the assessment. The demon of lust, Fran, finally steps forward, surrounded by her illuminated, menacing minions. No matter how many foot soldiers fall, the humans will simply generate replacements. The successful demonstration only fueled the anticipation for the next challenge, Samuel's turn. The instructor acknowledges the student's power, but the test is not over yet. The cadet, having demonstrated his overwhelming power, now faces the instructor's cold scrutiny. My successful demonstration earned the instructor's nod, confirming my swift progression. The victor stood over Samuel, acknowledging his impressive, albeit failed, attempt. Despite his clear failure, Samuel's simmering discontent was tempered by a grudging acceptance of the instructor's verdict. The instructor's calm approval settles over the proceedings, marking a moment of hard-earned success. Finally, it was her turn. Fran, the embodiment of lust, stepping forward with menacing confidence. Having passed the test of skill, the instructor now observes the next challenger, Samuel, with quiet anticipation. The cocky cadet Samuel has failed. Now, the true challenger approaches. The cocky cadet, proudly announcing himself as a child of lust, steps forward. The demon of lust, Fran, addresses her armored minions with cold authority. While the others seemed ready, the appearance of the lust cadet immediately drew a reaction of surprise and concern. The demon of lust, Fran, shows confusion as her expected confrontation doesn't materialize. The demoness of lust, Fran, clearly felt panicked as her minions were dealt with. As Samuel stepped aside, the instructor's calm focus remained, noting the next challenger. The instructor's control takes immediate, terrifying effect as her minions swarm the target. The demoness, overwhelmed, realized the sheer power disparity and the potential danger before her. The unexpected surge of power from Fran, the lust demon, clearly stunned the observer. The instructor's menacing aura closed the gap, meeting the demon's terrified gaze. The desperate cry of the demon jolted everyone, but the cadet simply smiled, ready to answer his master's call. The instructor's assessment hung in the air as the cadets reacted to the results of the first trial. Adele could only stand there, processing the aggressive command hurled by the hostile cadet amidst the armored onlookers. The instructor sharply commanded the room, pointing towards the assembled students. The robed figures were suddenly interrupted by her desperate charge. The hostile confrontation instantly escalates as the aggressor refuses to back down. The student's smug facade shatters as a desperate cry erupts from below, signaling immediate chaos. Just as the confrontation peaked, the instructor's sharp voice cut through the hostile air. The instructor's intervention halts the escalating confrontation, forcing a moment of tense compliance. The instructor's sudden intervention stopped the confrontation right as the tension peaked. The immediate interruption halted the tense confrontation before any real damage could be done. As the instructor left, the hostile cadet immediately resumed his verbal assault. He considered his options, still weighing the best way to connect with the unique healer. The request to help the injured cadet immediately pulls Adele away from his internal conflict about connecting with the healer. The student's crude insult only confirmed the immediate, simmering hostility he felt toward Adele. The tension peaked as the instructor's arrival abruptly interrupted the confrontation. The confrontation escalates as the hostile cadet aggressively grabs the girl, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. His grin widened as he leaned in, his condescending words dripping with malice and disgust. The confrontation escalated instantly as the horned girl screamed her defiance. Instructor Idea signals the start of the next phase, her expression radiating confidence and thinly veiled hostility. The confrontation paused as an authority figure abruptly intervened, demanding order before the conflict escalated. Adele spat out a sharp click of frustration as the confrontation escalated. Interrupted just as she tried to make contact, Adele now faces this smug rival's venomous taunt. Instructor Idea finalized her assessment, praising Adele as the sole successful cadet. The instructor's words, intended as praise, felt sharply laced with hostility towards Adele. That raw hostility confirms it. This opponent seeks only destruction, not rivalry. Interrupting the hostile confrontation, an unseen authority figure demands order just as the violence was about to erupt. The hostile cadet, still smarting from the earlier confrontation, tries to engage Adele again under the open sky. The instigator's smug satisfaction meets the protagonist's barely contained fury as their hostile exchange escalates. The instructor acknowledged Adele's success, then dismissed the class to their next lessons. With the first lesson concluded, the grand clock tower signaled the transition to the next phase of their academy day. Instructor Idea gathered the students after the practical lesson, setting the stage for the next phase. The instructor takes charge, setting the stage for the next lesson with a charismatic, yet intense demeanor. The instructor shifted to addressing the one successful cadet, offering measured praise. Instructor Idea concluded the practical lesson, emphasizing collective synergy over individual ranking. The instructor's abrupt command cut through the brewing tension between the two students. Just as Adele moved to leave, a loud thud indicated someone had collapsed onto their desk. Adele, catching his breath, was momentarily saved from the verbal assault as the instructor intervened just in time. Ignoring the victor, the mockers reveled in their superiority, clearly pleased with the other students' defeat. The instructor's words about teamwork felt heavy, but as Adele looked away, a quiet, defeated sigh escaped him. The sudden exclamation draws attention to the slumped figure, confirming her initial observation of his current state. Her unsettling hostility lingered even as Adele tried to politely end their brief introduction. The instructor concluded the chaotic first lesson, urging them back to their classrooms for theory. As the instructor's legs moved away, Adele watched him leave, still wary. His sudden approach and query left her momentarily stunned and confused. The instructor's praise felt sharp and hostile, leaving Adele wondering about his true intentions. The imposing instructor commanded order, signaling the transition to the next phase of the day. The instructor's aggressive words cut through the tension, revealing raw hostility. The hostile cadet, still bristling with aggressive pride, mocks the girl who just tried to speak. The instructor steps forward, offering a disarmingly pleasant smile despite her clear hostility. She offered a polite farewell, sensing the tension was too high for further conversation. Instructor Idea finally leaves, forcing Adele to approach the waiting cadet. The confrontation was abrupt, filled with simmering tension and barely contained hostility. Interrupted just as he was about to leave, the conflict escalates immediately. Just as I was ready to unleash my power, a firm voice cut through the tension. Even as the instructor commanded order, this aggressive cadet simply smiled, clearly itching for a confrontation. The arrogant student looms, his smug smile a stark contrast to the simmering anger radiating from the young cadet behind him. His simmering rage threatened to erupt as the insult struck deep, an oppressive red aura surging around him. The veiled threat from the other cadet was met with Adele's hardened, glowing glare. The verbal assault ignites a furious reaction, his eyes blazing with latent, menacing power. The hateful antagonist unleashes his aura, ready to strike down the protagonist who has already decided to eliminate him. The instructor's unexpected command was instantly met with the aggressor's terrifying, demonic snarl. The hostile student's rage boiled over, escalating the confrontation with a vicious threat. The instructor's warning cut through the rising tension, demanding order before any true fight could erupt. Cornered by escalating insults, the protagonist prepares to unleash his hidden power. The instructor's sharp interruption halted the brewing confrontation just as hostilities were about to erupt. Instructor Idea concluded the practical lesson, praising Cadet Adele while maintaining a strangely hostile demeanor. Just as Adele was about to leave, a new, aggressive figure appeared, eliciting a shocked reaction. Robolt's intense stare held a distinct, unnerving aura as he subtly manifested his dark mana. The intense physical training concludes, but a new tension arises as the protagonist spots a familiar face. The instructor paused, seemingly triumphant or perhaps dismissive, before continuing his lecture. The confrontation with the other cadet ended abruptly, leaving the air thick with tension as he walked away. Robolt, the new instructor, stood confidently, preparing to unveil the first lesson to the waiting cadets. The instructor smiles, ready to reveal his role after introducing himself. Robolt observed my confusion, already formulating his next lesson plan regarding the attributes. In his world, magic wasn't categorized as a mere trait or talent, but something entirely different. Robolt seemed satisfied with his assessment of the situation, pondering his next thought. The instructor, Robolt, smiled warmly, ready to begin the crucial lesson on mana attributes. The instructor, Robolt, introduces the concept of magical attributes to the attentive cadets. The instructor displayed a calm, almost knowing composure after the revelation of my strange attribute. The instructor, Robolt, stood authoritatively before the class, ready to begin. Robolt surveyed the students, ready to commence the most crucial part of the introduction. The orb flared with a deep, unsettling purple, signifying the darkness attribute. The instructor, Robolt, glowed under the orb's light as he prepared to explain the core concept of attributes. The orb pulsed with an intense, dark crimson energy as the next cadet placed his hand upon it. "What were you thinking?" the dark-haired boy questioned, worried about the confrontation. The red-haired cadet just looked smugly unconcerned. The others quickly identified their attributes, but the protagonist's result was anything but ordinary. The instructor's satisfied smile suggests he is pleased with the outcome of the physical assessment. The instructor confirmed the cadet's identity just before the shocking reveal of the purple energy. The instructor's hand hovers over the orb, its intense, swirling purple energy radiating power. The mana surged, causing the orb to blaze with an intense, unknown light. The cadet tentatively touches the orb, and the instructor watches, waiting for the result. The instructor cautiously adjusts his glasses, his gaze fixed on the strange, dark orb. The instructor addresses the protagonist directly after the bizarre chaos reveal. The instructor corrects his glasses with a knowing, unsettling smirk, his tone clearly mocking. The revelation of the chaos attribute stunned everyone, even the seasoned instructor. When confronted about his stealth, the instructor seemed amused by the misdirection. Robolt smiled, finally ready to introduce himself as the instructor in charge of magic. The exhausting physical training finally concluded, releasing them toward their dormitories. Robolt observed the assembled cadets with stern, closed eyes, awaiting the next step. The instructor's knowing smile lingered as the protagonist absorbed the mystery of his own chaos attribute. The unsettling encounter ends as the instructor dismisses the cadets for the day. The cadets' unexpected reaction, coupled with the strange chicks overhead, left the instructor completely taken aback. The instructor, visibly taken aback, covered her mouth, processing the shocking reveal of the chaos attribute. The intense scrutiny from the teacher continued, demanding an answer about my sudden appearance. The instructor's cheerful demeanor shifted as he looked at the protagonist. She confronts him immediately about his provocative behavior and sudden appearance behind her. Her furious demand for an explanation was met only with his infuriatingly casual smile. She sternly questioned my sudden appearance, interrupting the lesson's flow. The instructor's composed facade momentarily cracked, surprised by my unexpected appearance behind him. The instructor's expression shifts, confirming her prior suspicion about the strange result. The instructor let out a frustrated sigh after the intense session. "What were you thinking? You provoked that guy, Samuel." Robolt paused, his expression unreadable as he looked toward the protagonist. Robolt smiled confidently, moving past the stunned cadet, his introductory phase clearly complete. The relentless physical training concluded, leaving one cadet desperately slamming a hand onto the ground. The intense physical drill ends as the instructor, Ares, introduces himself with booming authority. The instructor pressed his point, questioning their performance and pride after the humiliating first-class defeat. The lingering threat of Samuel's family still hung heavy in the air. The instructor's imposing presence dominated the room as he addressed the small group of cadets. The instructor finally called an end to the grueling physical trial. Everyone sprinted toward their dormitories. The instructor's anger flared, questioning why they were still using mana to cheat the physical training. The agonizing physical training continued, pushing the cadets to their limits with relentless laps. Suddenly confronted by the imposing figure, both cadets froze mid-step, the air thickening with tension. The exhausted cadets looked up, bewildered by the aggressive apology from the pink-haired brute. The instructor's booming voice startled everyone, eliciting shocked reactions. The instructor's relentless training concludes, rewarding only those who finished the grueling 50 laps. The brutal physical training leaves the first group completely spent, collapsing onto the cold floor. Relief washed over the exhausted cadets who finished the required laps. The instructor seemed pleased despite the students' exhaustion from the brutal training regimen. The grueling physical training finally concluded as the instructor recognized their effort. A sudden, firm touch on the shoulder interrupts the protagonist's anxious thoughts about the mysterious chaos attribute. The lecture abruptly shifts focus when the girl's hand suddenly appears, interrupting the protagonist. Just as he sought rest, a looming figure emerged from behind him. Renee? Struggling through the grueling conditioning, the protagonist spots someone unexpected. With a confident nod, she confirmed her agreement to walk her back. Renee paused, silently absorbing the enthusiastic farewell from the overly energetic lady. Renee smiled confidently, wiping away the sweat from the intense workout, seemingly unfazed by the rigor. Renee looked back, taken aback by Adele's sudden question about leaving. Lady Renee stood ready after their intense training session, awaiting Adele's reply. Renee seemed pleased with the intense training session, her smile suggesting satisfaction despite the effort. As Renee finished speaking, the imposing figure beside her gave a strained, satisfied exhale. Adele, slightly breathless, agreed to wrap up the rigorous training session with Lady Renee. After parting ways with Renee, Adele finally reached the Grand Dorm building. Arriving at the training area, Adele surveyed the impressive, spacious facility. Adele watched intently, seeing the sheer effort in the young cadet's strained grip. Renee confidently gestures toward the imposing barbell, ready to showcase her strength. Renee watches with a somewhat surprised expression as he easily handles the weight. The exertion of training under Lady Renee pushed him to his absolute limit. Renee waited, arms crossed, observing Adele's continued exhaustion. Adele's body struggles to cope with the relentless amount of training she just endured. Green's effortless strength left Adele gasping for air, completely defeated by the sheer weight. Renee effortlessly locked the immense weight overhead, much to the astonishment of her observer. Despite her rigorous training, Renee still displayed a carefree smile, bidding Adele a good rest. Adele watched intently as Renee struggled to initiate the lift, her confidence unwavering. Ren finally conceded, accepting the grueling training session with a simple, resigned agreement. Renee offered a pleased smile, clearly satisfied with Adele's effort as she handed over the damp training clothes. Lady Renee nodded gently, accepting Adele's offer to escort her to the dorm entrance. The system data sheet flickers to life, displaying Reen's current profile. Reen's confident smile suggested the rigorous training session was easily managed for her. Adele prepares to leave the training area, perhaps feeling the strain of the rigorous workout. Lady Reen's casual confidence left Adele momentarily speechless amidst the training floor. The academy grounds, vast and gleaming white, served as the backdrop for their long journey back. Renee smiles confidently, ready to guide Adele after their intense training session. Adele's composed acceptance was met with a brief, satisfied sigh before they prepared to leave the training grounds. Escorted to the entrance, Adele quickly moves to check Reen's status before she leaves. Escorted by Renee, Adele finally reached his dorm entrance, clutching his acceptance letter. Having confirmed the location, he holds the letter, ready to find his assigned room. The escort concluded, leaving Adele standing alone near the dorm entrance, feeling the lingering fatigue. Renee offered a bright, knowing smile, ready to initiate their unexpected training session. The imposing figure of the red-haired cadet stands at the doorway, greeting the seated boy with an unsettling grin. Adele finally reached the room, only to see her dreaded roommate already waiting inside. A sudden, horrified intrusion shatters the quiet. Who is standing in the doorway? The confrontation exploded immediately, fueled by intense surprise and sudden hostility. Even after 2 hours of intense training, Lady Renee remained tireless, but Adele was finally feeling the exhaustion creep in. Frustration boiled over, even the small comfort of the candy breaking under the strain of his vexation. The tense silence hung heavy between them after Reen's abrupt departure, leaving Adele alone in the luxurious room. The sinister thought surfaces. Perhaps eliminating his new roommate is the only viable solution. The abrupt sound startled Adele as he watched Renee turn away with an air of dismissal. His shock gave way to outright fury as he recognized the unwelcome intruder. Reen's explosive entrance into the dorm room silenced Adele instantly. Ren escorted Adele to the dorm entrance, accepting the polite farewell. With Lady Renee gone, Adele returned to his room, heart pounding from the unexpected encounter. Renee steps forward, her expression firm, ready to walk Adele back to the dorms. Lady Renee smiled warmly, insisting that this intense workout would benefit Adele greatly. Maybe I'll check quickly while Renee is getting dressed, thinking about her improving condition. Even after intense training, Renee appeared completely unfazed, accepting Adele's offer to walk her back. Lady Renee offered a satisfied smile, pleased with the intense training session. He stood still, the intense 2-hour workout finally over, waiting for Renee to finish changing. Finding a quiet spot to reflect, Adele finally savored a moment of peace. He finally found a quiet spot, noticing a small bird perched high in the dense, otherworldly forest canopy. Even here in Satan's realm, small, cute creatures like this bird managed to survive. The intense training session concluded, leaving Adele satisfied with the visible energy radiating off the half-demon. He finally found a quiet spot, observing a small bird resting on a branch. Even here in Saitama, strange, red-eyed birds still roam the wilderness. Good. He's already asleep. He finally collapsed onto the floor, exhausted from the day, allowing himself a moment of rest before resuming his training. Finally safe within his room, the enraged cadet slumped onto the bed, hoping to pass out immediately from exhaustion. Finally escaping the tense confrontation, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to exhaustion. The crimson-haired cadet lay prone as the imposing figure loomed, eyes glowing ominously. The instructor, observing the sleeping form, registers a silent judgment on the unnerving presence. The instructor's unexpected decision hung heavy in the tense air, met only with a burning, silent fury. The threat was clear, Instructor Idea's expression hardening as she stood over the prone figure. Instructor Idea's sharp questioning had clearly hit a nerve. The instructor's command slices through the air, silencing any further appeal from the furious cadet. He awoke with the fading memory of his rage and the pressing reality of his terrible hunger. Instructor Idea, confronted by Adele's intense gaze, remained completely unfazed by his anger. Fran remained rooted in his spot, the instructor's threat echoing in the tense silence. The internal struggle intensifies. The curse of gluttony threatens to erupt again. The intense hunger consumed him, manifesting as a painful, glowing pressure in his core. Even in sleep, his face remained utterly irritating to the observer. The tension remained thick as he watched the smug face resting peacefully. The academy clock tower chimed, marking the arrival of morning and the start of a new day. Instructor Idea appeared, sharply demanding to know the meaning behind the sudden appointment. Despite the chaos, Instructor Idea seemed momentarily startled by the sudden elevation of the half-demon. The mystery of the early morning visitor lingers as he eyes the small bird perched just outside. Instructor Idea merely smirked, unbothered by the senior's vehement protests. Instructor Idea's dramatic arrival interrupted Adele's mounting anxiety about the sudden class president announcement. Is that the same bird from yesterday, returning to witness his awakening? Instructor Idea paused, eyes fixed on the person who sought her out so immediately. The instructor returns, confronting Adele about the surprising appointment. As Fran confidently awaited his destined appointment, the instructor's sharp gaze cut through the tension. The instructor takes the stage, commanding attention for an important update. Instructor Idea reveals her chillingly confident smile, completely unfazed by the desperate plea. Fran basked in the expectant silence, certain his victory was assured, just as the narrative dictated. The instructor seemed pleased with Fran's quick pledge, confirming his expected role. The instructor stood poised, the weight of an imminent decision settling over the tense classroom. But even as she pressed her warning, a sinister, knowing smirk played on her lips. The instructor announced her surprising choice with sparkling, confident authority. Fran beamed, convinced his inevitable appointment as class president was secured. Fran, basking in the presumed glory, declared his command over the class. Fran beamed confidently, assuming the leadership role was his by right. Just as the novel foretold, Fran basked in the moment, clearly satisfied that his expected ascension to class president was imminent. Fran's confident smile masked his internal surprise at the instructor's sudden deviation. The instructor's announcement, which seemed to favor Fran, was suddenly overruled. The instructor, radiating authority, stood poised as she was about to reveal her unexpected choice. "You can't possibly not know what that implies," she pressed, her urgency clear. Instructor Idea erupted, furiously protesting the appointment and visibly cracking under the strain of her anger. The instructor smiles confidently, pleased with the outcome she has engineered. The instructor, having silenced Fran, now turns to the unexpectedly appointed class president. Fran, utterly stunned by the sudden announcement, could only process the shocking turn of events. Instructor Idea's intense aura flared as she questioned Adele's audacity. "Thinking?" Fran beamed confidently, basking in the implied support for his expected appointment as class president. The instructor confirms that practical training will be the focus, setting the stage for the next critical step. The instructor was about to announce her choice, and Fran was already anticipating his victory. Instructor Idea stared, aghast at the sudden, unbelievable decision. The instructor's chilling pronouncement hung heavy, contrasting sharply with Fran's demonic grin in the vision of slaughter. As the instructor delivered the surprising news, a confused silence fell over the students. Instructor Idea's menacing smile confirmed her dark plans were already in motion. Fran's smug satisfaction was clearly infuriating the demoness, whose shock registered immediately. Fran basked in the instructor's anticipated praise, utterly convinced of his own superior selection. Fran, basking in his perceived victory, awaited the instructor's inevitable confirmation of his appointment. Instructor Idea, sensing the immediate threat, arrived to confront the senior who had orchestrated this unexpected appointment. Ida's urgent exit leaves the two observers behind, standing before the opulent doors. Instructor Idea's fury was palpable, demanding an immediate reversal of the shocking class president appointment. Despite her anger, the instructor was busy at work, reviewing documents in the quiet of the room. The senior instructor confronted Adele, demanding an immediate explanation for the unexpected appointment. The instructor, Adele, remained calm behind her desk, while Fran exploded with immediate outrage. Instructor Idea revealed her striking appearance with a confident, knowing smile. Instructor Idea's calm reasoning only fueled his enraged disbelief about the appointment. Instructor Idea looked up, meeting the gaze of the imposing figure before her with a practiced, slightly defiant smile. The instructor slams down the necessary documents, her exasperated demand meeting Fran's continued protest. His forceful demand for Adele's immediate removal hung heavy in the air. Fran's enraged demand cuts off sharply as Adele meets his glare with unnerving composure. The tense confrontation between the instructors hung heavy in the air, punctuated by a sharp, guttural sound. Her expression hardened, clearly disagreeing with whatever the other instructor had just stated. The instructor, flustered by the previous confrontation, could only watch the retreating figure. The instructor's voice broke the silence, full of sudden excitement. The instructor's hardened gaze surveyed the room, already looking for someone to manipulate. The instructor seemed utterly unconcerned by their forced alliance. The instructor, still asserting his authority, dismisses the new teacher's judgment. The rejected student reacted with furious disbelief, the atmosphere tense with his sudden outburst. The instructor's frustration boiled over as he registered his failure to secure the class lead. This aggressive rival, a child of the 7 deadly sins, waited for the inevitable confrontation. The intense focus of the group leader was clear, a stark contrast to the fiery power simmering behind him. The instructor, radiating suspicion, remains unconvinced by the mere verification of the student's background. The instructor, seemingly alerted by some internal signal, reacts abruptly. The instructor's final words about a special opportunity hung heavy as they approached the destination. The instructor's preoccupation with the student's suspicious aura gave way to a moment of quiet reflection. The instructor, disturbed by the bird's sudden appearance, tightened his grip, sensing the shift in atmosphere. The instructor's unsettling intensity suggests he has seen or realized something significant just now. The newly formed teams were a stark contrast to his own lingering isolation, forcing him to act. The tense atmosphere remained as Fran, despite being dismissed, held his ground against the class president. The confident leader, Fran, beams while his nervous teammate stands beside him. He felt a brief jolt of surprise, the sheer speed of the dimensional train evident in the background. The instructor, having made his opinion clear, now waited for the response from the other two students. He maintained his easy smile, ready to assert his dominance over the newly formed group. Fran's bold declaration immediately drew a hostile reaction from the true authority figure present. She stood there, visibly taken aback by the unexpected intrusion and the offer. The pink-haired girl stood wide-eyed, startled by the sudden approach of the red-haired speaker. His sinister aura flared, a terrifying smile directed at the speechless Luna. Fran's sudden, intense reaction suggests shock, perhaps triggered by something said or revealed just moments before. The awkward silence following Fran's forceful invitation was broken only by a sudden, sharp sound from Luna. The confident student presses his advantage, masking his intentions behind a charming smile. Even the abrasive Fran couldn't help but feel slightly reassured now that the team was solidified. He pressed, confirming her name as Luna, as she stood nervously before him. Luna's surprised expression showed the sudden turn of events in their forced team formation. His intense scrutiny and sudden call of her name made Luna flinch. The confrontation escalated as Fran leaned in close, his single glowing red eye signaling dangerous intent. The offer of joining a team was clearly an agreeable proposal. Fran, the self-proclaimed true leader, forcefully imposes her will upon the already formed group. The confident senior mocked the flustered red-haired boy and the standing pink-haired girl. She beams, radiating an almost unsettling confidence as she tries to assert dominance over the situation. Cornered by the class president's forceful offer, Luna's expression became a silent plea. The demoness, clearly amused, addressed the poised male student who seemed unfazed by the confrontation. The student, clearly thrilled, immediately clamored for the opportunity, much to the protagonist's mild surprise. The instructor beams, clearly excited about the day's special announcement. Fran's enthusiastic and overbearing invitation caught Luna completely off guard. Checking the stats, this quiet student's potential demands constant monitoring. Samuel, having found his tentative peace, shivers slightly, perhaps from the chilling implications of the week ahead. The relentless march of time continued as the academy's clock tower chimed. The instructor appears eager, announcing a special deviation from the usual routine. The instructor, appearing composed, gathered his thoughts before announcing the special training. The instructor, poised behind her desk, finally addressed the few students remaining. The instructor seems excited today, hinting that something good must have happened before class. The instructor beams, her eyes holding an intense, almost predatory excitement for the upcoming training. The instructor's excitement about the special training abruptly halts as he processes the ominous destination. Despite their quiet demeanor, the instructor's attention was clearly elsewhere, focused on the impending special training. The senior instructor, having made her point, now turns her attention back to the students. The instructor, appearing refreshed, announces a shift from routine study to practical application. The instructor beamed, seemingly pleased with the news about the upcoming practical training. As the instructors finally arrived, a heavy, tense silence fell over the courtyard, thick with unexplained dread. His refusal hung heavy in the air, contrasting with his earlier resolve to seize opportunity. Fran, Having successfully forced her way into Luna's nascent team, now demands leadership. Fran tried to ease Luna's tension, pointing out this was their first field trip. Despite the initial rejection, Fran's persistence paid off, securing her spot in the team. The dimensional train screeches violently as it rushes toward Oregon, signaling the immediate start of their journey. The ominous walls of Oregon, a prison steeped in dark history, loom large as they prepare for this special training. The convoy rumbles forward, bringing them closer to the dreaded Oregon facility. The oppressive fortress loomed under a sky heavy with dark energy. The instructor now turns his attention to the gathered half-demon cadets, his tone shifting with quiet authority. The instructor watched the cadets' horrified reactions with a satisfied, almost predatory smirk. As the execution concluded, the instructor called for the half-demon cadets to step forward. The instructor's heavy, oppressive aura dominated the space as the next victim fell. He smiles faintly, accepting his role in this grim spectacle. The instructor points forward, signaling the cadets to move deeper into the ominous structure. The cadets proceed down the oppressive, torchlit corridor of the prison. The pitiful pleas of the prisoner echoed through the dark stone chamber, heightening the cadets' mounting dread. The instructor singles out the half-demon cadets, visibly separating them from the rest. The lingering unease of the prison environment was clearly affecting the other cadets. The instructor's malicious smile confirms the twisted nature of this upcoming task. Samuel, ever the unsettling enigma, maintains his composure amidst the rising tension. The instructor's power flares, creating an intense, disorienting pressure that leaves the cadet reeling in shock. The instructors loom above, casting long shadows as the final grim instructions sink in. The instructor proudly declared the grim reality of Oregon, leaving the cadets stunned by its true, chilling essence. The horrific reality of the Oregon prison was laid bare, a true testament to the demon's cruelty. The instructor smiles, her eyes holding a sinister promise beneath the purple glow of the prison. The instructor pauses, taking in the recruits, her expression a mask of cold expectation above the silent, chained prisoner. The instructor dramatically reveals his overwhelming dark energy, issuing a chilling cry before the kneeling prisoner. The condemned human could only stare in utter terror as the black energy engulfed him. A chilling grip held the human prisoner captive, his wide, blue eyes reflecting pure terror. The instructor smiled, eyes blazing with ominous, glowing power as the dark energy coalesced in his grasp. Samuel's eerie calm stands in stark contrast to the visible shock of the surrounding cadets. Instructor Idia demonstrated his overwhelming power, ending the human's life with a terrifying scream. The shocking impact was immediate, a grotesque display of brutal power ending one life instantly. The sudden, brutal splatters of blood marked the swift end of the traitor's life. Instructor Idea confirmed the required brutality for passing, concluding the brutal lesson with a simple, unnerving question. The brutality of the demonstration immediately overwhelmed the sensitive cadets. Even with the horrifying scene over, this cadet felt strangely detached, his focus only on his ultimate goal. Even facing the aftermath, my resolve burns bright to see Adele's wish fulfilled. The horrifying spectacle concluded, leaving the instructor watching the aftermath, expecting their next move. The instructor's chilling gesture signifies the true start of the deadly assignment. The silence hung heavy as the instructor raised the wickedly curved blade, ready to demonstrate the first grim lesson. The instructor regards the execution with a detached, almost satisfied calm. The condemned man finally screams his last curse against the perceived enemy. The brutal reality of the order hit one of the prisoners. A final, desperate sound of agony. The satisfied cadet, drenched in blood, felt the act was intensely gratifying. The instructor clapped, his approval chillingly audible in the dungeon air. The instructor pauses, letting the gravity of the situation settle on the assembled half-demons. The pink-haired cadet could no longer contain her terror as the horrifying training commenced before her eyes. The harsh reality of the situation sinks in as the cadets are abruptly singled out. The sheer terror of the situation caused Luna to visibly shake, clutching at the nearest person. The instructor's unsettling smile confirmed the darkness of this place was intentional. The instructor's power washes over the terrified prisoners, imposing absolute authority. The instructor coldly isolates the cadets whose mixed heritage sets them apart. The horrifying ritual commenced as the light streamed down on the prisoners' tormented bodies. The sheer horror of the required act was too much, forcing a visceral reaction from the surrounding cadets. Samuel executes a brutal kick, silencing the defiant human prisoner with visceral force. The condemned human screams their last defiance, but the instructor remains chillingly unfazed. The captive's frantic pleas echoed through the grim structure, met only by the cadet's stoic indifference. With the command given, the shadow burst forth, radiating raw, terrifying green energy as the human prisoner shrieked. The psychological torment finally caused Luna's composure to shatter completely. Samuel's eyes glow with sinister intensity as he embraces the dark power surging within him. Even as Samuel stands aloof, Luna is utterly overwhelmed by the horror unfolding before her. The instructor loomed, her authority an oppressive force against the trembling cadet below. Instructor Idea observes the divided cadets, noting Franz's lingering human softness despite the clear hatred. The instructor's calm, powerful presence starkly contrasts with the cadet's rising apprehension. Instructor Ida's unsettling smile suggests he knows exactly what horrors await the half-demons. The instructor's chilling command hangs in the air. Kill the human beside you. The instructor's cold authority manifests as the captive struggles, his terror palpable. The instructor paused, the silence heavy with unspoken tension as she assessed the remaining cadets. The instructor waits for a response, her piercing eyes assessing the newly separated half-demon cadets. The instructor merely grunted, maintaining an air of detached authority before the inevitable began. Instructor Idea smiled, satisfied with the demonstration of cruelty. Luna's fragile composure shattered completely under the horrifying realization of the test. The instructor's maniacal grin contrasts sharply with the cadet's uncomfortable anticipation. The horrific command to kill the person beside her broke Luna's composure completely. The sheer terror of the situation overwhelmed the prisoner, begging for release. The sound of something heavy hitting the floor signaled the end of Luna's ordeal. The harsh judgment echoes through the confined space, aimed at the collapsed healer. The crushing weight of failure settles heavily. Despite the journey, I accomplished nothing. The relief washes over Luna as she collapses, the immediate danger finally passing. The class president smiled, pleased with his strategic maneuver to protect the healer. The victor, pleased with his cunning defense of Luna, now gloats over the ravaged prisoner. The sudden, overwhelming relief caused the exhausted healer to finally lose consciousness. The captor, smiling cruelly, reveals his dagger, standing over the defeated prisoner. As the protagonist closed in, an unnerving tension hung in the air near the relic. The smiling cadet pressed the dangerous blade against Luna's trembling hands, a chilling display of calculated threat. The blade hovered inches from the bound prisoner, a final act before unveiling the great evil. The relief was fleeting. The weight of the situation crashed down as Luna finally succumbed to exhaustion. The relief washed over Luna as the class president's hand rested upon her head, a gesture that left her stunned. Luna, overwhelmed by relief, nearly fainted as the student council president praised her unique healing talent. With Luna secured, the focus shifts immediately to the true objective, the underground depths. The official, face set in cold judgment, stood firm, leaving no room for argument. The class president addresses the seemingly unresponsive cadet Luna, having just secured her passage. The guard, having successfully deflected the immediate danger, surveyed the secure, ominous setting. The class president's smug satisfaction confirms his manipulative nature after securing Luna's passage. The class president, having secured Luna's passing, now faces lingering scrutiny from the other instructor. The whispers of forgotten history solidified into terrifying reality before their eyes. The president's sly smile confirmed his calculated favoritism. He cared only for talent. A sinister, knowing smirk curled on his lips as he sensed the approaching objective. The class president dismissed the need for harsh judgment with cold, calculated words. The class president, having asserted his self-serving criteria, left the tense standoff behind him. Luna, overwhelmed with relief, could only manage a breathy confirmation of her unexpected success. He exhaled with obvious relief, having successfully navigated the immediate threat. The ordeal ended, and Luna finally succumbed to exhaustion, her relief evident as he held her. The agonizing tension of the test finally broke, leaving Luna utterly spent. A chilling smile spread across his face, fully aware of the situation he had manipulated. The guard watches over the exhausted cadet, his presence a silent threat in the dim light. He seemed momentarily satisfied, the immediate danger to Luna averted by his sharp maneuvering. The dark aura surged, confirming his improved skill in cloaking himself. Now, the real infiltration could begin. Reaffirming his power, he concentrated the enveloping darkness in his palm. The shadow cloaking worked, but now a guard below senses the intruder's presence. The shadow magic surged, surrounding the youth as the organ guard remained stoic, observing the display of power. The dark aura intensifies as the silent confrontation begins, a chilling sound echoing in the stone chamber. The successful attack left him breathless, realizing his enhanced cloaking might not be enough. The sinister guard, concealed in shadow, lets his glowing eye reveal his grim, unyielding presence. The guard loomed over the weakened form, his imposing presence radiating menace as purple energy pulsed around the fallen individual. The pressure of the situation, combined with the demonic energy, seemed to finally overwhelm him. Finding the empty cell, he confirms his hunch. A hidden way forward lies beyond the bars. With Luna safe, the president's cold calculation confirms his true priorities. Trusting the path the protagonist took, he dove headlong into the dark descent. A sudden, palpable tension filled the air as the student snapped back to the reality of the situation. The ground gives way as a section of the prison opens above him, signaling his descent. Recalling the known depths, he hurtles downward, counting the final moments before impact. The countdown continues, each second amplifying the pressure as he plummets into the darkness below. Now, the final, decisive moment arrived as he lunged downward toward the waiting danger. With his attack landed, the world seemed to fracture around him as a final impact resonated. The heavy impact reverberated as the subterranean mechanism was forcefully activated. The tunnel stretched before him, ominous and echoing with a sound that suggested great power or impending doom. The darkness enveloped him, a familiar cloak as he gripped his weapon tightly. The shadow slimes materialized, their glowing eyes fixed on the intruder. Now, channeling that darkness, he summons his power, ready for what lies ahead. Fong of darkness, black blade vibe. Knowing the weakness makes the black slime easy to deal with. The class president stood, his intentions made clear. Talent was all that mattered now. The successful attack brought forth a violent, reactive cry from the dark waters below. The black slime, now an obstacle, pulsed menacingly below, demanding swift action. The darkness enveloped him completely as he prepared to descend further. He submerged beneath the dark water, the faint bubbles marking his descent into the unknown. The immediate danger was over, but this descent felt far more perilous. The successful attack sent a shockwave, allowing him to break through the slime and haul himself onto solid ground. After neutralizing the slime, he stands drenched in sweat, searching the desolate, web-filled chamber. The final barrier broke as I gazed upon the chained, skeletal figure above. The terrifying specter revealed its core, a pulsating heart within its skeletal chest. The handsome cadet reveals his sinister, satisfied grin as darkness coils toward his outstretched hand. The successful application of his technique left the defeated slime disintegrating. Yet an unexpected question remained. The skeletal giant's rib cage opened wide, revealing the pulsating, forbidden heart I came for. The attack lands, tearing into the darkness, and the protagonist registers a shocking realization. The entity's skeletal form flared with intense, golden light, focusing on the dark, pulsing heart within its chest. The blinding light intensified, revealing the skeletal horror bound by chains, its cursed form radiating power. The menacing skeletal entity looms, confirming the horrifying realization. Child of Azin. The voice demands attention, an inescapable mental command. Adele, regaining composure after his near capture, finally agrees to listen. The spirit warns Adele that shared thoughts mean they bear the same terrible burden, addressing him as the blood of chaos. The spectral figure, holding the heart, pulsed with dark energy, a silent warning echoing in the mind. The essence of chaos manifests, a destructive force that warps reality itself. The ghostly apparition delivered a final, chilling warning about the true cost of chaos. The chilling, distorted will of the Azan ancestors resonated through the returned, dead heart's final state. The chilling stillness confirms the heart has returned to its dead, original state. As the ancestors' will faded, the heart returned to its dead, still state in his hands. The raw chaos energy surged, washing over Adele as he embraced the forbidden power. The raw power manifested, lifting the surrounding stones with eerie, dark crimson energy. The holographic window stabilized, revealing the core truths: his lineage, his nascent power, and the inherited taint of darkness. The final confirmation solidifies the incredible rewards gained. Psychokinesis is now his. A chillingly confident smile graced his lips as he manifested a weapon with dark, glowing energy. The discarded dagger clattered, drawing an immediate, sharp reaction. The realization of his discovery, that sinister dagger, leaves him shaken despite his composed facade. The chaotic energy finally coalesced into a tangible gift: psychokinesis. The cadet who found Adele quickly pressed him about his mysterious absence. The aggressive cadet confronts Adele, his smile unnerving despite the dark setting. His casual wave met her confrontational stare, an immediate clash of tones. Despite his internal turmoil, Adele maintained a stoic facade while a familiar, diminutive voice demanded his attention. Back in Sation, he was immediately intercepted by the girl he had just rescued. Relief washed over Luna as Adele assured her it was nothing. Hearing the familiar voice, she clearly felt relief, clutching her uniform with flustered gratitude. A sinister smile belied his words as he prepared to speak, the Azan family symbol stark against his uniform. The unsettling scene of the dark prison cell still lingered as Adele was confronted by the watchful eyes of other cadets. The instructor, radiating an unnerving confidence, addresses the assembled cadets in the eerie chamber. "I think I saw something too. Well, they must be busy. Let's just go." The swaggering group, seemingly pleased with themselves, approached Adele with unsettling grins. The bright sun shone down upon the grand structure as Adele decided to return to Satan. The class reconvenes, but Adele remains distracted by his thoughts. Just as Adele thought he was safe, a chilling voice broke the relative quiet. But seeing those familiar faces filled with malice sent a fresh wave of dread through Adele. A sudden shock ripples through Adele as he recognizes the distant figure in the quiet study hall. Adele's sudden appearance and unsettling silence startled Luna in the empty classroom. The instructor concluded the training, noting the cadets' hardened resolve after the ordeal. Luna had finally fallen asleep, exhausted from the intense experience. The desperate plea sliced through the air, immediately halting Adele's movement. Just as Adele planned his escape, a chilling demand cut through the quiet room. "I thought I'd found a quiet training spot." But this familiar voice cuts through the silence. The instructor smiles, but Adele remains unnerved by the intensity of the interaction just past. Adele's sharp demeanor broke as Luna forced a relieved smile, trying to downplay her earlier worry. The instructor regarded Adele with a knowing, slightly amused expression, assessing the cadet's composure. He offers a friendly invitation, leaving Luna momentarily stunned by the unexpected gesture. Her excitement was palpable, a stark contrast to Adele's somber mood. "Let's go eat together," she offered. Adele offers a smooth, perhaps overly confident, confirmation. The instructor smiled broadly, his casual demeanor masking the seriousness of their return to Satan. Adele marvels at the imposing architecture, the sunlight dazzling against the castle spires. The sudden appearance of his escort sent a sharp jolt of panic through Adele. The return to Saitama felt too brief, yet nothing significant had changed here either. The instructor surveyed the recovered cadets, noting the hardened edge in their eyes after the organ mission. He walked past the ornate stone railing, unaware of someone watching him from below. As Adele processed the reunion, two imposing figures suddenly appeared, their arrival marked by chilling footsteps. Suddenly, a sharp voice calls out, recognizing the two figures hidden in the shadows. The raw fear of discovery spurred an immediate, desperate flight. Reen's initial surprise gives way to concern as she questions Adele's strange behavior. Reen's question hangs in the air. Could he have truly seen his dangerous escorts? She managed a strained smile, relieved after narrowly escaping detection. The horrifying memory of his decisive role flashes through his mind, confirming the danger he is in. Well, they must be busy. Let's just go, Renee quickly concluded, eager to move past the unsettling encounter. He tried to brush off the encounter, heading back to his routine, but a sudden plea stopped him cold. Stepping out from the shadows, he felt a brief moment of calm beneath the high walls. After dodging the suspicious gazes, Adele found a momentary escape beneath the bright sky. A sudden, visceral scream cuts through the quiet as Adele is startled by an unseen terror. My urgency to leave the vicinity of the royal figures was palpable. The sound of quick footsteps echoed my panic. As Adele stepped away, a sudden, violent motion seized the girl. His panicked cry was cut short. The instigator hovered above them, his shadow dwarfing the remaining bullies who could only watch in stunned silence. The abrupt disappearance of Adele leaves Luna completely stunned and bewildered. The intimidating trio, their hostility palpable, marched forward, their intent clear despite the intervention. He pulled back, the crimson energy around him intensifying into a terrifying, predatory smile. The aggressor, realizing the futility of his threats, lets out a sharp hiss of frustration. The leader stood tall, radiating contempt as the others stood subserviently before him. The instructor's touch confirms the hidden talent, acknowledging the exceptional nature of the cadet before them. The dark energy lashes out, consuming the aggressor in a gruesome display of raw power. The lingering threat and the sudden halt of violence leave the aggressor stunned by his composure. Unbelievable. Even facing my raw killing intent, they still dared to attack. His terrifying red aura erupted, instantly overwhelming his opponent. The immediate threat subsided, but the lingering tension made the aggressor grunt in sheer discomfort. His composure, utterly baffling the instructor, made him stand out beside Luna. Luna expressed relief that he was unharmed after the confrontation. The instructor's sharp command stills the tension, dismissing the confrontation immediately. The confrontation dissipates as the aggressor calmly dictates a truce, citing the arrival of lunchtime. The aggressors, having failed to intimidate him, now feigned concern while escorting their weakened comrade away. As they walked away, the instructor noted the quiet cadet's composed reaction to the confrontation. The instructor recognizes Adele's exceptional talent, viewing him as another rare gem alongside Luna. Luna arrives, startled by the lingering tension and the sudden, quiet retreat of the aggressors. With thanks acknowledged, the relief of safety settled over the two of them. The relief from the earlier confrontation gives way to an invitation as they head toward class. The instructor's earnest request hangs in the air, met only by a silent, knowing gaze from Adele. The sudden, jarring impact cut through the silence of his intense focus. The instructor, satisfied with the return to order, finally takes his place before the assembled cadets. The instructor's praise for Adele's talent was met with humble deflection, but he secretly planned his next move. The instructor takes his commanding position before the seated cadets, ready to begin the next phase of training. The instructor observed the silent cadet with a knowing smirk. The instructor watched with veiled curiosity as the cadet achieved near-perfect invisibility instantly. The terrifying surge of energy confirmed his monstrous power. His composed smile contrasted sharply with the shocked expression of the cadet beside him. The sudden, bizarre disappearance made the nearby cadet gasp in shock. The confident half-demon smiled, while a startled classmate gaped at the sudden turn of events. With a sharp snap, The instructor began his demonstration of invisibility magic. Everyone was instructed to focus their mana flow, slowly beginning the difficult process of mastering invisibility. The instructor surveyed the class, noticing the lingering tension even as they settled into their seats. With the confrontation over, the instructor ushered everyone back inside for class to begin. While others struggled, Adele's innate talent made the invisibility spell almost instantly manageable. The instructor nodded, slightly amused by Adele's quick dismissal of his invitation. The instructor stared, visibly shocked by the cadet's sudden, complete disappearance. The instructor immediately singles out Adele Pixie amidst the simmering tension of the class. The instructor reacted with shock as Adele vanished completely from sight, confirming his mastery. The intense focus of his practice session manifested as a powerful, blue aura surrounding him. The instructor calmly addresses the remaining students, his assessment of the two prodigies complete. To truly evade notice, I need a technique beyond mere invisibility. The instructor, intrigued by Adele's calm demeanor, voices a sudden, pointed question. The professor registers the cadet's unsettling composure, noting another prodigy besides Luna. Seeing their relief, the instructor noted Adele's unusual composure and hidden talent, similar to Luna's. The instructor, impressed by the calm composure shown during the confrontation, singled out another potential prodigy alongside Luna. The professor's invitation hangs in the air, but Adele feigns confusion about the requested visit. The instructor, recognizing Adele's potential alongside Luna's, promised to look into this new talent further. The instructor watched, noting Adele's confident, almost predatory smile. The instructor eagerly awaits Adele's response, sensing a unique, research-worthy talent. His confident, almost mocking smile vanishes as he realizes the depth of Adele's talent. Cadets return from lunch, the Grand Academy building shining under the bright sky. Dismissing the instructor's offer, Adele resolves to master his true abilities. The hidden nature of the impending threat pushed his hand down, an aggressive assertion of dominance. The urgency of the human spy threat solidified his resolve. He had to eliminate them, no matter the cost. He gathered his focus, knowing the next level of power required absolute mastery. The intense pressure of his concealed power suddenly erupts. He focused his will, moving beyond simple concealment to achieve true non-existence. The mana enveloped him completely, achieving instant, silent invisibility. The invisibility spell immediately took hold, startling even the caster. Adele's final, terrifying trump card was already in motion, overwhelming his target instantly. The chaotic energy surged, forcing itself out as the mana nearly consumed him. The strange, fading energy dissipates, leaving him momentarily suspended in silence. Despite the sheer power shown, the technique remained imperfect, leaving Ares breathless on the cold floor. The instructor's commanding voice cut through the tension, demanding Ares step forward for the demonstration. The chaotic withdrawal left him shaken, his mind racing with the implications of the new technique. He waited, eyes closed, as the mandatory 2-hour recovery period stretched ahead. He names his deadly new creation, solidifying the chaos attribute with stealth. The instructor's swift, mana-infused strike landed precisely, eliciting only stunned disbelief. The instructor's massive boot slams down as Ares scrambles backward in sheer terror. A shocking recognition cuts through the immediate danger as the red-haired student whispers a familiar name. The instructor, still unconvinced, demands Ares demonstrate his skill directly. The instructor's unexpected command to attack, without using any traits, visibly shocks Ares. The instructor's direct, almost lethal strike shocked the subordinate to utter disbelief. Hearing, taste, touch, even sight, the chaotic side effects are unpredictable. The oppressive weight under the jungle canopy finally breaks, signaling the end of the required 2 hours. The agonizing sensory deprivation eventually subsides, leaving him standing amidst nature. The instructor's sudden attack leaves Ares momentarily breathless, a gasp escaping his lips. The instructor's smug expression shifts as Ares delivers a shocking rebuttal. Struggling to suppress the overwhelming power, he could only manage a desperate denial. The instructor's abrupt command forces a sudden halt to the grueling physical session. The young man bursts into disbelieving laughter, covering his mouth as he finally processes the reality. The mental strain was too much. The cost of the technique was absolute failure. Deciding against using the technique again for now, he resolves to focus his efforts elsewhere. With the risky technique sealed, he finally found a moment to relax beneath the trees. The sensory deprivation finally lifted as he slumped onto the grass beneath the bright sky. He instantly moved, closing the distance with a terrifying, overwhelming presence as the students reacted in sheer panic. The mandatory 2-hour recovery period meant classes resumed, thankfully before being late. The instructor, still displeased with Ares' leadership, demanded a demonstration of mana infusion. The classmate, still disgruntled, tried to interject amidst the chaos. The intimidating instructor, shrouded in dark energy, remained silent, waiting for Ares to react. His technique found the mark, striking the vital spot perfectly. The imposing instructor called for the class leader to step forward, his presence silencing any further grumbling. The instructor, satisfied with his quick resolution, smiles confidently at the waiting students. The intimidating instructor draws his sword with a sharp metallic sound, challenging Ares. The red-haired instructor stepped forward, radiating an intense, challenging aura. The instructor, clad in a white shirt, advanced confidently to begin the demonstration. He called for the class leader to step forward, demanding a demonstration of mana infusion. The muscular instructor, wielding his broadsword, demands the class leader step forward for his demonstration. The instructor, satisfied with Ares' performance, stands ready to issue his next command. Despite the near-fatal risk, Ares had proven his devastating potential. Now, he was being challenged to demonstrate his mana-infused sword skill. The instructor demands a demonstration of channeling mana into the blade, specifically forbidding any trait usage. The instructor demands Ares infuse mana into his blade and engage him without any special traits. With a wicked grin, Ares lunges forward, aiming his enchanted dagger precisely at the carotid artery. He moved with precise intent, aiming for the instructor's jugular. The blinding shockwave of mana erupted, overwhelming the trainees in an instant. The sheer force of the channeled mana caused the sword strike to connect with devastating effect. The instructor's powerful, mana-infused strike landed with shocking speed. A sharp impact echoes as the instructor's foot strikes the ground, proving his superior grounding. The hulking instructor descends with monstrous intent, the air cracking as he brings his colossal sword down. Despite the near-fatal risk, the instructor demanded Ares step forward for the demonstration. The instructor demands the class leader step forward, ready for a demonstration. The instructor challenges Ares, demanding he channel his mana into the sword for a demonstration. The instructor's seemingly effortless strike sends the class leader flying backward. With surgical precision, the attack targets the vital artery, momentarily stunning the opponent. The instructor moved with blinding speed, aiming straight for Ares' neck. The blade found its mark, aimed directly for the right carotid artery. The instructor's attack, intended to be a simple demonstration, was met with a terrifying, confident strike. He followed the instructor's command, channeling his will into the blade for a final, precise strike. The blade strikes true, aiming precisely for the vital point he mentally targeted. The instructor's precise strike landed perfectly, eliciting a shocked, pained reaction. A blinding discharge of energy erupts as Ares lets out a cry of agony. The instructor's demonstration was shockingly swift and brutal. The world spins violently as the demon instructor stands over the struggling class leader. The instructor, filled with dark energy, unleashes a terrifying strike against Ares. The instructor delivered a brutal, precise strike that bypassed all defenses. A classmate cries out in pure shock, witnessing the instructor's near-fatal strike. Telekinetic power flared, stopping the heavy sword just inches from the struggling student. The sudden, powerful burst of energy slammed into the floor between them. His sudden, imposing presence startled the nearby demon cadet, who could only stare in awe. The focus shifts back to the necessary ruthlessness, the protagonist refusing to yield that edge. He slams his hand down, asserting dominance. Letting his guard down, he abruptly braced himself against the impact of the sudden confrontation. He seemed to be recovering from the confrontation, a slight, almost unsettling smile crossing his face. The brute stood ready, his massive sword blazing with power, demanding compliance after the calculated lesson. The final, brutal clash unfolded beneath a blinding sky. The heavily muscled man, now stained with blood, continued his speech, his words trailing off into the next beat. The telekinetically dropped weapon confirmed his suspicion. With the lesson concluded, Ares stood poised, waiting for his students' reaction to his brutal philosophy. The imposing figure's sudden appearance clearly startled Luna. He stood there, seemingly unbothered by the tear in his uniform. Ares' confident smile belies his hidden concerns about the spy situation. His intense, shadowed gaze fixed forward, a faint scratch visible on his shirt as he considered the implications of his recent strategy. Suddenly, her concentration was broken by an unexpected arrival right in front of her. The intimidating Ares, bathed in harsh sunlight, prepares to drive home his harsh lesson on survival. Ares had finished his forceful lecture, his imposing presence dominating the students below. This imposing instructor declared his rigid philosophy on combat effectiveness. The imposing figure finally speaks, his voice echoing under the bright, open sky. The realization hits. If he ignored the girl, he'd only confirm Ares' suspicions. I had momentarily let my guard down while deep in thought about the spy. I must secure my authority, even if it means employing brutal methods Ares detests. Ares decides this incident is a prime opportunity to finally redeem his reputation. Ares stands rigid, his powerful presence looming as the other cadets begin to disperse. Whoa, when did you get in front of me? I look like I startled you again, Lady Luna. Whoa, when didyougti in front OFME. Ares' chilling presence looms, his eyes burning red in the deepening shadow. As the students dispersed, the grand architecture of the Royal Academy reflected the harsh midday sun. Ares, having finished his lesson on necessary ruthlessness, returned to his initial musing. He drifted into thought, the realization of his need for ruthlessness settling heavily. His smile twisted, an ominous promise hanging in the air after his brutal lesson. Suddenly appearing before her, the protagonist startles the girl, interrupting her anxious thoughts. Despite his outward calm, Ares' attempt to dismiss her earlier cruelty left a lingering question in Luna's mind. The formal instruction to dismiss the class concluded, yet Luna remained, clearly hesitant about something. Her surprised blush confirms the unexpected invitation was happily accepted. Let's go check the academy grounds. I need to confirm my suspicions about that half-demon girl. The plate of elaborate, glistening meat was placed down with a decisive thud. The recovered lunch invitation led to a surprisingly lavish spread of food for the two of them. The sheer abundance of food surprised Luna, prompting a playful assurance about finishing it all. The trio strides confidently into the dining hall, interrupting the quiet meal. But this lavish dining hall suddenly felt too small as he noticed the quiet tension at the long table. Ignoring their presence, the boy decisively turned away, choosing to depart the tense situation. Kyle, the demon cadet with the spider mark, gave the half-demons a look of utter disgust. Luna finally concedes to having lunch with him, acknowledging the abundance before them. Lady Luna's expression turned startled as the protagonist suddenly appeared right in front of her. He acknowledged the brutal lesson, accepting the need for merciless efficiency. The girl, relieved, excitedly agreed to reschedule their postponed lunch date. Ares dismisses the incident with a knowing smirk, already planning his next move. Luna's surprised expression confirms she's ready to dive into this unexpected meal with enthusiasm. Ignoring my previous request, the pink-haired girl looked utterly bewildered by the abrupt shift in topic. Ignoring my internal monologue, someone demands to know my identity. The shock of recognition hits as the cadet with the spider tattoo is identified. Kyle, the relief of not having to feign innocence washes over him. A fleeting moment of peace before the next challenge. Ares, recovering slightly, acknowledges Luna's acceptance of his invitation for lunch. Ignoring the previous thought, He focused on recalling details about the suspected spy. The abundant feast confirms that Gula, the god of gluttony, approves of their shared meal. His composed features mask the churning realization striking him now. He dismissed the notion of spending money on a mere hunch. I must have that name memorized already, considering my focus on the spy. His intense focus on the spy details was interrupted by a sudden, looming presence. They settled at the opulent table, the planned lunch finally taking place amidst the lingering tension. The student with the spiky hair startled the seated cadet, catching him off guard during his meal. Aries, still standing, observed the obvious reaction of his classmate. My slip in awareness allowed him to move impossibly close, his unnerving smile now directly above me. The protagonist, deeply focused on his internal monologue, barely acknowledges the rich meal before him. The exchange continues, with the red-haired cadet smiling confidently toward the protagonist. His focus sharpens, his entire being coiled with suppressed, dark energy. His demonic gaze burns bright, contrasting sharply with the cold, calculating expression of the cadet below. His threats had failed. Now, Kyle resorted to a crude, familiar gesture of dominance. The sudden, violent grab of his tie stopped Kyle's attempt at taunting mid-breath. The shock of the sudden confrontation registered, as Jerian's attack landed with brutal force. The table is splattered with fresh blood, evidence of the swift, brutal attack just witnessed. Seeing Kyle's body tense, the spy mocks his lack of true preparedness. The battle concluded with a desperate teleportation, leaving Kyle stunned by Adele's impossible feat. The shock of exposure made Adele pause, his true form threatening to surface. The taunt ceases. Kyle's menacing smirk confirms his victory. The water rushes violently, attempting to cleanse the evidence of his actions. The immediate shock of the confrontation leaves Kyle reeling, his composure shattered. Kyle's utter shock solidified his inability to respond to Adele's devastating revelation. Kyle watched, face impassive, as Adele maintained his composure. The illusion finally shattered. Kyle, his composure unshakable, waited for Jerian's outburst to subside. Kyle barely flinched as Jerian lunged, his composure unsettlingly calm. The teleportation was successful. Kyle seized his opponent mid-air. The failed teleport left Kyle reeling, his body absorbing the brutal impact of the failed counter. The air exploded as Jerian moved, his true demonic features already surfacing. The sudden, brutal pressure confirms Adele's overwhelming advantage. A sickening crunch echoes as he strikes. The loud thud signaled that the swift move had landed, leaving one man standing over the crumpled body. Kyle's enraged aura, glowing red eyes piercing the shadow, loomed over the defeated cadet. The chandelier spun violently as Jerian retreated, the impact shaking the very room. Adele's true form flickered, forcing Kyle to confront the impossible. How much did he truly know? Kyle, his composure returning, leans in, ready to confront the cadet who has exposed him. The physical impact, a brutal slam, echoed as the first move was made. Kyle, cornered by the shocking revelation, stands rigidly, his hands gripping the desk for balance. The sudden sound of a screech pierces the tension as Kyle looks up, his face cast in deep shadow. The realization of his true nature being exposed ignites a murderous resolve within Kyle. The assassin revealed his sharpened arsenal, prepared for the final confrontation. Jerian steels himself, the confirmation of his exposure met only with icy resolve and a glint of metal. The sudden, chilling realization strikes him as he whispers his sister's name into the oppressive darkness. The spell exchange resulted in a dizzying positional switch, leaving Kyle stunned by the apparent teleportation. His enraged eyes confirmed it. Adele had seen right through his entire deception. The air is thick with tension. Adele smiles, breathing out a chillingly calm reaction to the sudden reveal. Adele's calm assessment only infuriates Kyle further, who readies a blade. Adele revealed himself, walking forward with a triumphant, unnerving smile. Energy bolt meets the flash of position switch, as Kyle reacts instantly to the threat. Adele mocks the failed attempt, brushing off the proximity of death with chilling indifference. The sudden, blinding discharge of yellow energy slams into Kyle, eliciting a sharp, involuntary reaction. Kyle's arrogance was met instantly by Adele's counter, a swift, blinding pillar of power. The spell is ready, his hidden strength now erupting in dazzling yellow arcs. Adele's smug grin confirmed he had uncovered everything, revealing Kyle's identity effortlessly. The clash erupts as powerful, crackling energy surges, forcing an immediate, desperate defense. His electrifying power erupts, confirming all of Adele's suspicions about the half-demon's identity. Adele's unsettling, knowing smile confirms he knows everything about Kyle now. Kyle unleashes his full power, the energy around him crackling with blinding, potent force. Kyle, caught off guard by the sudden switch, recoils as if struck. Kyle's composure shattered. Rage flooded his features as golden lightning erupted around him. With a flash of yellow energy, Jarian unleashes the full power of his counterattack. The violent discharge of energy slams into Kyle, crushing him against the surface. The villain laughs, his composure unbroken despite the failed ambush and exposed identity. The electric tension ratchets up as Kyle's ominous energy flares around him, directly confronting the smirking Adele. With his mask finally ripped away, the sinister smile of his true identity spreads wide. The simmering rage finally erupts, revealing the true, terrifying power beneath Adele's facade. Adele's vile words about his sister ignited Kyle's uncontrollable fury, sparking a blinding surge of power. Adele's chilling, satisfied grin told Kyle everything. He knew his cover was blown. Kyle, enraged by the mocking tone, unleashes raw power, screaming for silence. Kyle, driven by fury, channels immense, crackling energy, promising brutal retribution. Adele's smug smile confirmed he knew everything, catching Kyle completely off guard. The sheer force of the spell erupted, blinding and overwhelming the space between them. The flash of light marked the execution of the switch, proving Adele's teleportation skill. The unexpected switch connected, leaving Adele with a chilling, almost serene expression just as the blast hit. Adele's carefully maintained facade shattered as Kyle realized his identity was utterly exposed. Adele, having dropped his disguise, now faces Kyle with a chilling, knowing smile. Adele's maniacal glee spikes as he boasts about his terrible obsession with Kyle's sister. The moment of confrontation had arrived, trapping Kyle in the stark purple glow of the chamber. The confrontation escalates as Kyle realizes Adele had deduced everything, even after his teleportation trick. The revelation of his sister's plight fails to stop Adele's chilling taunt, pushing Kyle over the edge. With his secrets fully exposed, Kyle unleashes his terrifying power, shocking Adele. The captive's body vibrated under the surge of golden, crackling mana. The sheer volume of his spellcasting left Kyle momentarily speechless. Realizing the danger he was in, his eyes glowed fiercely, channeling immense, crackling power as he prepared for the next move. Kyle unleashes his final, desperate attack, screaming a command of death. The initial burst of power concludes, leaving a blinding flash as the scene freezes momentarily. Kyle's face contorts as the overwhelming golden energy slams into him. Kyle, momentarily triumphant, erupted in a maniacal laugh as his power manifested around him. The antagonist executes a swift position swap, leaving Kyle reeling and utterly shocked. The manipulator's confident smirk was unsettling as he revealed the true extent of his control. Kyle roared, engulfed by a sickening surge of dark, crackling energy as the confrontation reached its peak. Kyle reeled back, utterly shocked by the final, audacious condition presented. The scheme unfolded perfectly, revealing his cruel satisfaction as he made his final demand. Kyle's moment of shock is interrupted by a swift, devastating strike from behind. Kyle finally succumbs to the paralyzing effect, completely subdued by the hidden technique. He demands an oath, a binding contract that seals their forced alliance. The captured man, still reeling from the revelation, stared up, his fate hanging in the balance. Should he simply end this now? The manipulator smiled serenely, satisfied with the fear he had sown. The grand display of mana manifests, the dragon contract overwhelming the space. The small transmission device sits ready, awaiting instructions from the newly subdued captive. Kyle, momentarily subdued, confronts the manipulator about the poison. The realization of his impossible situation forced Kyle to slump, his chest heaving with despair. I see. Kyle finally understood the extent of the scheme unfolding before him. Kyle gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by the audacity of the demand for a demon god's oath. A shockwave of realization hit Kyle. The audacity of his captor was almost unbelievable. Kyle, cornered by the unexpected revelation, could only stare as his captor smiled coldly. Even with the leverage secured, Kyle demanded an unbreakable vow. The victim's desperation erupted, demanding to know the true terms of this twisted game. Kyle erupted in shock and fury at the unbelievable demand. His demands met, Kyle still harbored one final, audacious request. The manipulator reveals his sinister plan, presenting a small, dark object pulsing with violet energy, the second piece of the twin venom. The shocking revelation of the parasitic link strikes Kyle, marking him with a sinister spider symbol. Kyle, reeling from the revelation, could only stare in disbelief at his captor. The schemer confirms his plan, presenting a small box with a sinister smile. Kyle, thinking he had gained control, was suddenly met with a chilling reveal. The tiny parasite. Kyle exploded with shocked disbelief at the sheer audacity of the demand. Kyle's shock was palpable upon hearing the terrifying condition, a demon god's oath. Having laid out his demands, the victor stands ready for the final concession. Kyle's initial shock turns to desperate bargaining, setting an impossible demand. Kyle, finally cornered, could only stare silently at the victor's gloating smile. His arrogance meets a sudden, chilling halt as the true depth of the threat dawns on him. His sinister grin confirmed it. Ray's condition, seemingly terminal, was now cured. The defeated Kyle could only rage at the man who controlled his fate. Kyle's arrogance remained unshaken, even when faced with the artifact that bound him. His casual dismissal of the threat only deepens Kyle's horrified realization. He presented the carefully contained twin venom, a final piece of leverage. Kyle stared up, comprehending the chilling ultimatum presented by his captor. Kyle, seeing his hostage finally ready to speak, paused, enjoying the moment of absolute control. Kyle finally realized the full extent of the manipulation, staring up at the imposing, shadowed figure. The captor's smug composure snaps. An icy threat cuts through the tension. Kyle felt the chilling proximity of his captor, stunned into silence by the revelation. Reluctantly, Kyle conceded to the outrageous demand for a demon god's oath, to which his captor simply responded with satisfaction. Kyle, stunned by the reveal of the twin venom, could only manage one word. The mysterious device, glowing ominously, hung suspended as Kyle processed the impossible reality. Kyle, realizing the danger, begins to process the chilling revelation of the twin venom. Kyle's shocked silence confirmed the terrifying truth of the parasite. Kyle's shock was palpable as he realized the true depths of the manipulation. The captured man's rising indignation was met with a sudden, heavy impact. What impossible demand could he possibly have next? Kyle, shaken and cornered, could only look up as the victor gloated. A triumphant, almost villainous grin spreads across Kyle's face as he reveals his leverage. Kyle stared, aghast, as his captor remained entirely composed despite his desperate demand. Kyle stared at the chilling, self-satisfied grin, realizing this manipulation was far from over. The controlled prisoner, now trapped, could only react with shock to the escalating demands. Kyle's defiance cuts through the tension, demanding terms for his cooperation. But Kyle had one final, desperate condition to secure his sister's safety. Kyle's smug confidence shattered against the ultimate term, a demon god's oath. The chilling power of the demon god's oath manifested. Its breaking meant instant death. The instructor secretly schemes, considering how to manipulate the contract's terms further. Robolt's expectation was immediately dashed by a sharp refusal. The student, momentarily speechless, realized the true stakes of the contract as the instructor's hand reached out. Frustration mounted. All his leads had dried up, leaving him desperate. A sudden shock registered, interrupting the desperate search for clues. The binding contract was now sealed, leaving Adele seated on the cold floor, feeling the weight of his new allegiance. Just as he wrestled with frustration, a sudden, sharp sensation registered on his skin. With a firm grip, the binding agreement was sealed beneath the ominous purple light. The ominous sense of foreboding hung heavy as the breakthrough remained elusive. The weight of the Academy's expectations settled heavily upon him. Midterms. The strange sentence remained utterly inscrutable, frustrating the instructor's research. Robolt closely examined the cryptic writing on the ancient manuscript, searching for any hidden meaning. As the final word of desperation echoed, something unexpected happened near his collar. The earnest student, deep in thought about the baffling inscription, is suddenly startled by a sensation. The agreement sealed, Instructor Robolt stands triumphant, the student kneeling before him. Robolt accepted the offer of hospitality, keen to hear the student's urgent request. The instructor revealed the diagrams on the board, cryptic celestial charts drawn under candlelight. Despite his success in securing aid, the weight of the upcoming midterms still pressed heavily upon him. The instructor pours a warm, rich drink, offering hospitality before probing the true purpose of their meeting. The instructor poured the tea, a picture of hospitality contrasting with the looming negotiation ahead. The instructor, satisfied with the initial terms, calmly accepts the pact's execution. The instructor ponders the situation, acknowledging the difficulty of deciphering the ancient text. Robolt, satisfied with the agreement, settled in to watch the cadet sign the sacred contract. Robolt's satisfied smile contrasted sharply with the other's sudden alarm. The instructor, satisfied with the agreement, gestured expansively across the quiet meeting room. With the oath accepted, the professor summons the binding paper in a terrifying display of red magic. Even after all that explanation, the inscription remained utterly foreign to him. He reviewed the conditions once more, the silence thick with unspoken intent. The instructor seemed overly familiar, still trying to gauge the true value of this student. The instructor, satisfied with the document, prepares to elaborate on the strange artifact. The instructor, having heard the student's impassioned plea, finally offered a knowing, slightly patronizing smile. Instructor Robolt reviewed the terms, his expression thoughtful as Adele waited for his final approval. The professor nodded, readying his quill over the parchment for the binding agreement. The instructor confirmed his agreement, sealing the initial terms of their unusual partnership. His satisfied grin signaled a deal was struck, even as he still pondered his next move. The instructor, pleased with the turn of events, inquires about the initial efforts. He inwardly dismissed the lack of progress, his focus already shifting to the next possibility. The instructor's shrewd smile betrayed his satisfaction with the unfolding agreement. The red, fiery energy surges outward as the instructor recoils in shock. The demon god's oath was enacted, manifesting in a violent surge of crimson energy across his chest. The instructor confirmed the binding contract, leaving the student to ponder the implications of his new alliance. Robolt carefully takes the ancient, dark volume from the shelf, the sound of its movement echoing slightly. Suddenly, a jarring noise cuts through the tense atmosphere as the protagonist collapses. The agreement was sealed, and now the instructor seemed quite pleased to have secured his assistance. Instructor Robolt finally recognized the significance of the strange script. The instructor gestured toward the object of their secretive meeting, the ancient, mysterious book. Staring blankly, the reality of the situation started to sink in. The sheer weight of the situation caused a moment of intense, silent concentration as he leaned in. Frustrated by the dead end, a sudden shock jolted him. The instructor pointed toward the ancient text, eager to see the critical writing. He presented the ancient-looking manuscript, the key to the mystery. Instructor Robolt maintained his composed, expectant look as the young man considered his next move. Frustrated by the lack of progress, his thoughts raced as a sudden, jarring sensation struck him. The instructor, having secured the binding oath, finally began to reveal the true purpose of their clandestine meeting. He eagerly anticipated seeing the strange writing that held the key to his research. The instructor leaned over the ancient manuscript, his excitement palpable as Adele followed his gaze. A sudden shock jolts him as the strange script reacts, eliciting a confused. The instructor then presented the ancient, mystifying manuscript for translation. Frustration mounted. Without a clue, his efforts seemed futile. The contract sealed, he finally spoke, the strange glyphs still unsettling. With the demon god's oath secured, the true nature of the investigation began. The weight of the ancient script pressed down, leaving him momentarily speechless and sweating. His gaze falls upon the ancient, indecipherable script, his mind racing for a breakthrough. The strange, ancient script on the last page only elicited confusion from the cadet. Suddenly, an intense surge of energy engulfed him, eliciting a sharp cry of shock. The final step of the pact was complete, but suddenly, a strange force pulsed from his necklace. The cursed text was deciphered, yet the blinding revelation caused an overwhelming surge. The cursed text begins to shift before his very eyes. The instructor confirmed the successful interpretation of the cryptic phrase. The instructor maintained his satisfied, somewhat condescending demeanor as Adele waited for his final instructions. Robold, having confirmed the book's significance, politely interrupts the instructor's lingering thoughts. Still processing the mysterious words, the instructor ponders their meaning. The instructor beams, satisfied that the ancient text's syllables aligned perfectly with his research expectations. Robold seems satisfied with their secretive agreement, while Adele watches him intently. The instructor received the finished research with quiet satisfaction. The instructor nodded, satisfied with the discovery and ready to move forward with his secret research. The instructor presented the newly deciphered text, pleased with Cadet Adele's breakthrough. The instructor, clearly satisfied with the discovery, confirmed Adele's contribution. Instructor Robolt offers a satisfied, slightly smug smile, securing the pact with a confident demeanor. The instructor, having secured his end of the bargain, offers a satisfied, albeit sweaty, smile. The book's influence made 3 of the necklace's rings glow menacingly red. The glowing red stones confirmed his fears. The necklace was reacting strongly to the cursed text. Robolt paused, likely pondering the implications of their shared secret research. The instructor grimaced, realizing the extent of the magic potion's rapid effect. As he secured his payment, Adele packed the discovered artifacts, ready to depart. The instructor, pleased with the research results, prepares to pay the young cadet. The instructor seemed pleased as Adele prepared to depart with his payment and newfound knowledge. The instructor emphasized the unbreakable nature of his demands. His menacing grin, punctuated by glowing crimson eyes, signaled a dark intent. The instructor, finally paid, seemed taken aback by the swift finalization of their deal. The mysterious instructor loomed, radiating a sinister, crimson aura over the subordinate. He finished laying out the consequences of exposing their secret dealings. The instructor offered a confident smile, his own dark secret now bound by the oath. The future work talk concluded. Now it was time for the essential payment. Kyle's eager declaration about future work was immediately met with Robolt's demand for payment. The instructor confirms the payment is ready for the research provided. Having secured the required funds, the instructor prepares to finalize their clandestine deal. The instructor beamed, assured of his monumental discovery, while his colleague looked on, baffled by the proceedings. With Kyle sent away on his clandestine mission, the academy settles into a tense quiet. The instructor finalized the arrangement, nodding toward the departing Kyle. The instructor concluded their discussion, leaving Cadet Adele visibly unsettled by the secrets they now shared. The instructor grinned, holding the newly formed oath, seemingly satisfied with his control. The instructor, satisfied with Adele's findings, prepared to settle their deal. Kyle's manipulative smile suggests he's about to spring his next move, leaving Adele flustered. The cursed words begin to flare with a sinister, pulsating red light. The instructor, satisfied with the arrangement, gestures for Adele to conclude their business. Kyle, looking intensely serious, accepts the paper, perhaps the first piece of their arrangement. "Don't give me that in a while," stuff. His wary look confirmed he didn't trust this easy transaction. The transmission device whirs to life, accepting the paper through its glowing slot. The energy surrounding the object intensified, capturing the shocked gaze of the student. With the potion secured, Kyle finally prepared to deliver his closing statement regarding the contract. With the contract sealed, Robold gave a deceptively warm smile to Adele. Kyle's defiance earns him a simple, exhausted sigh from the instructor. The instructor smiled, securing the agreement while preparing to hand over the payment. Kyle's forced departure was complete, but Robold still managed to offer a handshake, perhaps masking deeper intentions. The instructor, satisfied with the arrangement, readily agreed to support Adele's secret research. The instructor finishes relaying his secret commands, satisfied with Kyle's compliance. The mysterious man looms over the prone cadet, his hand reaching down into the shadowy space. Kyle, now secured by a contract, offers a sincere handshake. A sharp clap echoes as the instructor demands the oath, leaving Kyle stunned. His shock erupts as the reality of the situation sinks in, setting the stage for his next move. He dismisses Kyle's thanks, eager only for the agreed-upon payment for services rendered. Despite the underlying tension, Kyle pressed forward with his new plan. Now that the oath is secured, Kyle prepares to receive the necessary funds for his upcoming mission. The instructor, having secured the oath and paid Kyle, now finalizes their transaction. The moment of reckoning arrived as the instructor prepared to make his decisive move. The instructor, having secured the necessary funds and the oath, now turns his attention back to his immediate plans. As Kyle vanished from Satan, whispers regarding the cafeteria incident briefly surfaced. The instructor's calculated smugness contrasted sharply with Adele's wide-eyed shock regarding their secret oath. Instructor Robold, satisfied with Adele's immediate compliance, confirmed their secret collaboration. The instructor's unsettling grin solidified his victory in securing the binding oath. With the immediate exchange concluded, a firm hand settles onto the wooden surface. The instructor beams, ready to reveal the next phase of the curriculum. The instructor revealed the final exam, their sinister smile hinting at the true nature of the task. The smug student declared his unsettling intentions, leaving his peers visibly shocked. The true conflict, the original story's trajectory, begins now under his satisfied gaze. The battle lines were drawn. The chaos of the invading demons had engulfed the Royal Academy in flames. Diana's self-satisfied grin was undeniable as she presented her gift to Renee. As Diana and Kyle celebrated their victory, the others, clearly enthused by the chaos, urged further destruction. The powerful demoness with the striking horns presented her case, leaving the heroes sweating under the sudden attention. The realization dawns on the surrounding cadets. This isn't just a drill, it's a full-scale invasion. Ares' intense scrutiny continues, trying to decipher the strange new power radiating from Renee. Ares, feeling the weight of his mission, prepares for whatever conflict the midterm might bring. The tension thickens as the duel begins, their auras flaring with concentrated power. Diana's sudden burst of manic laughter confirmed Ares' suspicions about her strange behavior. A pleasant, self-assured smile breaks the tension as Ares finally prepares to speak his mind. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to reveal his hidden agenda. Reen's stiff reaction left Ares wondering at the unexpected chill. Diana's teasing clearly struck a nerve, causing Renee to appear stiff and withdrawn. Reen's demonic aura flared, the intense pressure causing the observer to falter slightly. The surprise attack had an impact, but Diana was already observing them both intently. Reen's fierce, crimson gaze confirmed her intent. The time for pleasantries was over. The tension hung heavy as Ares looked down, momentarily stunned by Reen's unexpected silence. The tension breaks slightly as Renee assesses her bodyguard's reaction. Kyle's sincere gesture elicits a curt, disbelieving reaction from the perpetually stiff Renee. Reen's serious demeanor, even in front of her acquaintances, showed her resolve for the impending conflict. Renee, still emotionally guarded, curtly demands to know the purpose of this sudden meeting. Renee remains sternly unmoved by Kyle's sudden, exaggerated display of remorse and tears. He mocks her stiffness while Diana whispers her concern over Reen's hardened reaction. With a soft thud, the rare mana potion was presented as an offering of peace. The potent mana potion, Hard Wand, now rests between them, Diana's cheerful banter seemed to annoy the demon girl, while Ares observed with detached curiosity. Diana's playful interruption contrasted sharply with Ares's quiet intensity. Observing the exchange, Reen's sharp gaze remained fixed, absorbing every nuance of her guard's surprising confession. Kyle, having seen the tension ease, finally spoke his piece. Having been gifted the mana potion, Kyle knelt before Renee, finally ready to speak his piece. He winced, anticipating her reaction as she stood over him, the air thick with unspoken tension. Renee stood firm, her impatience clear as she waited for an answer. The mysterious aura of her accomplishment only deepened Ares' curiosity. Diana interrupts the tension with a surprisingly cheerful greeting, drawing attention to herself. Renee, momentarily stunned by Ares' intense gaze, waited for his reaction. Diana, ever playful, gently poked Reen's cheek, breaking the lingering tension between them. Diana, noticing the stiff atmosphere, attempted to inject some much-needed levity. With the gift accepted and tensions eased slightly, Renee called for the requested duel, which her guard eagerly accepted. The tense standoff pauses as someone demands a halt to the brewing confrontation. Diana watched Renee, sensing the deep, strange power beneath her companion's newfound abilities. Ares felt the shift in power, his expression hardening in surprise. Was this an unexpected evolution? Renee steps forward, her inherent demonic power erupting in a fierce, dark aura around her blade. The intimidating aura of black mana surged around Renee as she focused her power. Renee unleashed her full, terrifying power, enveloping herself in a fierce, dark aura as the clash was imminent. With his own power unleashed, the air crackled around him, leaving his opponent stunned. The raw power of Reen's Jamchul erupts, shocking the observer into stunned silence. The intensity of Reen's skill left the onlookers stunned and speechless. With her newfound resolve, Renee unleashes her power, the black blade crackling with dark energy. A tense silence follows as the guard processes the unexpected gift, sweat beading on his brow. Her resolve hardened. The demonic aura surrounding Renee flared as she prepared to clash. Renee focused her intent, channeling power into the blade itself. Reen's guard steps forward, offering a bright, almost menacing smile while holding a concealed dagger close. The tension breaks as he flashes a confident grin, challenging Renee to their duel. Renee, having accepted the gift, steels herself as the pressure mounts for their demonstration clash. Renee, fully powered, closes the gap with terrifying speed. The clash was inevitable, their swords meeting in a blinding surge of golden energy. With her focus pushed to the limit, Renee unleashes the power of Jamchul in a breathtaking clash. Renee unleashed her fully charged Jamchul, striking her guard with undeniable force. Kyle lunges forward with surprising speed, closing the distance for the impending clash. As Ares lunged forward with chilling intent, his focus narrowed entirely onto the impending clash. Renee channeled incredible demonic power, her eyes blazing with neon blue intensity. The immense pressure of the gathering mana created a blinding, explosive flash as the clash began. Renee unleashed a terrifying aura as dark mana enveloped her blade, ready to strike. His casual stance contrasts sharply with the ominous, dark mana swirling around Reen's ready blade. The tension in the air solidifies as the two stand ready, their reunion abruptly shifting to a challenge. Renee, momentarily silenced by Ares' earnest apology, simply absorbs the moment. Diana's light-hearted teasing seemed to momentarily break through Reen's intense emotional wall. Reen's intense focus and unusual power caused even Ares to pause, realizing the strangeness of this moment. The jarring, chaotic atmosphere intensified, shocking Ares into a startled exclamation. Her menacing smile broke the tension, revealing a chilling truth: she was Diana. The sparring ended, but Reen's imposing presence lingered, radiating palpable power. The instructor's internal monologue continues, detailing the unexpected power within the battle. Despite his unsettling demeanor, the student offers a small, unnerving smile. The instructor, Ares, remained perfectly steady despite the display of power. The raw display of power overwhelmed Samuel, his pained cries echoing as he collapsed. Her composed smile held a dangerous, otherworldly glow, hinting at the power beneath. The instructor's overwhelming power, unlike Reen's energy, was clearly imbued with a raw intensity of fire. Reen's unflinching gaze meets the surprised silence of the red-haired boy. He's falling for it so easily. I'm curious too. How do you manifest Jamchul? He maintained that wide, almost unnerving grin, completely unfazed by the previous tense exchange. With the theory portion concluded, the focus shifts immediately to practical application. Instructor Aries regards the defeated students with a look of cold satisfaction. The pleasantries exchanged. They now face the next stage of the exam. Practical combat assessment. The confident aura emanating from Renee was momentarily broken by a flicker of uncertainty. Renee remains composed, her mysterious eyes holding a clear resolve despite the intensity of the sparring. The instructor's satisfied smile, clearly pleased with his own success, signaled the end of the first written exam. The sparring concluded. Renee stood firm while the other girl offered a wide, unsettling smile. As the conversation ends, the two girls acknowledged the instructor and turned to leave. Renee simply maintained her unsettling, confident smile despite the killing intent directed at her. The intense magical backlash leaves the student reeling, sweat beading as he momentarily succumbs to the pressure. The intense sparring concludes, leaving the instructor, Aries, momentarily winded. As Renee and the others parted ways, the Grand Academy stood bathed in the brilliant morning sun. As Samuel was escorted out, a small bird immediately descended upon the fragments of crystal. The intense combat ended, bringing a strange quiet as a small bird approached the scattered debris. The instructor prepares them for the second practical exam. The weapon technique spar. A small bird gently lands on his head, seemingly curious about the sleeping student. The protagonist's vague response suggested he couldn't fully articulate his complex thoughts on the nature of humanity. She looked surprised by his question, perhaps taken aback by the earnestness in his gaze. With the sparring concluded, Renee received well wishes for the upcoming midterm. Her sharp, pleased grin confirmed that Renee was enjoying this exchange immensely. With the theory exam complete, the class prepares for the practical assessment. The stern instructor signals the end of the written portion, ready to proceed. The writing style, being purely descriptive, caused a moment of hesitation for the student. The atmosphere shifted instantly as the first midterm began, a test of comprehension, not combat. Aries watched his display, the intense battle already ending swiftly. His composure, contrasting sharply with the previous display of power, was unnerving. The protagonist finishes his writing, the tension of the first exam complete. The jarring sound of the exam bell signaled the end of the first portion. Aries stood utterly unfazed, radiating silent, imposing strength as Samuel moved out of the arena. The instructor's imposing presence silences the surrounding students as he prepares to address the one being spoken to. Despite her confidence earlier, Lady Renee shows a flicker of surprise amidst her peers. The pressure of the combat exam settles heavily, evident in his taut posture and closed eyes. The intensity of Aries' effortless domination was clearly shocking the onlookers. The sudden, brutal display of power left Samuel sprawled out, while the red-haired victor remained impassive. Aries observed the defeated student's shocked reaction with disinterest. Samuel, shocked by the swift defeat of those before him, prepares to finally engage. Samuel's sudden, sharp movement drew everyone's attention to the arena floor. Samuel acknowledges the command, his stance shifting as a dark green miasma explodes around him. The raw power erupts, manifesting as a menacing, shadowy beast of vibrant green energy. Samuel unleashes his imposing fire attribute, determined to respond properly to Aries' power. Samuel's move was a calculated surprise, but Instructor Aries met the attack with a terrifying, crimson-hued power. The powerful move is executed, forcing an immediate, shocked reaction from the observer. Samuel grits his teeth, unleashing a surge of intense, green energy as he struggles against Aries' pressure. Samuel unleashes his power, his blade igniting with an intense crimson energy against the surrounding dark manifestations. The overwhelming force erupted, engulfing Samuel as he screamed in pure agony. Ares unleashes his raw power, his manic grin promising utter dominance over the arena. The instructor, Ares, unleashes his power with a maniacal grin, his fire attribute striking down the opponent. The surprise attack landed, Samuel's wide-eyed shock frozen the moment his guard failed. The defeated student collapsed, humiliated, while Ares loomed over him, awaiting the next challenger. The desperate intensity was palpable as Samuel erupted, his face contorted in a furious grimace of effort. Samuel unleashes his dark, roaring magic, demanding Ares' full attention. Samuel unleashes his technique, a burst of vibrant, potent flame engulfing the space around him. Ares unleashed his power, the dark energy manifesting as Samuel braced himself for impact. The heavy impact reverberated as Samuel collapsed, defeated by Ares' overwhelming power. The previous student is instantly defeated, leaving Ares to call the next combatant forward with barely concealed impatience. Samuel's surprise attack provoked a fierce, glowing reaction from Ares. The instructor calmly approached, the brief illusion of victory already fading against Ares' unwavering presence. The instructor radiated intense, crimson mana, his expression hardened for the inevitable clash. The realization of the instructor's unexpected strength left the protagonist momentarily stunned beneath the bright sky. Samuel finally showed his true power, a terrifying crimson aura surrounding his blade. The fight concluded, but the tension between them remained thick in the air. His surprise was evident. Even a full surrender hadn't satisfied his aggressive demand for conflict. His smug, satisfied grin told me he hadn't been entirely honest about his injuries. His shock was palpable. The severity of the situation was finally sinking in for the instructor. My warning was clear, but Ares just mocks me with that smug grin. The instructor successfully coats his blade, roaring with the effort of his condensed crimson energy. The instructor, overwhelmed by the display of raw, compressed energy, could only stand frozen in awe. The challenger, momentarily defeated, simply adjusts his tie and grins beneath the bright sky. The realization dawns on the instructor, met only by this chilling, predatory grin. He glared with unnerving intensity, a predatory smile blooming across his face. He managed the instantaneous coating, a brief but potent surge of dark energy engulfing his weapon. Despite the flash, the instructor still found the execution lacking. The class representative smiles, his dark energy now visibly swirling around the dagger he grips. The instructor's smug grin vanished as Ares' counterattack connected with shocking force. The instructor recoiled, noticing the residual, shimmering mana clinging to his uniform. His overwhelming power met the blinding speed of the black blades head-on. With the instructor's blade now coated, the battle begins its final, decisive phase. A terrifying, dark aura erupted around him, his crimson eyes gleaming with predatory focus. The clash of energies erupts, a blinding collision between the instructor's copied technique and Ares' raw power. Despite the instructor's furious defense, Ares remains unnervingly calm, matching his opponent's intensity with purple energy. The sheer force of the attack, cloaked in crimson energy, launched the instructor backward. The instructor's initial display of compressed red mana was fleeting, yet effective. Now, the true test begins. The instructor's black blade slammed home, met only by a grimace of exertion. The instructor merely grants a slight, almost mocking, acknowledgement before preparing for the next move. The instructor, momentarily surprised, is suddenly forced into a defensive posture against the aggressive lunge. The instructor's momentary surprise was quickly overshadowed by the dark, imposing aura emanating from Ares' coiled fist. The instructor's surprise was met with a dark flourish as 3 black blades materialized instantly. The instructor's intense burst of black and purple sword energy explodes outward. The raw, murderous aura erupted, teeth gritted against the surging power. Despite the instructor's defense, the monstrous surge of red energy explodes around Ares. The instructor stared, unnerved by the surge of menacing power emanating from his opponent. The instructor unleashed raw, condensed power, a blinding flash of red energy. The instructor's massive fist connected, silencing the taunts with a sharp impact. Samuel's glare hardened, refusing to back down from the perceived slight. The revelation of the true conflict, family provocation, leaves the other students bewildered by the intensity of their feud. The instructor's cold satisfaction was palpable, confirming Ares' victory over the brute. The class rep, now recovered, seemed to dismiss the severity of the recent confrontation with a light-hearted gesture. The instructor, now towering over him, seemed to dismiss the prior fight entirely. The instructor coolly dismisses the previous match, signaling the next contestant. The instructor's effortless display of power left the assembled students utterly speechless. Despite his supposed exhaustion, a smug confidence crossed the instructor's face. He seemed satisfied with the outcome, his plan unfolding perfectly amidst the chaos. The instructor's cold dismissal confirms the harsh truth of the situation. Despite Ares' attempt to downplay his strength, the protagonist demanded an answer for his baffling recovery. The instructor, adjusting his tie, stood tall, completely unfazed by the prior confrontation. The class rep stood composed, unyielding, as the tension between them peaked. He seemed genuinely pleased by the realization of my hidden strength. His shock intensified. He couldn't fathom Ares' casual dismissal of the fight. The student, now clearly furious, stood his ground, ready to resume the confrontation. The class rep's smug grin solidified his victory against the instructor. His shock morphed into a raw, furious roar as the truth hit him. The instructor silently acknowledged the display, his relaxed posture contrasting the rising demonic energy. The instructor stared, unnerved by the sudden, raw pressure emanating from the half-demon student. The instructor regarded the shadowed figure, sensing the true weight of his hidden power. The instructor simply closes his eyes, a faint, self-satisfied smile gracing his lips. The class rep, unnerved by the sudden shift in topic, still pressed the point about his unexplained recovery. Despite the intensity of the recent bout, he merely smiles, accepting his rival's frustration. The shock of the realization hits her. Ares didn't just fight back. He completely outmaneuvered Samuel. He seemed amused by the fact that Ares hadn't known the true source of the conflict. But the instructor cut through the tension, questioning his odd behavior. The revelation hangs heavy in the air as Ares begins to explain. The victor, finally satisfied, calmly delivers his damning truth about the opponent's lineage. The confrontation ended, but the intense gaze held a simmering reaction to the revelation. The blinding light fades, leaving only the lingering trace of incredible power expended. The tension from the argument still hung in the air as the reality of the day settled in. The imposing figure of the class rep, Adele, stood over Fran, her cool demeanor radiating authority. Bolton's self-assured smirk signaled he was ready to boast about his own perceived superiority. The initial hostility from the opponent was palpable, radiating pure, unfiltered contempt. Unlike my detached possession, Samuel truly lived that horrific annihilation. The realization of real-world suffering hits him. These weren't just fictional tropes. The boastful student continues his aggressive challenge, clearly unimpressed by Fran's presence. Bolton's sudden, aggressive challenge was swiftly met with a dismissive reaction from his rival. The student named Prawn, previously full of bravado, now shows a surprisingly serious demeanor, stepping forward with conviction. Captivated by the sudden encounter, Bolton's expression shifted, ready to unleash his thoughts. The successful completion of the written exams brought a brief moment of respite before the next trial. A forced, placid smile hid the storm brewing beneath his facade as he considered the situation. The intellectual exams were straightforward, leaving only the practical application remaining. With the written exams complete, the intense scrutiny now shifts to the forthcoming practical test. As the tension breaks, a sudden, heavy sigh escapes him, confirming his relief. The contempt in the air grew thick as the self-proclaimed elite dismissed their peers. The relief from the written exams immediately gives way to the looming dread of the practical test. Despite the previous tense confrontation, this character is suddenly overwhelmed, questioning their own safety. The sudden appearance of Bolton left everyone reeling, especially the unconscious figure on the table. The confident, horned woman confronts the surprised red-haired boy with a predatory smile. Ignoring his apprehension, Fran accepted her brazen challenge with a cool demeanor. The arrogant student seemed utterly delighted by the anticipated downfall of her rival. Bolton was still reeling from his outburst, but Adele, surprisingly, was smiling. Bolton was surprised by Samuel's polite acceptance, but the cheerful young lady seemed pleased with their exchange. Recovering instantly, he smoothly apologized after provoking her sharp temper. The verbal jab sparked immediate, violent physical confrontation. As they entered, the room was immediately charged with hostile glares and murmurs aimed at Adele. Bolton's confident smirk immediately faltered as he felt a strong grip seize his collar. Bolton's aggressive reaction confirms his lingering resentment toward Adele. Bolton's smug confidence was utterly unshaken by the sudden appearance of the other student. The confident Bolton appeared before Fran, clearly relishing the chance to interact with the supposed subordinate. The man's sinister grin and glowing eyes promised trouble as he confronted the protagonist. Bolton's mocking smile and dark aura confirmed his immediate hostility towards Fran. He stepped forward, addressing the seated individual with an irritating confidence. The tension from the boastful exchange breaks as Bolton reappears, drawing Fran's attention. The arrogant newcomer challenges Adele, eager to test his newfound strength against the class representative. Bolton's arrogant swagger and condescending tone immediately clash with Adele's presence. Bolton's menacing grin confirms his arrogance and readiness for confrontation. The tense atmosphere continues as Bolton confronts Adele about his presence here. The confident challenge from Bolton was met by Adele's unnerving, delighted smile. The headmaster acknowledged the class representative, welcoming Adele to the gathering. Bolton's aggressive challenge was instantly met with a cold, unwavering stare. The sudden, fiery surge of power completely overshadows the confrontation. Bolton's confident, almost mocking grin filled the room as he introduced himself. The smug, orange-haired figure, clearly annoyed by Adele, speaks with open contempt. With the theory exams complete, the energetic young demon eagerly commands them to follow her lead. As Adele confirmed the purpose of the meeting, Samuel offered a brief acknowledgement of the plan. The imposing man with fiery hair offered a knowing, slightly mocking smile, ready to move on. The smug victor, Bolton, beamed confidently, clearly enjoying the tension he had created. The confident challenger, Bolton, gestures toward the door, ushering them toward the stated meeting. Bolton finally announces their arrival in the grand hall. Renee, noticing the tension, mentally questioned her sudden presence in this high-stakes gathering. The meeting room quickly filled with the representatives, immediately establishing a hierarchy of anticipation and contempt. The arrogant Bolton, Class E representative, makes his presence known with a sneer. The headmaster, Lucian, settles into her seat, her intense gaze assessing the gathered representatives. Adele, the Class A representative, has arrived, drawing surprised attention. The tense, hostile atmosphere thickened immediately as the self-proclaimed rival reacted to Adele's presence. Bolton greets the assembled group with an unnervingly cheerful smile, clearly enjoying the tension he created. The smug challenger loomed, pressing the advantage while Braun could only muster stunned silence. His confident smirk only increased Adele's internal apprehension about this impending meeting. Even as Adele enters, the animosity towards a half-demon class representative is immediate and palpable. The imposing figure looms large as Bolton stands ready, an undeniable tension filling the grand hall. Bolton's abrupt arrival interrupted the tension, leaving Fran momentarily speechless. Bolton's imposing figure loomed, his expression hardening as he challenged the one who dared speak to him. The confrontation with Bolton brought a chilling wave of hostility, making this meeting feel instantly volatile. Caught between a simmering rivalry and an urgent summons, Samuel inwardly questions the gravity of this sudden gathering. The intimidating figure recoiled slightly, his glowing eyes burning with visceral fury. Faced with open hostility, Adele's composure only hardened, a dark smirk spreading across his face. Confrontation ended as quickly as it began, the victor standing over the defeated. The headmaster paused, letting the tension hang after confirming Adele's capability. Adele's demonstration of strength momentarily stunned the room until the headmaster regained control. The intense pressure from the clash faded as the headmaster's voice finally cut through the tension. The clash reached a brutal peak as the victor slammed his captive's head down. With blinding speed, the knife flashed out, striking true in the chaos of the clash. The heavy impact connected, forcing the surprised Balthan to react with raw, furious power. The raw power of the ensuing clash erupted, dark tendrils swirling as the fight climaxed violently. The sheer force of the confrontation made the powerful being roar, eyes burning with dark intent. The clash erupts, showcasing the raw power unleashed in their sudden confrontation. The clash was instantaneous. Adele's unexpected sword technique met his opponent with blinding force. The clash had begun, raw power unleashed in a blinding, burning strike. The violent outburst subsides as the headmaster immediately commands order, seating Adele beside Aaron. Despite the brutal exchange, the fight was abruptly halted by a sharp command. Adele's decisive strike connected, silencing the brute with a visceral burst of violence. What Adele displayed just now was definitely sword code. The suppressed rage in his eyes met the imposing grip, the tension palpable. The raw, straining power unleashed by Adele was undeniable, causing his opponent to gasp in shock. The clash ended abruptly as a commanding voice cut through the tension. Adele's hidden strength erupts with dark energy, silencing the confrontation immediately. The headmaster acknowledged the demonstration of power, subtly approving of Adele's strength. She assesses Adele's unexpected prudence with a predatory, knowing smirk. The sudden violence ceased as the headmaster's decree brought order, dismissing the confrontation. Impressed by Adele's display of strength, Aaron is noted as an extraordinary talent. The fight settled. The headmaster swiftly resumed the agenda, directing the students to their seats. The headmaster smiled, impressed by Adele's unexpected display of calculated restraint and mastery. The fight was swiftly ended, and now all eyes returned to the headmaster for the true purpose of the gathering. The headmaster, clearly pleased by the unexpected display of strength, offers a confident, almost proprietary smile. With the debate settled, the headmaster commanded attention, manifesting an artifact with a resonant pulse. Better TOSEIT directly than TO explain with words. This is a map. The projection solidified, revealing the entire human world continental map before them. Hoo-hoo. He acknowledges the map presentation with a knowing smile. The map pulses with light, highlighting the target region glowing intensely. The headmaster's surprising suggestion about the mission targets elicited a sharp, incredulous reaction. Her words hang in the air, prompting a moment of tense reflection from the victor. Adele's surprising display of the sword coat left everyone momentarily stunned. He finally calmed the situation, yet the weight of the recent confrontation still lingered on his face. The confrontation ended abruptly, and the headmaster swiftly restored order, commanding them to take their seats. The headmaster, satisfied with the display of strength, resumes her commanding posture. The headmaster, satisfied with Adele's surprising display of strength, issued her orders. The clash ended, and Adele, showing a flicker of internal conflict, simply conceded the point. The headmaster's stern command halts the brutal confrontation instantly. The tension built as the gravity of the situation settled upon him, his internal declaration now spoken. The confrontation abruptly halted as the headmaster commanded everyone to take their seats. After the chaos subsided, the headmaster calmly resumed the meeting, revealing the continent map. Impressed by their sudden strength, the headmaster settled the dispute and commanded them to their seats. His unexpected display of power, the sword coat, truly justified Ares' warning. The headmaster intervenes, silencing the escalating conflict between the enraged figure and the composed Adele. With the conflict settled, the headmaster turned her attention back to the assignments. The headmaster decisively stops the brawl, commanding order as she assesses the unexpected strength shown. The mysterious box opened, revealing a single, glowing object radiating intense power. The headmaster silences the tension, ordering Adele to take a seat next to Aaron. Having settled the confrontation, they resume their positions, awaiting the headmaster's directive. The headmaster acknowledges that Adele has fully grasped the risks of a city-wide assault. The headmaster quickly re-established order, commanding Adele to sit after their brief clash. Her predatory gaze confirmed the chilling gravity of the upcoming assignment. With the physical confrontation settled, the headmaster's authority was swiftly re-established. With the brawl settled, Adele prepares himself, determined to prove his worth to the headmaster. Aaron's decisive command cuts through the tension, urging Adele to take her seat. The initial confrontation swiftly ended. The headmaster commanded order, seating Adele next to Aaron. The tense confrontation subsided as the headmaster commanded order, allowing the meeting to finally commence. The immediate aftermath of the display left the onlookers stunned, grappling with Adele's unexpected advancement. Adele's calculated retreat left the others stunned, but the female student felt a sharp, unexpected pang of something in her chest. With the fighting ended, Adele relaxes, his arrogance barely masked. The headmaster acknowledges Adele's swift resolution, finally settling the prior conflict. With the mission parameters set, Adele departs, leaving the others to process the unexpected assignment. The headmaster observed, seemingly satisfied with Adele's cunning justification for avoiding the capital. If Adele cannot be tamed, this leader will treat him with the same gravity as the 6 human houses. With his objective set, Aaron leaves the meeting with renewed focus for tomorrow's practicum. The headmaster's powerful words ignited fierce resolve within the waiting cadets. The headmaster's furious speech reached its crescendo, cementing the cadets' resolve for war. Amidst the rising tension, the confident cadets eagerly await their orders. The headmaster's passionate speech concluded, leaving the cadets silent, absorbing the weight of their shared vengeance. The headmaster's words had ignited a burning rage in the cadets. Now, only the journey remained. As preparations concluded, the students were filled with grim resolve. Their target, the instructor, is confirmed to be a 5th circle mage. He smiled faintly, anticipating confronting the story's protagonist. The intense rallying cry subsides as preparations for departure begin. The headmaster's powerful speech left the cadets galvanized for war. Now they prepare to board the transport. The headmaster's final, stirring declaration echoed through the opulent hall. The war begins now. The headmaster's visceral recounting of their losses solidified the raw, shared agony among the cadets. These Volhumans mocked us, disgraced us, and even tried to desecrate the bodies. The headmaster's visceral rage reached its zenith, driving the cadets forward. The fiery speech culminates in a chilling declaration. It is time for the hunt. Fueled by vengeance, the cadets roared their allegiance, their morale now soaring to a fever pitch. The headmaster's fiery rhetoric has ignited the cadets' resolve into pure, focused wrath. The headmaster offered a final, potent blessing before the cadets stepped toward the dimensional gate. The outpouring of power left the cadets in awe, recognizing the terrifying capability of the one dispensing aid. The instructor, having finished their rousing speech, now directs the highly motivated cadets toward the transport. The train jolts violently as it comes to a grinding halt at the dimensional station. The headmaster's chilling words hang in the air as the assembled cadets prepare for the mission. The headmaster, clearly relishing the moment, addressed her impassioned, gathered cadets. The cadet, still energized by the speech, offered some jerky to Adele. The massive portal tears open across the continent, signaling the imminent departure for the human world. Adele received the jerky, slightly taken aback by the gesture. Adele offered her companion some jerky, made from buck, as they continued their journey. Adele asks if his offering of buck jerky is palatable. He quickly checks his stats, confirming his half-demon nature and current power level. His status screen displayed his alignment as chaos, with his terrifying abilities listed. Adele offered some jerky, a small gesture of camaraderie amidst the tense journey. The sudden display of telekinesis startled Luna, proving the skill's immediate combat viability. Luna cried out in shock as Adele effortlessly levitated her a few centimeters using his developing telekinesis. Luna seemed momentarily confused by Adele's quiet focus on testing his newfound telekinesis ability. He demonstrated his control, levitating a jagged stone using pure telekinetic force. The dimensional gate shimmered, a vortex of dark energy promising passage to the enemy territory. Adele, momentarily zoning out, focuses on checking his current vital statistics. He paused, calculating the risks of facing former enemies during this infiltration. He accepted the jerky offered by Adele, savoring the moment before resuming his status check. The confident cadet leans back, the sound effect emphasizing his relaxed, almost bored posture amid the tense briefing. The roaring ascent on the dimensional train continues as they begin their journey to the dimensional station. The final moment arrives as the instructor plants his foot firmly on the desolate ground. The imposing dimensional gate, studded with glowing purple crystals, hummed with raw power, ready to transport them. The cadets gawked at the massive, glowing magic crystal powering the dimensional gate. The headmaster concluded his stirring speech, leaving the cadets energized and ready for the mission. Now, it was time to board the transport. The instructor beams confidently, the final preparations for deployment complete. I was just wondering where to get one. This mask is enchanted with a perception reduction spell. The instructor hands over the promised mask, causing a moment of surprised realization. The perception reduction mask was exactly what he needed to proceed cautiously. Perfect. The need for absolute concealment is paramount. He secures his new identity with a chilling, half-smiling mask. A sudden glitching distortion met with the student's shocked disbelief. Accepting the assignment, Adele confirmed his readiness amidst the scenic, open air. Cadets eagerly donned their smiling, deceptive masks, ready to play their roles. The instructor, pleased with the heightened morale and readiness, expressed her satisfaction before the final boarding order. I was just wondering where to get one. The distribution of rations continues as the other cadets prepare for the mission. Adele offered some rations, identifying them simply as food, to his companion. Accepting the provided information, Adele acknowledged the setup with a simple, "Oh, I see." The female cadet smiled brightly, perhaps anticipating the coming battle, while the male protagonist remained nonplussed. Their eagerness met the instructor's command, sealing their commitment to the mission. The academy instructor beams, ready to usher the cadets toward their grim objective. The instructor's pronouncement leaves the cadets reeling with shocked disbelief. The headmaster's emotional speech has stoked the fire within every cadet. It's time to move. The headmaster's passionate speech galvanized the assembled cadets, their anticipation at a fever pitch. The headmaster's intense, rousing words momentarily settle as the students prepare to move out. Adele's companion offers a small token of jerky as they prepare for the journey ahead. As the headmaster finished his rousing address, the students were directed to board the massive transport train. The instructor gestures toward the immense crystal powering the dimensional gate, and the student offers a quiet acknowledgement. The instructors finalize their grim instructions as the massive purple portal hummed with dark energy. The sheer power radiating from the crystal portal was immense, an almost deafening display of raw energy. Beneath the dark veil, the leader stood firm, surrounded by his zealous comrades. The assigned roles left the cadets questioning the next immediate step. The appointed scout, Samuel, confidently strides ahead into the desolate canyon. The creator smugly revealed his knowledge, touching the hidden mechanism with confidence. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as something massive descends, causing an immediate, sharp reaction. A sudden descent startled them both, their shock momentarily shared. The red-haired cadet offered a subtle, satisfied smile, while the other looked on, slightly unnerved by his sudden pleasure. Shijo's report cuts through the quiet, as something bright descends toward the rugged mountain pass. The ominous terrain lay before them, centered around a single, glowing treasure chest. The leader, beaming with satisfaction, presents the discovered treasure chest to his astonished companions. Her shock was immediate, contrasting sharply with the red-haired cadet's growing satisfaction. They acknowledged the unusual nature of the unearthed items, processing the situation with quiet realization. The unearthed items, a sandbag and a canteen, land with an abrupt thud, drawing immediate attention. The unexpected prize reveals itself. An incredibly useful canteen capable of holding vast amounts of water. The seemingly useless canteen was proving otherwise as an endless stream of precious water poured forth. The seemingly worthless canteen was pouring out an impossible amount of water. The scholar's nervous outcry was sharply contrasted by the smug display of the hidden artifact. With the artifact secured, the leader gathered his crew for the crucial mission briefing. The scout mission was underway, Samuel heading out under the bright, expansive sky above the dense forest. The roles were finalized. Samuel, Fran, and the speaker now had distinct missions ahead of them. With roles assigned, the leader finally declares the immediate next step. A moment of rest. Samuel seemed taken aback by the sudden assignment to scout. The student seemed strangely pleased to be assigned the crucial reconnaissance role. Samuel's apprehension was clear as the leader finalized the assignments. The main commander was now planning the immediate next steps for the team. The decision was made. Roles were assigned. But now, what was the immediate next step? The commander affirmed Samuel's role, now turning his attention to Fran's capabilities. The leader smiles, clearly pleased to have assigned Samuel the crucial scouting role. The supposed hawk lands gently in his hands, looking exactly like a common sparrow. Fran's earnest gaze met Samuel's as the immediate path was set. He gently calls out the bird's name as it lands softly on his outstretched hand. The leader reveals his prize scout, a bird named Shijo, much to Samuel's stunned silence. The little bird, Shijo, made contact, eliciting a sharp, unexpected yelp. With a deployment plan set, Samuel prepares to test the capabilities of the borrowed hawk, Shijo. The mysterious creature, Shijo, descended, causing Samuel to react with utter disbelief. Suddenly, an unexpected shockwave hits, eliciting a sharp, surprised reaction. As Shijo relays what it sees, Samuel is stunned by the unexpected reflection of his own face descending from the sky. The familiar chirping sound announced Shijo's descent, bringing with it a sudden understanding. A hawk, the esteemed Shijo of Instructor Aries, lands gracefully as the speaker welcomes Samuel to his new role. The bird landed abruptly, startling Samuel, who stared up in complete bewilderment. The mysterious bird, Shijo, lands, responding to the command to serve Samuel. Samuel flinched as Shijo, the borrowed hawk, landed abruptly on his shoulder. Very well. With the roles assigned, Samuel's departure is the next order of business. The tension remained thick as they discussed the roles, Samuel perhaps hiding his true feelings about scouting. The voice from the shadow seemed oddly pleased with the assignment he had given. Humph. That's nothing special, he sneered, dismissing the hidden flask. The connection between Samuel and his borrowed hawk, Shijo, was now established for reconnaissance. He seemed genuinely pleased by the assigned task, a surprisingly enthusiastic response from the usually guarded Samuel. The mystery bird, Shijo, landed softly on Samuel's head, much to everyone's surprise. The relieved cadet still struggles to comprehend the instructor's unexpected kindness toward the strange bird. He closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts before relaying the final assignments. With roles assigned, the leader addressed the immediate needs before the crucial scouting mission commenced. She explained the surprising bond she shared with Instructor Aries' prized hawk Shijo. The group settled their rations, but the leader signaled Samuel to move out immediately. The leader, satisfied with the assignments, shifts focus back to immediate survival. Samuel's delighted smirk was met with Aries' shocked realization as Shijo landed gently on his head. The commanding figure offered a hand, presenting Samuel with his reconnaissance partner. Samuel stared silently, momentarily stunned by the small, chirping creature now perched upon his head. The mission established, Samuel prepares to depart under the blazing sun. Even with the situation being dire, the taste of the nutrient block was clearly repulsive. Despite the initial shared meal, the tension remained as Samuel finally departed for his scouting mission. Samuel, finally dispatched, hunkers down on the vibrant green ground to consume the meager rations. The rations were truly unpalatable, Yet Fran continued eating for the sake of the group. Despite the disgusting taste, Fran insisted they needed nutrition, while the pink-haired cadet greedily devoured her own rations. The confident leader's smooth explanation left the cadet wide-eyed and speechless. Despite his discomfort, Fran insisted on sharing the meager rations with the others. The confident demon seems pleased with his proposal for Samuel's role. Samuel, clearly pleased with his assigned role, stands ready amidst the vibrant green field. The floating castle loomed above, a stark contrast to the descending presence Samuel was tasked to find. The designated scout, Samuel, spots something descending near the floating structures. While Samuel was sent on his scouting mission, Shijo spotted a sudden descent from the floating castle. With Samuel dispatched, the arrival of the Imperial Academy contingent was imminent, heralded by a blinding descent. Suddenly, a brilliant, fiery spectacle rips through the sky, revealing an opulent, shining carriage. The descent was rapid, revealing this legendary conveyance between the realms. Even as others signal their movements, the narrator realizes communication is still impossible. The instructor's arrival, too soon, complicates the carefully laid ambush. This is troublesome. A glint of light catches the golden eagle insignia, identifying the person ahead. The instructor, now alone after the cadets entered, remains outwardly composed. The subordinate whispers the name, perhaps an acknowledgement or a grim realization of the approaching threat. The demon instructor's intense gaze locks onto the scene as he senses something approaching. And so, the final cadet is secured inside the domain. The narrative introduces the target. Count Tian's son, Gentarius, a key figure. A satisfied smile confirms the identity. This is the protagonist's companion, Gentarius. The sound of the sudden approach finally registers, causing Arius to pause, wide-eyed. The target was descending faster than anticipated, drawing the observer's immediate focus. The remaining demon subordinates prepare as their leader confirms the human cadets have entered the domain. The demonic subordinates gathered, their leader radiating fierce intensity as the cadets prepared to move. The demon subordinate registered surprise as her companion seemed unconcerned. A moment of unexpected relief washes over the figure as he realizes he wasn't detected after all. The remaining demon forces confirmed their assignments, as the silver-haired girl agreed with grim resolve. He wore a satisfied, knowing smile as he confirmed his area was clear of immediate threats. The cadet's surprised reaction contrasted sharply with his confident, knowing smirk. Despite his companion's clear distress, Fran offered a confident, slightly alarming assurance. The enemy operative pauses, his senses on high alert after navigating the proximity trap. The approaching subordinate's unexpected sprint suggested immediate action was underway. The mysterious figure from the academy finally appeared, greeted by Jinhee, who subtly confirmed their shared intelligence. The smug demon finishes his gloating, leaving Jinhee utterly bewildered by the casual threat. The meticulous check paid off. This forest held hidden dangers, evidenced by the strange protective tree mechanism. The agreement is made. The demon cadre prepares to move out as instructed. The enemy's scout seemed momentarily unnerved, perhaps sensing my presence nearby. With the others gone, he prepares to act, cautiously stepping into the woods. The command is given. Move. He drops into position near the strange, sealed gateway. The hidden observer reveals a chilling, predatory smile, finally ready to act. The final obstruction cleared. A cautious step confirms the area is clear. The instructor halts his retinue, a subtle command in his raised hand. The cadets braced themselves as the grand gate hummed with arcane energy, ready to receive them. After confirming his path was clear, the hidden operative registered the arrival of his targets. Tian's lingering presence proved unwelcome to Sylvia. The confident instructor gloated, completely unaware of the imminent chaos. The confident blonde man approaches Sylvia, clearly eager to see her reaction to his impending victory. The instructor, relieved that the cadets entered, finally urged the remaining personnel to focus on the next step. The instructor, eyes sharp, finally addresses the waiting cadets before the gate. The final group of cadets offered a unified, eager affirmation as their commander addressed them. The demon cadre confirms the cadets have entered the domain. Up above, a cloaked figure watches intently. The human cadets are so lively, a stark contrast to our warlike upbringing, the Satan faction. The instructor, filled with confidence, addresses the cadet before the maneuver begins. The cocky instructor prepares to confront the approaching threat alone, confident in his role. The instructors exchange charged looks, the wager hanging heavy between them. Areas, having been delayed, arrives just as the last cadet enters the shining gateway. He had successfully disabled the deadly protective mechanism. The instructor, now alone, waits by the sealed gate, the tension palpable as he prepares to face what comes next. With the instructor now isolated, the conspirator confirms the deployment is complete. The target, Count Tian's son, walks deeper into the field, unaware of the observer. The instructor's powerful wind element flared, enveloping the area in a brilliant green shockwave. The sudden discharge of energy caused a sharp, involuntary reaction. The sudden, blinding burst of green light signals a major deployment or impact at the training site. The subtle disturbance of the branch confirms his approach, a precarious moment before discovery. He barely managed to catch himself, realizing how close he came to disaster. With the others inside, the instructor now considers his next move, preparing his elemental power. With the cadets committed, the operative prepares to follow once the distance is sufficient. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in dappled patterns. The air shimmers above, signaling an imminent shift as this individual surveys the dense woodland. The mysterious figure, now assured the cadets are inside, begins his solitary move toward the rendezvous. He scanned the environment with meticulous detail, ensuring absolute security. Having confirmed the area was clear, he approached the strange, isolated tree. He touched the tree, realizing his near disaster. He remained perfectly still, the leaves filtering the light onto his tense figure. He reached out, testing the vibrant, flowing green mana barrier surrounding the tree. The instructor cautiously approached the glowing tree, his senses heightened. This green aura suggested powerful protective magic. The shocking impact resonated, revealing the true nature of the ancient wood. He felt the raw power emanating from the domain's entry point. The wind instructor sensed the sudden, violent surge of power as his protective spell was challenged. The sudden, spectral attack materialized just as the instructor felt secure in his inspection. The elemental instructor's reaction was immediate, met by a burst of dark energy. The ominous figure reaches out, lamenting the missed opportunity to end the threat prematurely. The abruptness of the counterattack shattered the sorcerer's aggressive stance. The initial impact of the black blade rain strikes true, a sharp, resonant sound echoing the force of the blow. Just as the foe recoiled, the assassin activates his ultimate evasive skill. He channels his wind spell, executing the next maneuver with desperate speed. The caster unleashes his raw, unbridled power, summoning intense green magical energy. His counter spell rips through the air, a violent vortex threatening to consume him whole. The wind spell violently rips the air, slamming the shimmering silhouette down into the dense forest canopy. Frustration erupts as Basaha realizes his attack was only partially effective. His frantic incantation erupts, shrouded in violently swirling green energy. The abrupt shift in position detonated a massive surge of green light and sound. With the successful exchange, he launches forward, ready to capitalize on the momentum. His final positional transfer allowed him to evade the massive blast, seeking refuge high in the trees. Despite the overwhelming assault, he remains conscious, reeling from the phantom attack. The green magic surges outward, enveloping Basaha as he completes his incantation. He closed the distance instantly, a blur of focused, arcane energy closing in for the kill. The clash erupts, a blinding flash of speed and power against the enemy's potent wind magic. The sudden exchange throws the opponent into utter disbelief as their attack appears to completely fail. The black blade rain exploded into existence, a terrifying flurry of darkness consuming everything. The exchange culminates as the dark blade slams against the glowing green shield, My black blade rain was met instantly by yet another, impossibly fast barrier. The assailant, enraged by the sudden counterattack, unleashes another surge of overwhelming power. The blinding light filtering through the canopy momentarily obscures the battlefield. The wind attack slams down with ferocious, vibrant energy, tearing through the forest canopy. The phantom illusion shattered, revealing the true user's sudden, decisive impact on the mossy earth. The masked figure solidifies his presence, the oppressive aura of his arrival crushing the forest floor. The intense backlash from the broken shield layers forces him to gather his spiritual energy anew. If this opponent hadn't been Basaha, the rebound force would have shredded him. 2 layers of the shield shattered, leaving 8 more magical barriers to overcome. The powerful Black Blade Rain technique lands, shattering the illusion of safety he thought he held. Telekinesis flares as I fight to keep my body grounded against the intense force. Despite the successful stab, the fight is far from over. He needs to maintain his footing. The wind magic explodes outward, a violent surge of emerald energy tearing through the forest debris. The wind spell's violent energy rips through the forest, splintering wood into wreckage. Crashing through the debris, the impact forces a pained expulsion of air. The mask is split, revealing a chilling, bloody smile beneath the facade of survival. His opponent, energized and smug, utilized the debris-strewn terrain for a rapid, aerial advance. His surprise and fury erupt as the true target of the attack becomes clear. The attacker closes the gap violently, a glowing blue silhouette against the dense woods. The summoned wind clashes violently with Besaha's defensive barrier. The half-demon roared, unleashing his concentrated fury into a new devastating attack. The wind spell coalesces, a vortex of lethal green energy rushing toward the protagonist. The enemy's counter spell erupts in a blinding flash of sickly green energy. The masked assailant appears engulfed in crackling blue energy, ready to strike or having just completed an action. His confusion shifts to stunned realization, dreading the implication of his opponent's identity. The enemy mocks the protagonist's desperate attempt at victory, revealing his true, chilling intent. Furious, Visaha musters his energy, channeling raw power for his counterattack. His previous spell shattered, but Bess's fury only intensified as he summoned his power once more. The sudden rupture of the illusion, the clash resolves into a heavy, resonating impact. As the oppressive red fog swirled, his desperate hand reached toward the falling spectral leaves. The powerful sorcerer's concentration shattered as reality warped around him. The chaotic energy swirls, freezing the protagonist mid-battle as a spectral figure manifests before him. Who dares interrupt this deadly duel? The sudden disruption leaves the caster reeling, demanding to know the source of this impossible counter. The final, crushing blow of the Black Blade Rain slams down, met only with shock. The Black Blade Rain technique unleashes, enveloping the opponent in swirling voids. The devastating impact of the Black Blade Rain strikes, tearing through the protective green mana barrier. The sudden, impossible shift in battle leaves the sorcerer staring in utter disbelief. The masked figure smiles, the countdown continuing as their power surges. The impact shatters the magical barrier, leaving a precise count of remaining layers. The sorcerer, caught off guard by the unexpected attack, roared out in furious shock. The wind spell coils around him, manifesting a fierce, blinding burst of green energy. The counterattack lands with startling speed, overwhelming Besaha's defenses. The Black Blade Rain unleashed an attack so sudden, it shattered his reality. A terrifying transformation washes over him, heralded by a guttural, alien scream. The demonic energy surges, culminating in a decisive, crushing blow. The kinetic impact of the clash erupted, a violent surge of dark energy tearing through the space between them. The cursed energy swirls, intensifying the conflict as he reaches out, fully committed to the impending command. A surge of dark energy erupts as he focuses his intent, driven by the immediate threat. The desperate, outstretched hand grasps at the air, momentarily stunned by the sheer force of the attack. The protagonist's sudden, Dark power surged as the defeated figure collapsed in the green undergrowth. A weary sigh escapes him, the strange mask hiding his true expression after the grueling battle. With the immediate danger past, the masked mage collapsed onto the grass, the adrenaline finally fading. After regaining his senses, he wiped sweat from his brow, finally ready to remove the disguise. With mana depleted, I decided to use the high-tier potion I had saved, knowing I'd soon face Terius. He checked on his allies, wondering if they were holding up against the mounting pressure. With the high-tier potion in hand, he approached the crude wooden door, sensing a growing foulness beyond. As he approached, the silver mask hid his expression, but the immediate appearance of an insignia caught his attention. The shimmering golden amulet felt significant, glowing intensely in his grip against the backdrop of the sunny field. Conveniently, a mana lamp sits right by the entrance for proof of Bess's defeat. Continuing downward, the man descends the creaking wooden stairs, the deepening stench of decay signaling his approach to the source. He paused, lifting the mana lamp to illuminate his path forward. The air crackled with a heavy impact sound as the figure descended onto the gore-strewn floor. The strange necklace reacts again, presenting a view of the recent past, demanding investigation. These gruesome vats held the evidence of Besahah's desperate, failed attempts at creating artificial life. This gruesome display, perhaps a trophy or a warning, hangs near a glowing object, furthering the sense of unsettling discovery. The horror of the laboratory was visceral, confirming the dark research Besahah had been conducting. The creature that consumed the homunculus has clearly undergone a dramatic transformation. The lingering scent of decay draws him deeper, questioning the very morality of his story's world. He spots the unnerving result of Besahah's dark research, a homunculus. There, floating in the preservation fluid, was the bizarre result of Besahah's failed research. The previously inanimate creature had successfully reacted to the poison, visibly transforming inside the container. He quickly moves deeper into the grim laboratory, clutching his satchel. The sudden surge of power made him pause, a question mark hanging in the air. The newly transformed creature strikes, its serpentine form moving with unnatural speed towards him. The creature's sudden attack, aided by the pendant's mysterious power, shattered the basin in a violent splash. The worm-like creature writhed violently, its form rapidly solidifying after consuming the homunculus. The necklace flared, sending a sharp, red beam of light toward the transformed worm creature. As he resolved to use the pendant, a fierce red light erupted from the necklace, signaling a profound reaction. The pendant flared with light as the homunculus was consumed, sparking a new theory about its connection to the demon god. Was the necklace's meaning connected to this strange vision, or something far beyond his current understanding? The pendant suddenly flares up, demanding action as the mysterious message repeats itself. The necklace suddenly reacts again, this time presenting an informational paper. The monstrous worm, having consumed the homunculus, had terrifyingly transformed into a living serpent. The necklace begins to pulse again, demanding attention even amidst his recent power-up. The mysterious worm, having consumed the homunculus, now glows with the surrounding mana. He stared, astonished, as the consumed homunculus was reborn as a tiny, living snake in his palm. The talisman necklace suddenly reacts, flashing a vision of the past alongside the pendant's strange command. Time to recover my strength and get out of this wretched place. Time to take the elixir and get out of here. Looks like a wild ginseng root. He cautiously consumed the ruby necklace, the remnants of the failed homunculus experiment. He stated simply what he had done, the newly empowered necklace glowing faintly. The mysterious apparatus hummed, glowing eerily amidst the shelved reagents. The necklace, now pulsing with energy, demands his attention while the information paper also glows intensely. Finally, my mana surpassed 2,000. The ginseng had an immediate, powerful effect. Finally, his mana surpassed 2,000, settling his unstable power. The twin artifacts reacted violently, compelling him to use the pendant's mysterious power. With his newfound power coalescing, he smiles, ready to face whatever came next. With newfound strength, I prepared to face my allies, wondering how much time I had left. Both items are reacting violently, confirming a crucial link between the information paper and the pendant. The ensuing chaos was terrifying as the monstrous form lunged towards his comrades. The worm, now fed the homunculus, reacted violently, its monstrous form lunging at him with terrifying speed. The amulet pulsed violently with an intense, blinding red light, responding to his spoken command. The blood-red glow of the pendant intensified as the blue energy enveloped the strange object before him. The jewelry flared violently, startling him with its unexpected, sudden reaction. The powerful surge of energy forces a sharp, involuntary reaction from him. The necklace pulsed violently as the paper flared, showing him the echoes of the recent past. The necklace pulsed violently, echoing the cryptic message about an offering to a god. Lacking a proper pen, he resolves to use his own blood to inscribe the required query onto the magical paper. He tests the pendant, using his blood to demand the item reveal its true nature. The glowing pendant repeats its cryptic demand: offer a god. He scoffs at the impossible directive. The pendant, reacting strongly alongside the necklace, offered a cryptic command: view the recent past. The dual reaction from the necklace and information paper confirms a link. He commits to uncovering the pendant's secret, using his own blood as ink. As he prepares to use the pendant, a sudden, jarring connection pulls him back into the vision. The forced blood connection flared, sending a jolt through him as he felt the pendant's energy respond violently. As the blood connects, the pendant violently pulses, forcing a vision into his mind. Uttering a wordless cry of pain, the protagonist is suddenly engulfed by a menacing crimson aura and dark tendrils. The oppressive darkness fractured as the shock of the vision gave way to agonizing physical reality. The horrific reality of the massacre bleeds through the glass as a desperate plea echoes in the flames. The human attackers surge forward, announcing the massacre with chilling cries against the burning backdrop. The chilling reality of young Samuel's impending horror registered in this wide, horrified eye. The disoriented gaze snaps down, registering the horrifying truth reflected before him. The terrible truth crystallizes. This is the young Samuel, frozen by unspeakable horror. The young Samuel, trapped and horrified by the scene before him, processed the unbearable truth. So then what horror was about to unfold? The terrible fire engulfed the Varus Manor, a brutal confirmation of the massacre. The young Samuel, trapped by his mother's desperate command, could only shrink back as the terrifying silhouette appeared in the doorway. The plea echoed, a desperate anchor in the gathering horror as his mother held him close. Her final plea, heavy with dread, echoed in the sudden silence of the room. The young Samuel, still wide-eyed with shock, offers a small, compliant affirmation to his mother's desperate plea. Her tear-streaked face conveys a raw, desperate farewell, concluding her plea with one final, heartbreaking affirmation. The silence of the house was broken by a sharp sound, trapping the young Samuel in his terror. The memory ends abruptly as a figure discovers the terrified child hiding in the dark. The sounds of intrusion ripped through the tense silence as young Samuel reacted, trapped behind the faint barrier. The horrifying sound of betrayal echoed as the hidden observer witnessed the final, deadly strike. The shock of the revelation twisted his young face into a grotesque, silent scream. The aftermath of the massacre left a horrific tableau, echoing Samuel's ultimate despair. The brutal victor questions the maid's allegiance amid the massacre. The victor, Leon Terrias, faces the aftermath of his grim work with a chilling smirk. The triumphant human general grinned, satisfied with the annihilation of House Varus. The horror of the aftermath sinks in, the maid lying still amidst the carnage. The victor basked in the horrific scene, a chilling smile spreading across his face. The spell detonates, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding, terrifying explosion of light and force. The sheer horror of the revelation leaves the younger Samuel utterly speechless amidst the surrounding chaos. The immediate threat had passed, but the residual image of utter ruin remained, painted across the horizon. The chilling reality sinks in, leaving the figure grasping at the ruined earth. The horrific realization of his ordeal snaps the young Samuel back to a terrifying awareness. The horror solidified. His mother, lying still in the bloody ruins before him. The horror of that reality, the starvation that forced him to this dark act, was too much for the young Samuel to bear. The viewer recoils in horror, witnessing the unthinkable act Samuel is driven to commit. The raw horror of the memory peaks as the dark mana swirls around young Samuel. The sheer force of his denial ripped through the unstable mana surge, demanding an end to the horrific vision. The world dissolved into a violent, crimson shockwave, signaling the return. The overwhelming shock of the past finally recoiled, leaving a sickening taste in his mouth. The oppressive memory receding. I realize this necklace has cost me too much time already. The necklace, heavy with memories and scarlet gems, feels like a terrible burden. That necklace, now clutched in hand, represents the heavy price of wasted time. The world snapped back into focus as the oppressive memory released its hold. Shaking off the horrifying vision, I focused on the immediate threat, Terius. The intensity of that past trauma begins to fade as I reorient myself in the present. For now, escaping the past horrors, the immediate focus shifts to sheer power acquisition. The sudden burst of energy marked Terius's aggressive response to the threat. The battle rages on as Sylvia retreats while the defender furiously channels dark energy against his foes. The immersive memory ends abruptly, pulling him from the harrowing past back to the immediate danger. A terrifyingly cheerful masked figure lunges forward, unleashing a blinding, powerful blue strike. The forced exit from Samuel's trauma rips the observer back, connection abruptly severing. The urgency in the command mirrors the chaotic energy surging around him. The instructor's sudden appearance suggests Adele's defense failed, drawing out the powerful challenger. The chaos erupts as blades flash, meeting desperate resistance in the cramped space. The raw, agonizing surge of power erupts, his eyes blazing with desperate, unnatural energy. The brutal assault continues as the dark power strikes another soldier, eliciting a raw cry of pain. The instructor arrives just as the fight reaches its violent peak. The instructor arrived, sensing the recent clash, questioning if Adele had failed his defense. A furious demonic figure yells in rage, startling the younger men behind her. Terius's forces surround the target, the air thick with the implication of imminent, brutal slaughter. The dark presence surged as the man's eyes glowed, eliciting a panicked response from the woman beside him. With his allies retreating, Samuel resolved to unleash his ultimate power. I'll blast them all away. The chaotic surge of mana violently engulfs one of the trapped casters. Under the monstrous assault, the instructor's protective circle begins to shatter under the strain. As the immense power surged, the desperate commander screamed the order to retreat immediately. The shock of witnessing the past quickly gave way to the immediate need to stop Leon Terius. The golden energy ripped through the air, instantly felling the soldiers who had cornered Samuel. The magical feedback hits hard, leaving the instructor momentarily stunned and disoriented by the raw power unleashed. The protective circle shattered under the intense assault, yielding with a violent crack. The monstrous shadow forms surged forward, commanded to destroy everything in their path. A sudden, powerful surge of blue energy explodes, manifesting as savage ice beasts mid-attack, jolting the observer. The oppressive weight of Samuel's horrifying past recedes as the narrator breaks free. The violent surge of mana manifested, cloaking the arriving figure in crackling blue energy. The instructor, drawn by the scent of conflict, arrives just as the fighting begins to turn dire. The monstrous figure from the past challenges the startled present,